not trying to when you see what people are watching, a movie or a sitcom or whatever
I
it
mean,
is.
if the movie or the screen is in the headrest, like that's like walking along in the airport and the TV is on and you're looking at that.
I've had something, I guess you could say screen peeping. It happened to me. I was out in public one day. This is several years ago. And I got talking to this random woman. And I don't even remember what we were talking about anymore. But she's like, oh my gosh, I have to show you a picture of this. So she pulls out her phone and she starts going through her gallery.
She's scrolling and
she's
you seeing everything
and she's trying
she's scrolling.
Yes. And there was a naked photo on her phone.
Ooh.
And she, not of herself.
Was she hot?
It was not of herself. And she just like, oh. And she took her phone back and scrolled really quickly. But I bet that has happened. Or when you gave your phone to somebody, be like,
how well did you know this lady?
I just met her. We were just randomly.
So
I didn't know her at
or,
all.
Yeah.
We just were shopping at the same store. And she wanted to show me a picture of, I don't even remember.
All right, we got some ticket texts.
She was fishing.
I sat next to a guy who I think was a strip club promoter. He was reading a book that was like a collection of memoirs of strippers. It was fascinating. There were a couple times where I thought about like, hey, I'm not done with that page yet. One time I was playing a dumb game on the screen and I noticed the chick next to me watching. So I snapped my head over and made eye contact. We both just started cracking up. It was hilarious. That's Kevin in Lake Point.
Okay.
And I don't know about this one, but there was a guy watching cakefarts.com. Cakefarts.com, which is an extremely odd fetish.
Oh, no.
Is that a YouTube channel?
Don't do it.
Cake farts. I mean,
don't do it.
What is that? Is that
I don't
code
know.
For?
Don't do it.
Maybe. I don't know.
Might
Look on your
be.
phone, not on your.
Yes, look on your phone.
No, I'm not going to look on my phone.
I'm like Heather. I indirectly observe people because I look around. I'm not a person that keeps my head down. I'm always looking around, just seeing what's going on around me. And I think the thing that bothers me the most, like with this, is if somebody's watching the same movie you are and they're a little bit ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I'm like this. I put my hand on my face.
Don't look.
But I think watching a movie on a plane is the greatest thing ever because it just passes the time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Albert in Birmingham. What's going on, Albert?
Yeah, hey, just two things. So I also use waiting online. I think it's just where I grew up. Maybe it's different areas. So
did you grow up in Philly?
Correct saying waiting online.
Where did you grow up, John? John want to know where you grew up.
Yeah, just outside of Philly.
Yeah. Okay.
So it kind of goes into the next point too. You know, if you walk around Philly, there's a lot of row houses. So, if you're going out to a restaurant or to a bar or something, I always look just to see what people are watching on TV that live on the ground floor because you can see right into the, so you get a good view. But then, lastly, the other screen thing. This was at a fitness center, local fitness center in the sauna. I think it was Monday or Tuesday, full of four or five gentlemen, to use the term loosely. And I happened to glance over, to one of the guys' phones, and he was on it watching porn as well.
No.
So,
Boys.
yeah.
So anyway, four naked guys in a sauna, and one of them's watching porn?
Well, nobody was naked.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that's allowed anymore.
Okay.
But, yeah, one of them was certainly watching male porn.
Wow.
Ooh.
I wouldn't even.
It's illegal.
Male porn, did you say?
Illegal. Yeah, I don't think it's illegal, but.
No,
yeah,
it's definitely not illegal, but whatever. There's nothing. Not that there's anything wrong with it. All right, our telephone number is 248-539.
That's what John's teammate. Wait, no, it was worse than that. Right.
Oh, it was worse than that. Oh, boy, here's Chris Villar. Hello, YouTubers. Hello, Twitchers. We just checked out some cake farts. And it is what you think it is. I thought it was like code for something because
so
you
too.
could, cake can be used for something else. But man, oh man.
It's exactly what it sounds like.
Yes.
I thought it would be a little bit more risque.
And me too. I was reading the history. Some woman
farted
cakes. On a frosted cake, and people loved it, and there's people do it.
Oh my gosh.
So weird.
So you guys were watching, I wasn't.
Did you hear it?
Did you hear
I
it?
heard it, yeah.
Yeah.
Did it do anything to the cake?
You couldn't
You
tell.
actually sit on it, or
yeah,
you like
Couldn't
right
really-
against
the,
it?
The one we looked at, you really couldn't even
was
see the
cheesecake.
cake. Yeah, but supposedly it was cheesecake.
No, she wasn't, I don't believe,
No.
sitting on the cake. It
No.
was just like she
We-
just
we-
lifted a
Change the
cheek.
We
Would
thought-
change
Kind of
the
like it to a
sound.
lighter, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, the old blue flame.
Hey, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Tigers on July the 4th. When you hear me say breast milk, be the sixth caller at 248-539-9797. I'm sure in a few weeks, cake farts will be used as a drop as well.
Who said it?
Yes. Listen for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Tigers July 4th to take on Oakland. Plus, the first 15,000 fans, 21 and up, will get a patriotic grilling apron courtesy of Miller Lite. For ticket information, visit tigers.com. Okay. Here's some more ticket texts. Working with a club promoter years ago, these are, I believe, like screen peeps that we're talking about. Mm-hmm. I helped run a hip-hop showcase. One artist gave me his phone to copy his songs to the DJ laptop. The folder with his songs was filled with fetish porn. I think of that every time I see his posts on social media. That's from Roger.
Oh, boy.
T. Wright in Southfield texts in. I caught a guy on the plane screen peeping, flying from Scottsdale to Orlando. I turned and asked if they wanted to watch also. Sat next to Valenti on the way back from New York, totally screen peeked. Now, did he screen peek or you screen peeked Valenti? That's not being very obvious here.
No, either way.
Yeah. I was at a bar in New York once, and I casually glanced, parentheses, peeped, over at the phone of the older guy next to me and saw he was watching the Tigers on ESPN Gamecast. I was streaming the game on my phone and asked if he'd like to watch it too. By the end of the game, we were on a first-name basis. That's from Spencer.
There you go. Sports Unite.
That's pretty cool.
They should bunt here.
They should be playing small ball.
Yes. As we know, Lions training camp begins July 23rd. Mm-hmm. We'll be down there for 4 or 5 times during training camp. Looking forward to that as always. And the hype for the Lions is crazy. I saw Louis Riddick over the weekend predicted them to be in the NFC Championship game. They are obviously the odds-on favorite to win the NFC North.
Yes.
But what would happen, or what could happen to derail our expectations? And where has this happened before?
All right, so they are a feel-good story. They are the trendy pick this year, right? I feel good. I feel like they're headed in the right direction. There's been plenty of examples in sports and even in the NFL where teams were doing this, and it just went sideways.
Just didn't work.
And I kind of was thinking about a team a little over a decade ago that, had a real personable coach, guy that didn't do things the quote normal way, right? And I certainly think Dan Campbell's a little more normal than this guy, but I think it's Rex Ryan and the Jets. They made, I believe, 2 championship games, didn't they? They made one for sure.
They won one with Sanchez.
Yeah, they went to the AFC Championship game, lost to the Colts in a pretty low-scoring game the year the Colts lost to the Saints in the Super Bowl. They did it with Sanchez. They went into New England and won a playoff game against Tom Brady. That didn't happen very often. And they kind of did things a little different. They had a good roster. They had a little bit of a question at quarterback, and then it just went the wrong way.
Well, that's a good one. There are 2 others that I thought of as well. One is Chip Kelly. He was unconventional, definitely his first year. I remember that first Monday night game against the Washington, oh my God, how's anybody going to stop this offense? I think, was Vic the quarterback at that time? And they just went right down the field. I think Vic, it might have been anyway, or whatever. They ended up 10-6. They won the division. They lost to the Saints in the playoff game. Everybody thought, oh, they're trajecting in the right direction. They were 10-6 the following year, did not make the playoffs. 6-9 year 3, and was fired with a game left. The other coach, the other team I was thinking of was Dick Vermeil's Chiefs, who seemed to be going in a really good direction, and then boom, it just ended. They never got any better.
Yeah, I think that team was a little bit long in the tooth, if I remember right. They had Larry Johnson, right? Isn't that kind of that era?
Probably, yeah.
And his career was brief. It was great for a couple years.
Yeah.
I think a more recent example, and I hate doing this because I mentioned the Jets, who really aren't a very respected franchise. They got a lot of baggage. They've tried so many different times to, and they just keep falling down. And now they're trying Brett Favre 2.0 again with Rodgers. But I think it's the Browns a couple years ago.
Yeah.
People thought Baker was good enough to be a franchise quarterback.
You had that defense with Myles Garrett.
Yep. You won a playoff game. You went to Pittsburgh and you won by, what was it, 30 or something like that? Maybe not quite that much. And then you went to Arrowhead and gave them a game.
Yeah.
They had a chance to win that game going into the fourth quarter. You think about that and think about where it's at now. Now, I think, okay, they corrected the quarterback, and I still think if Watson works out there, I think they're a real sneaky team this year.
Mm-hmm.
It all depends on him. But maybe it didn't. Maybe it just went sideways a little bit, but it's still tracking the right way.
The Vermeil Chiefs, I'm looking at the records. And when he took over, I forget what the record when they took over, but he was 6-10 the first year, 8-8 year 2, 13-3 year 3. They win the division, but they lose to the Colts in the playoffs, and then they went 7-9 and 10-6, and then he retired.
Yeah, I think we're watching one right before our eyes right now, and that's the Mets. They won 101 games last year, tied for their division. And now this year, and they go out and sign Verlander. Scherzer. I mean, they have a payroll of over $350 million, and right now they're sitting in fourth place in their division, and they're 7 games below 500. And
that I think the NFL example of that is the other Eagles when they went and tried to create the dream team about 10 years, 11 years ago. I guess what I'm just trying to point out here is
Vince Young. Oh my!
God.
There's no guarantee.
It's really fragile, and especially when you're trying to change the history of a franchise. Because you've seen the Browns and Jets just kind of fall back to who they are, and I'm just.
How does it derail? The number one reason it derails is if Jared Goff gets hurt.
But he'll be back the next year.
Yeah,
right.
But that has nothing to do with this year. I mean, if you're talking about if it just goes off the rails and they
don't recover, they just continue to go down and you have to have a coaching change.
It goes back to the quarterback again, usually.
Yeah, it goes back.
Mayfield, Sanchez, we're all just mentioned.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And if Jared Goff gets hurt, he's going to go into the last year of his contract. Do they then make the shift to say we're going to go with Hendon Hooker or we're going to go with somebody else? And it just doesn't work out because we've heard from Brad Holmes himself. It's a lot easier to get worse at that position than it is to get better. We don't know what Hendon Hooker is going to be in the NFL. We don't know a lot of what the future brings. And if Jared Goff were to get hurt, it could derail anything that's going on with the Detroit Lions right now.
When I go back to that Rex Ryan Jets team, they were on Hard Knocks. People got a feel for, hey, it's cool here. There's a different vibe there. Rex Ryan did it his way. I'm the question here. What if the outcome of this is like the Rex Ryan Jets?
Well,
you get the 2 AFC or NFC championship games
or failure.
If they get to 2 NFC championship games, yes, I think it's successful.
That's good enough.
It's never going to be good enough. Super Bowl is ultimately good enough.
But yeah, I think people would have some sort of satisfaction.
I think the Jets, who have been, like I said, they've been one of the bottom franchises, not as bottom as the Browns and Lions, like we talked about yesterday. But I think like Jets fans would look back on that era and say, yeah, that was worth it.
By the way,
that's kind of what I'm asking here.
Well, yeah, would it be worth it? Would Lions fans right now, knowing what we've gone through over the past 65 years, look at in the next 3 years, they go to 2 NFC championship games. That means they've hosted some games. It means you've won some playoff games.
I don't know if the Jets played at home.
I know they played in Indy.
Yeah, but I know they won in New England a divisional round.
You get to 2
I don't know if
NFC
they had a home
championship
game.
games.
I don't remember.
Because for some reason, my memory tells me that Mark Sanchez won 4 road playoff games.
By the way, you know who's on that Chiefs team that was 13-3 under Vermeil? Quarterback was Trent Green. The running backs, Johnson was a rookie, but Priest Holmes, Tony Gonzalez, Willie Roaf, Will Shields, Dante Hall are some of the guys. They had like 7 Pro Bowlers on that team.
A couple Hall of Famers.
Player that wouldn't happen today.
Oh, I know. Was he the human joystick they called him or something like that?
Well, because of the kick return.
Yeah, absolutely. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
Hey, I want to tell you about auto accident injury attorney David Femininio. David has been helping victims of auto, truck, and motorcycle accidents in Michigan for over 25 years. And the best thing about David is that when you call David, you actually talk to David, and he's going to take the time to speak with you about your accident, your injuries, and how he can best help you through such a difficult time. David handles all the legal technicalities so you can rest and recover. You can call David right now at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Tonight is the National Hockey League draft. Starts at 7 o'clock. Wednesday, Thursday affair. I think is the first round tonight, the first 2 rounds tonight, and then the rest tomorrow, I think. I'm not even sure, but I know the Red Wings are scheduled to at least make 2 picks tonight. Scheduled. That would be picks number 9 and pick number 17. What I'd like the Red Wings to do is somehow make a trade to get a really bona fide goal scorer who can somehow play both ends of the rink. And whether that, is Kyle Connor, DeBrincat is not that guy. I mean, they get him, that's fine, but they need more. This team definitely does need goals, but they don't need a guy who's only going to play one way. And while I don't think he's adverse to playing defense, statistically, it just shows that he's not a very good defender and he's not very big. Now, you can say, well, there are a lot of, really good small players out there in the league. Yeah, there are. Cole Caulfield, a young player as well. I get all that. But the other thing who I'd really like to see the Wings do, and maybe it's selfish reasons, I don't know, but, man, the Wings have not, at least to the best of my knowledge, drafted many people from the United States developmental team, which is headquartered in Plymouth. And those guys have been pretty damn successful over the years. So I'd love to see them, tap into that pool, so to speak.
Yeah, it's really hard to say what I would like to come out of tonight, because if you say I'd like to trade, as many of if you could trade a couple of those, both the 9 and 17 to move up, you're drafting a player that's not going to be ready for 3 years.
Probably 3 years. Probably correct.
If you say, well, I'd like you to trade maybe the 17th and a couple of seconds for a goal scorer, a bona fide goal scorer that can play both ends of the floor or of the ice. Like, again, the question is, who is it? Is it attainable? And are they going to make that big of a difference on this team? And the answer is, if you could find that player, yes. But the hard part about the NHL is you need stars. It's really hard to come by them if you don't draft them. So what is the answer? If you want Steve Yzerman to take a big swing, that's what I'd like to see tonight. I'd like to see something happen that maybe we don't even expect. You pair a couple of the seconds and maybe the 17th, and you go get a player that nobody's even talking about right now that might be available, and you pluck them away from their team to add to what Detroit has. And again, I don't know who that player is going to be.
Look, because you don't know. Connor would be great. There's a guy in Philly, I'm just going to check his contract status, Thomas Konechny, who would be really damn good for what this team would be.
If the Maple Leafs decide to blow things up, all right, and they're willing to trade in division, I would love to have one of their, top 3 guys come to Detroit.
Well, obviously Matthews and Marner, Villander, he might be. There's talk. I don't know if they'd have to give him up. That like Erik Karlsson, the Leafs are somehow maybe in play. Are they going to sign? I don't know about that. But
if Yzerman, I think, uses his top 5 picks tonight, it'll be deemed a little bit disappointing, right?
Correct.
Because the thought was to use some of this capital to get an established player,
right? Or
maybe move some of it to go up, like randomly, openly talking, Stoney. Like, what would it take to go to 2? I think 2 is attainable.
Well, you'd had 9 and 17 to start, and then if you maybe another, I don't know if Zadina even adds anything to that at all. Probably not much. Kubalik or somebody who can score goals, or 9-17, and would you give up 4 of your 5 picks to move up to 2? I would.
I think you're gonna.
Yeah, but at that point, you're starting to wonder, will Anaheim do it?
Correct.
If that's if you have the belief in that player there, because Fantilli was thought to have been the definitive 2, and now there seems to be rumblings that may not be true.
Right, Karlsson, yeah, exactly.
And then the wild cards, the Russian. He just breast milk tonight.
Yeah. No. Konechny is 26 years old. He makes $5.5 million this year and next year, and he's unrestricted in 25-26. He's obviously young enough. He's a very good player. I don't know if Philly is there. You think the Red Wings are in rebuild? Philly is way worse a hockey team and an organization right now than the Detroit Red Wings. So I don't know if they would even trade him.
So you're talking in the break. Jim Costa's having a huge party right now on Twitter.
Yeah, pretty much. He's calling to Happy Alex DeBrincat Day, and he says the fire he's got like a weather map with like the heat sensors. He says the smoke and the fire is not from the Canadian wildfires. It's Steve Yzerman roasting Ottawa's general manager for a trade.
And he really likes a guy that's just a good player.
Well,
I'd say he's very good. I won't call him great.
You said it earlier.
I said he's very good, but he only plays one way.
And he's 5'8".
Yeah.
Well,
depending on what you have to give up.
Let's look at this, and again, I'm going to put my Jim Costa glasses on and go back to when we woke up and the Red Wings were a playoff team, and we saw the social media. Like this is fan Jim Costa taking over, and it's the fan that we talk to all the time. We just want a playoff team. Does DeBrincat get you in the playoffs next year?
I don't want just a playoff team.
I understand that. But we in Detroit want a team that can get to the place. And if there's a sport, we've said this, we saw it this year with Carolina. If there is a sport where you can make something happen just by getting in the postseason, it's the hockey playoffs.
You're right about that. I don't. If they sign,
you saw with Florida.
If they get DeBrincat, I think that they will probably make the playoffs next year.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a long-term building piece.
Okay,
I don't.
But
you
still have the next step?
Well, you still have other building pieces that are young.
The thing is, too, if they make another deal this offseason that to get another player of his caliber, but does some other things better than just score goals and doesn't play two ways, then you're. I guess here's the deal: in this offseason, if DeBrincat is the big fish, I'll be disappointed.
Yeah, a little bit, depending where they also do draft-wise.
Yeah.
And they have to add other pieces, too. All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
All right, I'm going to start with a question for both of you. How long do you think you could go without the internet?
If I had to, I could go for a long time. I
wouldn't
be
I wouldn't.
If I had to, I
wouldn't be as good at my job, probably.
I wouldn't be able to go long. I mean, I use for like directions, driving places, even just like sometimes very close places that I should probably know how to get to. I still throw in my GPS and I use my phone for things like that. Not only just searching for things online, but I use it for that.
Outside of work, I could go indefinitely. I could do without it. Yes, I could absolutely go without the internet.
I do a lot of online shopping. It would be hard for me to go without it, but I could.
I would need Waze, but I would, if I didn't have it, I'd try to get, detailed instructions, but still you'd have to get them from a person. You couldn't even use,
you couldn't even use MapQuest.
Right, because that's part of the internet.
There are
it's living the off-the-grid life. That's how you do it.
Right.
You got to go live in a small town where you don't really care what's going on in the outside world.
I could do it, but I wouldn't want to.
I could do it. I might have the shakes, but I could do it.
Me too. Well, we may all have to get ready to do it because scientists are warning of a possible internet apocalypse that could happen within the next decade. And they say solar storms may spur the scenario and force people to go offline for months or even years.
Oh, okay. I'd be fine with that.
Would be able to call. I mean, I guess you'd have to get a
have to get a landline again,
yeah. The landline and like look up people's phone numbers and things like that. Just simple things.
Yeah, but you don't have to. I mean, you could still have your device to look at your contacts. That's
I guess it would still turn on.
Yeah,
You're right. Yes.
You could still have your contacts.
Yes, I just have to get a landline. You're right.
Yeah.
But if I didn't have a number, I'd have to.
Yeah, you'd have to call somebody, phone a friend.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, hey, do you have Stoney's number?
And they say this internet apocalypse would not only force us to go offline and be disconnected from the digital world, but also it would render power lines and satellites useless as well. So scientists from NASA say they are working on a mission so that they can prevent this from happening.
Well, it's about time they earn their money.
There you go.
Yes.
A 23-year-old guy was somehow able to pretend to be the owner of the Circa Hotel and Casino in downtown Las Vegas.
Oh.
And he successfully convinced an actual hotel employee to give him more than $1 million.
Well, so
how much are they paying their employees?
Well, no, this was the casino cage supervisor.
Right.
So,
not of his own personal money.
But
Right.
my question is, I mean, if you work there, I mean, you know that this guy isn't Derek Stevens, right?
You know what he looks
We
like.
know, we
He's
love
always at
Derek.
the long bar.
Yes.
He'd give you a free drink. He just might do that if you say hi.
That's right.
Apparently, this guy convinced the employee to give him fake payments for fire safety equipment. And he says he then took the proceeds and had these payments come to him in different installments and at different off-site locations over an undisclosed period of time.
Wow.
It's pretty impressive. But as you can probably imagine, this guy's luck did eventually run out, and he was arrested last week and charged with theft over $1 million.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is right. This is pretty sad. Also very crazy. There's a man on vacation with his family in Jamaica who died after attempting to partake in this challenge that involved drinking all 21 cocktails that were featured on a bar's menu. This guy from the UK finished 12 of the menu's various cocktails and then later passed away in his hotel room. And a pathologist said that this man's cause of death was from his alcohol consumption. It does turn out that not only did the man drink these 12 cocktails, he had been drinking, brandy and different drinks throughout the morning. And then at some point during the day, he had met two women who were celebrating a birthday. And it was their goal throughout the day to complete this 21 drink challenge. They were probably spacing these drinks out in a long period of time. So this guy tried to jump in on this challenge, and unfortunately it didn't end well for him. We don't know how quickly he consumed this alcohol or really how much alcohol he did consume. But now his family is saying they're really unhappy with the paramedics. There was no ambulance sent, and they're obviously devastated with these results.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Harry. Congratulations to Joel in Southgate. He heard me say breast milk, so he wins four-pack of tickets to see the Tigers take on the Athletics on July 4th. Don't forget, the first 15,000 fans, 21 and up, will get a patriotic grilling apron courtesy of Miller Lite. For ticket information, visit tigers.com. Coming up next, I don't know if he ever tasted breast milk. It's Wojo. Wednesdays with Wojo. 97.1.
I don't want to ask.
The ticket. Speaking of Derek Stevens, the D is a wonderful place for you to go on vacation. Vegas is so much fun. Hell, there's a Stanley Cup there. And if you book your room at the D, not only will you get the great odds of downtown Vegas, you'll get the excitement of the Long Bar, the food of Joe Vicari's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse, the great bacon at Bacon Nation that John is just dying to go for. And we'll be there in September. You also get 2 free stadium swim passes located at the new amazing Circa Hotel and Casino. So that's a great place. You watch games, hanging outside at the pool, just sitting at the pool, watching your favorite sporting events. Circa's great. The D is great. The whole thing. And the D, best bang for your buck. So go online. It's still working. TheD.com. Book your room today. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And drinking breast milk. What's up, Woj? How are you?
I don't even want to know what the breast milk thing is about. And the only way I would drink breast milk if it was in a White Russian drink. That's it.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
Just for people who don't know, the breast milk was from a few weeks ago when Josh Hart of the New York Knickerbockers tweeted out, anybody taste their significant other's breast milk asking for a friend.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course.
I assume both of your answers were no?
That would be correct.
That would be correct.
That would be 100% correct. Yes.
Okay, all right. Just checking. Good.
That would be correct. Now, Woj, tonight, you and your buddy Jeffrey Rieger will be at the Little Caesars Arena tonight for the big draft party. All right, couple of questions. The Wings picks 9 and 17. Will they use both those picks, 9 and 17, tonight?
I think they will. And from this standpoint, I know the Ottawa general manager has been telling people that he doesn't think he's going to get a first-round pick this year for Alex DeBrincat, but the Wings do have 2 first-round picks next year. So if they do indeed trade for DeBrincat, as we expect, and as I think we want, I think it would be next year's one of the Wings' 2 first-round picks next year's for DeBrincat. So I think they will keep 9 and 17 because here's the balance you have to weigh. It's a horrible free agency class, and it is supposedly a very good and deep draft class. So if you can hang on to those first-round picks, even 17, seemingly are more valuable than they maybe are in a normal year. Now, I'm not deep enough into the NHL, the hockey elite world, to say if it truly is that deep of a draft, but the experts tell me it is. So I'm going to believe them and think that Yzerman will use all 3 of his first-round picks. Oh, what did I say?
Yeah, you said 3. Ooh.
So where's he moving up to?
I think those 3 second-round picks early in the second round can be used. Like, say you get to 25 or 26, and there's somebody you want. Again, deep draft. I could see him packaging and moving up into the first round for a 3rd first-round pick. Now, again, more developmental players, I get that. But you can still make trades. You can still – I mean, I do think someone like Philip Zadina, Joe Veleno would be on the move at some point here. But I'm just going on how touted people do think this draft class is. And I don't think Yzerman wants to make 3 straight second-round picks, does he? I don't think.
Probably not, but if you're not going to package any of those firsts to go get a player now, like who is it that you mentioned Zadina, like who's you're going to go get with him?
Well, I don't know. And again, I've said before, Lucas Raymond would be the big move if you did that. But I do think, I think he'll trade first-round picks. I think it would be one of next year's first-round picks. And maybe he would package those 3 second-round picks and go get somebody. I think that's what he'll probably have to use to a certain degree to get DeBrincat. I do think, and Yzerman always does do this, I do think Yzerman is playing a little bit of hardball with Ottawa and DeBrincat because he kind of has them over the barrel a little bit. He wants out. He clearly wants to come here. They clearly need to recoup something for him. Otherwise, he could become an unrestricted free agent next year. Mm-hmm. That's why Yzerman's holding out to keep the term low. He doesn't want one of those 9-year, whatever, $11 million per year contracts that have hamstrung them before. So I think that's going to go right down to the wire, whether or not that trade gets made.
Let me ask you this, because DeBrincat, look, he's a goal scorer. He's scored 40 goals twice in his career, but he was also minus 31 last year. And as you like to say, he's a wee fellow.
He is a wee little guy. Yep.
Yes. Mm-hmm. With Travis Konecny of Philadelphia, they're in a worse rebuilding situation than the Red Wings. Kyle Connor, also, if you want to go for the local angle, supposedly available in Winnipeg. He's got a couple years left at $7 million a year. To me, both of those players, definitely Connor, is more attractive to me than DeBrincat. Now, you'll have to give up a little more, but I'd go for that. I'd go for that ahead of DeBrincat.
Well, it depends on how much more you would have to give up because, like I said, and it's to me, I don't think it's about the hometown thing. Like, let's bring DeBrincat home or anybody else. But what that does do is it makes him perhaps more willing to come somewhere. I don't think it's the Wings. It's great to have more local guys. They're just maybe more available because they grew up in a great hockey environment here, as Dylan Larkin did. That's the reason. Other than that, I don't care about necessarily the hometown thing. And you're right about what Konechny and others.
Yeah.
But boy, oh boy, do they need somebody who can score. I don't. Minus 31, of course, that's not appealing. But he didn't want to be there anymore either. He was thrown there for 1 year from Chicago. And I'm not saying he mailed it in defensively, but I don't. At some point, Stoney, Jansen, you're going to have to take whatever you can get as far as an elite goal scorer. And whatever you think of his all-around game, he is an elite goal scorer, 240 goal games in his career. Yes, I'd still go for him.
Over the other two, who are especially Konechny's a much better two-way player.
Well, again, depending on the price.
Okay.
I don't know if they're as available at the price that Yzerman wants to play.
Right, that's possible as well.
So what's a must coming out of tonight? Is there somebody that, whether it's you package 9 and 17 and you move up, do you just want to see a move made? Do you want to see somebody signed that's, a trade and sign? What has to happen tonight for you to say, you know what, okay, he's doing his job and there's some excitement, there's a future?
I would package all their picks and move up and get Connor Bedard.
Okay.
That's what I would do.
All right. What's option number 2?
I mean, hello? Has anyone thought of that? I mean, come on. Yes, I'm like everybody else, and I've been saying it and writing it and saying the same thing with the Pistons. And when you say not like a gigantic move, that you trade 9 players and whatever, but yes, it is time to accelerate it. And the only way to accelerate things is to get some sort of veteran presence, to trade youngsters or picks for a veteran player. And I do think Yzerman will do that. I just don't know if he's going to do it with 9 and 17 in this draft. And again, I'm going based on what people think about it. But absolutely, I would, and I'd be fine if he traded both of them.
Would you agree with this, that not just the draft, but coming out of the offseason, free agency included, they have to get somebody, and this is not a knock on Dylan Larkin, but who's better than Dylan Larkin?
Well, okay, but who? The free agency.
I know.
What? Who? There's nothing. There's nothing in free agency.
I know. It's considered one of the worst free agent classes ever.
Of all time.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
Like the guy people are debating about is Carlson, who's what, 31, 32, won the Norris Trophy.
I think he's older than that, yeah.
Yeah, 33, I think. So, yes, I would love to. I just – and that's why – believe me, Yzerman would love, I think, to wheel and deal. But I think that's why he's tamped down some of the – he sort of said, well, I expect to pick at 9 and 17, which of course you expect that as you go in. But he's certainly – I think he's angling to make moves. I just don't know what he – can do, and who knows? Things pop up all the time. Once the Wings, like the Pistons, have like the top 3 or 4 amount of cap space in the league. Mm-hmm. Both of these teams need to do something with that. Even if you're stowing veteran players and getting other engagements in return or other talent in return, but they need to use that salary cap space, and I think they will.
All right, going over to the Pistons, would you? Because he's restricted. Maybe it's a little expensive, but would you pay $100 million for 4 years of Cam Johnson?
Well, I think I would, but talking to people in New Jersey, and I actually have.
Or Brooklyn.
Well, same thing, yeah. And it's exactly the same thing, Stoney. No.
Thank you, Woj.
Yeah. They are hell-bent on not letting him go.
I know.
Now, I know they can match anything technically, or if it gets too expensive, they can't. But he is one of their cornerstones. I mean, to them, I don't think he's like to them what Cade Cunningham is to the Pistons or whatever, but he's definitely one of their big three, and that's not going to be as easy as you think.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I would do it. I definitely would do it. And would you say 4 years and $100 million? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I would do that. What if it takes 4 years and $110 million?
I do
what
it
if it
too.
takes $120 million?
I don't care. It's not my money. If they have to go over the tax, if they have to go over the tax, I wouldn't have if they get somebody else. What about what's his Dante DiVincenzo
who just
opted out of a Golden State? He's a really good 3-and-D player. He's a lot cheaper than that too.
Right. Obviously the Pistons have the money. Are they, once again, with free agents, which is why you always have to talk trades or huge contracts, are they attractive enough to some of these free agents? And, in the big NBA global landscape, the Pistons are not an attractive destination now. That's why they've always had to build in kind of creative ways. And I think they will. I do think Cam Johnson is going to be the one big leap if they could pull it off. And he does fit the mold in every way. 25 years old, can shoot the three. Supposedly he's a great, if it matters to people, but it maybe does. He's great character, great personality.
Well,
and
he
else.
understands Monty Williams' offense and his vision.
Correct. Yes, and they played with him in Phoenix. No, it seems almost too fitting or too ideal, and then you have to step back and say, is Brooklyn just going to match anything, everything? They might.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Him and Bridges are their cornerstones that they traded your boy Durant for.
This is where the Monty Williams thing could come into play. Very respected head coach, knows a lot of people around the league. Maybe a little Monty magic in addition to a little Goris money. Could make it work.
Give him the full Monty treatment. All right.
Oh, geez. All right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And here we are, full circle.
All right, Woj. Thank you very much.
All right.
Have fun tonight.
Somebody put the fires out in Canada, please. Hurry. This is terrible.
Hey, it's those damn Canadians. It's too much of that Canadian bacon.
Whatever it is.
Talk to you later.
Bacon.
It's not really bacon.
No. Hey, when I've got questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see you as a person and not just as a number. And they want to do so much more than just help their customers. They also want to help the communities that they reside in be successful. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community. It's their community as well, and we all know we've got to work together to help our communities prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
248-539-9797. The Pro-Am is going on at the Detroit Golf Club. Rocket Mortgage Classic. Tournament begins for good tomorrow. And one of the popular guys to follow will be Joel Dahmen. And if you aren't familiar with him, he's ranked in the 70s in the world, or 57th or something like that he is right now. And he was on the Netflix special, Inside Swing. Right now he's 80th in FedEx points, by the way.
Okay.
But Joel Dahmen was one of those guys, he said, you know what? I am what I am. I'm going to have a good life. And if I'm, top 70 in the world, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And he seemed like a really cool guy.
No slouch.
Low maintenance from Washington State. And he's a big fan of his home state, Seattle Seahawks.
Okay, as he should be. That's good.
Yes, absolutely. So on January the 9th, he tweeted out, "Holy cow, I can't believe the Lions are sending my Seahawks to the playoffs. Beers for everyone in Detroit this summer." Well, now it's the summer.
And he's coming to town.
And he's here. So it's time for you to pay up, Mr. Dahmen. And he did, the Rocket Mortgage Classic tweeted out, "Our Detroit fans haven't forgotten at Joel_Dahmen. Hashtag Rocket Mortgage Classic."
Mm-hmm. Has there been any announcement made in regards to, hey, we're going to get you a beer upon entry?
No, but Dahmen did tweet a response. He said, "How much are beers at the course this week?" So I imagine they will try to work something out, whether it's going to be a promotion or something.
Yeah.
And so Detroit will be getting.
Seems like a good guy. Seems like he'll follow through.
Beers on Joel Dahmen.
All right.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah. Is it going to make you go down there? Free beer?
It's not going to make me go down there. I'm going to go down, I believe, Friday after our show with the family.
Okay.
They've never been the ladies of my life have never been to a golf tournament.
Oh, okay.
One of them really wants to go. The others, but I think golf tournaments are great, especially when the weather, if it's nice, it's sunny and warm. You walk around, you see the best players in the world. You're drinking your cocktails, and just it's a really nice event.
Sounds like a good day for you.
Yes, absolutely. Have you ever been to a professional golf event?
Nope.
You have no desire to go?
It does not sound like a good day for me.
No, even if you're like in a hospitality area, just hanging out, eating food. And...
there's a lot of different hospitalities you could go to. And sure, I mean, if it's, free food and drink,
yeah,
I'll go, shake hands, talk for a little bit. But going to see the golf, it just doesn't really do it for me.
Okay. I get it.
Yeah, it's not my thing. I your description for you and what I know about you, it does sound like a great day with the family.
Yes, absolutely. Now, you know where you would enjoy going to that I've never gone, and I always threaten to go, and I never go because I usually work schedule. The professional tennis tournament in Cincinnati, which is really, really good. It's like 2 weeks before the U.S. Open or 3 weeks before the U.S. Open. And I know people go down there.
I was wondering if it was happening this weekend. I'm supposed to drive through. Well, I'm not going to drive through Cincinnati. I'm going to take a different route so I can go through Indianapolis because Ruby's got to get down to Kentucky for a basketball tournament next weekend or next week.
Or in Kentucky.
Louisville.
Oh, you could do like a bourbon tasting or anything?
I will be there with my daughter. She does drive. So I guess.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I could. Yeah.
Take her to like the farms where like the horses are and things like that. So
we may do some of that.
That's
cool.
Cool.
Because we're going to be down there for a couple of days, and she's only got a couple of games each day. So we're going to tour the university. We may run over to Kentucky to see that one as well, and then maybe some horse viewing.
Maybe adopt a dog.
What?
It seems like all the dog adoption places get the dogs from Kentucky at horse farms.
Do they really?
Yeah, we're not coming home with a dog.
Actually, Lois came from.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
I know people have gotten dogs like from Bowling Green, Ohio. Actually, is where we got one of our dogs from there once.
As opposed to Bowling Green, Kentucky. Look at that.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Is that the one that doesn't hear well?
No.
What's that?
No,
okay.
this is the late Rocky. Rest in peace.
Put that one on a T for you. Thank you.
It's just,
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's
Heather's
okay.
disappointed.
I get it.
I mean,
She heard that one coming.
I did.
Yeah.
Now, Gator, Jim Costa tweeted out, "Happy Alec DeBrincat Day." Are you Alex DeBrincat or nothing, or are you like me? I think he's good. There are a couple players that might be available, might cost you a little more that I think would be better, like Konechny and Kyle Connor.
I'm more interested in those guys than I am DeBrincat.
Me too.
I like DeBrincat.
Yeah.
I don't love DeBrincat.
We're lockstep here.
He had 40-goal seasons while playing with Patrick Kane, and Dylan Larkin is not Patrick Kane. I love Dylan Larkin, but were his best seasons with somebody else, and goes to a different city and maybe just didn't like it. I don't know. I mean, I like him. He's diminutive in stature at 5'7".
Yes,
that concerns me a little bit. His lack of defense concerns me.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't seem like an Yzerman guy if you're not going to play defense.
But it's scary. We're lockstep.
But if Yzerman is interested in him and wants him, it tells me that he wants him at his own price.
Correct.
So you first have to deal with Ottawa to get that price and trade, and then you have to get the price with DeBrincat on an extension, and that could be the tough part. So I'm not convinced he's coming here.
Oh, here's the trade. You get us DeBrincat, and we'll send all the Detroit firefighters to put out the fires in Canada.
Well, I mean, the weather, the air quality is horrible.
I know.
I mean, it is. You can actually, I know they made a big deal out of this a few weeks ago. Nothing like today, I don't think. I think today is way worse than we've seen it.
Right, but it's better than it was in the Northeast a few weeks ago.
I'm sure it is, but I mean, look, there's a haze. There's definitely a haze. There's a haze last night.
I don't feel it like I could see it, but I don't think it hasn't affected the breathing.
You don't think so?
No,
I could feel it when I got out of the car today.
We've been inside for 4 hours.
So. Yeah, you can definitely.
Well, I was outside all night last night.
I know, but it's gotten worse. Supposedly,
it feels heavier. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to tell you how you feel, John.
Yes. Oh, thank you.
But I can tell you that it's.
So besides the draft, what else you guys got going today?
Well, we'll talk about what happened in the 8th inning and where this Tiger team is going. It's almost, is it 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or is it 1 step forward, 2 steps back? I'm not really sure where they're going here, but they're getting healthier. That's a good sign, but they need to find guys that can hit. Was last night the beginning for Torque or not?
I don't know. It's the Tiger 2-step coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hello and welcome. It is NHL Draft Day, and it feels like things are afoot as it pertains to our Red Wings, but are they? I mean, who knows? There's a lot of buzz out there. One thing that, Gator, I think that you and I have probably discovered in following this Red Wing team under Steve Yzerman is I don't think there's really good information out there. I think that scouting report we had on Yzerman where I think it was Elliot Friedman yesterday in the soundbite said when he talks to agents come away from conversations with Steve Yzerman having absolutely no idea if he likes their prospect or not, because he is as close to the vest kind of executive as there is in the league. And I think because of that, it's really hard to get a read on what the Red Wings are doing. Sure, there's a ton of reporting, and there's a lot of dots being connected between the Red Wings and the Ottawa Senators and whether or not Alex DeBrincat is coming here. But, I mean, they could be working on 2 or 3 other moves that we've heard nothing about because Yzerman is so locked in. I mean, he's got everything that's going on in a bunker, and nobody who's in the bunker is allowed to talk to anybody outside the bunker. That's what it feels like. So, hey, I like talking about it. I like getting excited about it. I think there very well could be, given all their resources, which is a ton of draft picks, pipeline of young talent, cap space, they have all the makings of a team that's going to be very active today. But I don't know how accurate the information that's out there is.
Yeah, you'll never know how accurate the information is. It just, there is a lot of smoke, and it's not just coming from Canada, literally, but figuratively.
Smoke in the air is coming from Ottawa.
Yeah, I think something's going to happen. They have too many picks not to make something happen. We've been talking on the show for a couple of years now about how the Red Wings need to find somebody who is better than Larkin. I think Larkin's really good. Mm-hmm. But they need to find a superstar to take this team to the next level. And you can do it through trade. You can do it through free agency. You can do it through the draft. Well, it's a bad free agent crop this year. Not going to find it there. You could find maybe in trade, though not likely to find it in trade. You can find upgrades. I don't think DeBrincat's a superstar, and I don't think Konecny is a superstar. Or you can find it in the draft. Well, this year's draft seems like you might be able to find one. Now, can you find one at 9? A lot of the experts seem to think that there are 10 to 15 really good players in this draft. And there's the top 3 are kind of written in ink almost, who they're going to be and when they go. And then after that, it gets a little scrambled, but tons of potential in this year's draft. If you're Steve Yzerman, you have to ask yourself, do I need to sell out and do what I can to get into the top 3? Is there somebody I've identified who I don't think is going to be there at 9, but is going to be there in the top 6? Do I have to get into the top 6? Because I think you do. I think this is where you can make your move. Make it in the draft. Go get somebody in the draft that you think is a superstar. I don't think when you drafted Lucas Raymond, you thought that was a superstar, or Marco Kasper was a superstar, and they haven't had the opportunity to draft high enough to truly land maybe that superstar. Mo Seider's great, but I'm talking about a forward. I'm talking about a guy who's going to score maybe 50 goals a season, be a 100-point guy. I'm talking about a superstar. Is that guy available in this draft? I think he is. Can the Red Wings do enough? Not at 9, but that's what I'm saying. I think Steve Yzerman is going to have to move up, and go ahead, move up.
Well, he's got the material to do so, and there's multiple options for them. I've tried to zero in on what I most want to happen tonight as it pertains to the Red Wings in that pick, but it's really, really hard to do. Meanwhile, insiders are writing a lot about Detroit. We'll read and play for you some of what is being said, but it feels like the Wings could be a busy day, and we're here for it. We're here for it, 10-2. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Tigers lose last night. Bullpen, well, I mean, it's not like the Tigers exploded offensively, but that felt like a bullpen loss. They just simply did not get the job done. Now, does it have a little bit to do with having to go to the pen 11 times in the previous 2 games? It might. Does it due to the fact that he didn't have Will Vest to go to? It might. Is it due to the fact that, unfortunately, Kerry Carpenter really struggled with a fly ball?
Slicing fly ball.
Yeah, into a bizarre corner. I mean, that's an oddly shaped area of the ballpark. I don't know if that had any impact on that game last night, but
I'll tell you what did. 5 hits.
That didn't help.
No. 5 hits, 2 walks. It's not going to help yourselves out at all. The Rangers had 6 walks and they had at least 1 hit batter. So you're giving them a runner per inning without even hitting the ball, basically. So that's tough to overcome. Carpenter's misplay of that ball was difficult to watch. He just kept getting worse and worse for him. But he wasn't alone. You had even Matt Manning was his own worst enemy, threw wild at first base and on a pickoff attempt, and then you had a horrible decision. I think it was Nevin throwing the ball to third base, and there's nobody at third base. I don't know what the hell was going on there. I think it was just a bunch of comedy of errors that happened late in the game, and the fact they couldn't hit throughout the game. Throw it in the trash, the rearview window. Yuck. Let's go. Yeah, yuck. Throw it in the garbage and move on to the next one. Just, of course, you'd love them to win the series. It means you have to win the next 2 to win the series. Splitting the series, I think, is what you need to look at a minimum. Win the game tonight, and then who knows what happens tomorrow. Could be great. If you go 3-1 against Texas on the road, be amazing. If you go 2-2 on the road at Texas, that's fine. Hold your ground. You got 6 games upcoming against Colorado and Oakland, 2 of the worst teams in baseball. Colorado just got bombed the other day. They gave it 25 runs. So you've got maybe better times ahead here, but in the present, take one of these next 2 games and get out of it and keep moving on. The Twins lost. Cleveland is a half game behind them. The Tigers are 4.5 behind the Twins. It's unbelievable. Here we are, damn near July, and this team is within 5 games of first place in the division.
Right, and Minnesota's allowing this to happen. Actually, Minnesota and Cleveland are allowing this to happen. Like, if I were a fan of one of those 2 teams, I'd be like, what are you doing? You're letting Detroit hang around. Yeah, they're letting Detroit hang around, and we appreciate it. But at the end of the day, you said win one of the next 2. I don't like tonight's pitching matchup.
No? What
no.
don't you like about
our guy
who's got an ERA north of 6 versus a guy who's got an ERA south of 3? What's the problem?
One of these pitchers is 1-8, the other's 6-1. That's what I don't like about it. Of course, I love tomorrow's pitching matchup because Reese Olson's going for Detroit.
Here we go.
All right, we'll get to the latest insider stuff. Red Wings draft. It's tonight. Red Wings at 9 and 17. We'll talk a little bit about what happens if they can move up. What's the perfect scenario? What happens if they stand pat? It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Elliot Friedman from the 32 Thoughts podcast, 248-539-9797. So there you go. Here is the very latest from insiders in Detroit, insiders in Ottawa, and league-wide insiders. Max Bultman of The Athletic writes the following. I would be stunned if the Red Wings trade the number 9 pick, and they'll probably make the pick at 17-2, or perhaps trade up from it. But Detroit badly needs a top-ranked scorer, and if the 17 pick is what it takes to make it happen, the Red Wings will have to at least consider it. Alex DeBrincat is the most obvious candidate, but even if it's not him, Detroit has to find a way to score more goals. Ian Mendez covers the Ottawa Senators for The Athletic up in Ottawa. GM Pierre Dorion also traded his first-rounder in last year's draft to land Alex DeBrincat from Chicago. If nothing else, Dorion might be one of the more aggressive general managers in trying to land a first-round pick here in Nashville, likely a trade involving DeBrincat. He did say yesterday he wasn't expecting to get a first-round pick in this draft. Red Wings have 2 picks in next year's draft in the first round. I don't know why. I'm starting to get a hunch. I love having hunches because I feel like that is our license to not really support it.
Right. Completely unsubstantiated.
Right. But my hunch is that it's one of next year's 2 first-round picks that's getting discussed here. I think it was very specific that Dorion said, I don't expect to get a first-round pick in this draft. This draft. This one, Gator.
Yeah, I understand. And you want to read between the lines and see that, and that's fine. The fact they have 2 first-round picks next year tells me even more. They've got the resources to move up.
Right.
I mean, honestly, if you package 9 and 17 together, just for the sake of argument, shouldn't you get in the top 5?
No, well, I looked at the useless NHL draft value chart.
Is there a draft value chart?
I haven't seen. Did Jimmy Johnson hasn't come out with a draft value chart, or was it Gil Brandt? I don't know who made the draft value chart back in the day, but I haven't seen an NHL draft value chart. I'm not sure what 9 and 17 gets you. I guess I can look what the useless NFL draft value chart says.
But I would think that 9 and 17, maybe even throw in one of your 3 second-round picks, that could be enough to move up into the top 5 where you can get one of these, stud players. Everybody's going to have their own rankings. The one I'm looking at right now comes from a writer for The Athletic. Last name is Pronman. And he has players in different tiers. Mm-hmm. Tier 1, there's only one player. It's Connor Bedard, who is the bubble generational player and elite NHL player. Tier 2 are our elite NHL players. He has 2 players listed there. Adam Fantilli from Michigan and Matvei Michkov, the Russian player. Tier 3 are NHL All-Stars. He's got 2 of them there. Leo Carlsson, the Swede, and William Smith, who played with the USA Under-18 team. And then he's got 5 players in the next tier, which are the top of the lineup players. So, the Red Wings would be, obviously, they have the 9th pick overall. They can get one of these guys. But can you get to the top 5?
Well, Gator, going by the NFL draft value chart, which is incredibly relevant information, do not scoff.
I'm not scoffing.
9 and 17 should land you 3.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, there you go. Move
3
up.
is worth 2,200 points. 9 and 17 is worth 2,300 points.
What if it's a quarterback? And they're not going for a quarterback.
They're not going for a quarterback,
right.
Yeah. So
they're looking for like a winger or a center. So they get you 3. The third-rated player, according to Pronman from The Athletic, is Matvei Michkov.
Are you sure it's the real Pronman?
I'm looking at The Athletic page
just
here.
making sure, because this is the time of year where Gator.
No, this is from The Athletic website, so this is what I'm looking at.
Okay, it's not fake Pierre LeBrun.
It's not it's not fake Pronman, I'll tell you that. But what's interesting is the player who it is, right? It's Michkov, the one who's got all this mystery about him because his Russian Darkman. His camp is not allowing him to talk to NHL teams. Maybe that's different now that everybody's there in Nashville, including him. But that's a name that could slip because people don't think they're going to be able to sign him, and he's contracted to play with the KHL for the next 2 seasons.
I mean, let's face it. We don't even know if the guy's real.
Oh, he's real. But is he really an option? I mean, you have to ask yourself, do you want to wait? maybe worst case scenario is that you worst case scenario, I guess, is he doesn't even want to sign with you. He doesn't want to play. He'll just stay in Russia and play forever because he wants to go where he wants to go. But if the Red Wings get intel that says that he'd be open to coming to the Red Wings, and then let's say the next worst case scenario is that you have to wait 2 years before you see him. Is that worth waiting for? Well, he's 18. So he makes his debut as a 20-year-old. I mean, am I okay with that? I think I'm okay with that. I mean, you draft plenty of players in the first round that don't play for a couple of years. So I'm curious about him, and how far does he drop anyway? If he drops because of the signability questions. If you start getting into, he's there at 4. Oh, he's there at 5. Oh, he's there at 6. I mean, pick up the phone, right?
Yep.
So that's a case where I want him to be aggressive and find. You got to. I mean, I trust Steve Yzerman. I think he knows what he's doing when it comes to the draft, and he's been able to draft some pretty good players. But this is an opportunity to go get a superstar that you can't get in free agency, that's unlikely to be had in trades. Go get your superstar. And by the way, doing that with this draft doesn't mean you still can't go out and get DeBrincat or somebody else.
Well, that's the thing. What if next you go get your superstar in the draft, you pair some picks together, you move up, you get the guy that you think's going to be elite, Russian Dark Man or whomever it is, and trade next year's first for DeBrincat or a second and a player for DeBrincat. I mean, look, it doesn't feel like they're very optimistic. I mean, Dorian said it, so I'm not reading between the lines. Dorian said he doesn't think he's getting a first-round pick. So, it's good reporting, Doug. I'm reporting what he said. But anyway, the idea being that you could add a lot without giving up a lot in the immediate, right here, right now. And for the people that don't like DeBrincat, no, he's not a complete player. And yet he would fill a need, and you hope to make up for what you need elsewhere. 248-539-9797. Tom is next. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys. Can't wait for tonight. A rumor my buddy sent to me that he found out there was the Wings trading 9, 17, and Gus Lindstrom for number 5, which is Montreal's pick. I'm not sure I'm crazy about that, and it does put him into the top 5. And something like that could possibly hinge on who's sitting there at 5. Is a guy like Michkov sitting there, or did one of the other guys fall? But here's I'll throw another scenario at you too. Is, the Washington wants Michkov so bad, is the rumor out there.
Right.
Would the Wings then flip 5 to Washington for number 8 and then maybe a good roster player that they've got? Because I think the Wings want to do both. They want to keep stacking the prospects and get roster players too, just like,
so you're talking about trading up to 5 and then turning around and trading 5 back to 8.
To 8, and something else would have to come back to us as well. They don't have Washington only has one first-round pick.
And Putney.
He went all draft day reference.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty complicated, but
well, I think if you're going to move up to 5 because you want to take Michkov, you do it. You don't then trade him away. We talked the other day about. Have to believe that there's an appeal to play in Detroit if you're a Russian player,
and you'd have
given
to
the
think,
history.
And given the history, you would have to think if any organization can get a read on what's going on with Russian Dark Man, it's this one. We have strong
some
Russian
sources.
ties.
Yeah.
Russia.
I don't know. Maybe Igor Larionov can talk. Slava Fetisov, Sergei Fedorov, Pavel Datsuk. These are guys that are pretty well respected. Well respected players.
We got a guy. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Elliot Freeman on DeBrincat. We'll read what he wrote today. We'll get to that at 10:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
me gal and why not kill me, make she excited. Everybody move them body, red, green and the light. Now business with no trouble, just a dance and a sing. Move your body, jump in and the hero so we swing. Songs about the passion, songs about bell ring. Boom, disco key, we rock it till the morning. What we do?
It's Craig Button, Hockey Insider on TSN. In the meantime, I don't know if I'd call my man an insider, but I love the aggression coming on social media from our own Jim Costa. He's tweeted out two things in the last hour. One is a picture of the air quality map in the state of Michigan with the ranking of air quality in different areas. It's one of those heat maps with the purple zone, the red zone, the yellow zone, the green zone.
And the white zone is for unloading and loading only.
Yes. Costa tweets, fun fact, the smoke in the air isn't from the wildfires in Ontario, Quebec. It's from Steve Yzerman roasting Pierre Dorion in trade talks.
Wow.
And then he also tweeted out, Happy Alex DeBrincat Day with a picture of DeBrincat.
Costa's all in on DeBrincat, huh?
He is. He is. I thought it was very clever. Well played by our guy. But I said we'd get to what Pierre LeBrun has
look, if you're going to quote Pierre LeBrun, you do it.
Yes. We've learned our lesson over the years about this was early days. It wasn't early days of social media. It was early days of social media fake accounts where Gator.
Go ahead. Have your fun.
Gator read that Matt Niskanen had signed with Detroit.
Well, because it was from the Pierre LeBrun account.
It was from a Pierre LeBrun account with like 6 followers.
Right. I didn't see that part.
Fake Pierre LeBrun. Here's what real Pierre LeBrun wrote regarding in his latest on the draft. Rumblings elsewhere. This is under the rumblings elsewhere.
Rumblings elsewhere, okay.
Detroit has been seen as a logical landing spot for Alex DeBrincat by some, and Detroit was on his list of teams. But my sense of the situation Tuesday was the Red Wings didn't feel they were close to a deal with Ottawa. I know DeBrincat had Dallas as one of his preferred destinations as well, and the Stars have had conversations with Ottawa about DeBrincat. But given the Stars' cap situation, they would need to move money out somewhere, and it's not likely the Stars can do it. They're also still talking to pending unrestricted free agent Max Domi. As I reported last week, Sens GM Pierre Dorion is fine with a 2024 first-round pick. So he never viewed this week as the deadline for a DeBrincat trade. There still is time. But again, keep in mind that whatever team wants to trade for DeBrincat, an accomplished goal scorer who's only 25 years old, he's going to cost $8.5 million to $9 million a year on an extension. Again, cap space is a problem right now almost everywhere. That's partly why this trade hasn't been that easy to pull off so far. So I did read, I don't think I read this. I think actually someone inside told me this. And it was pretty interesting information. And it was in the midst of the Bertuzzi stuff, is that in an effort to build a roster, Yzerman was we had played that soundbite earlier. from Elliot Freeman about Yzerman gets to a take it or leave it point, and then it's in your court, and he's very hard line and won't bend. And, they got there kind of with Dylan Larkin, and he agreed on a salary which had a cap figure of 8.7. And then they were talking about, I think it was Bertuzzi, that they're not breaking that threshold because Yzerman's trying to build a roster he can win with, not just collect a superstar or two and then build around. He's trying to build, and he doesn't want to exceed the Dylan Larkin 8.7. So that might give you a sense for what DeBrincat would get here in Detroit. If that is true, and I got it from somebody inside in the NHL, that that's sort of a hard and fast, self-imposed single-player cap hit cap that Yzerman has in place. Doesn't want to pay anyone more than he's paying Dylan Larkin because he's trying to build an entire roster and not just collect an elite player or two and then work around that.
Yeah, I think it makes sense unless you find somebody who's better than Larkin, then you have to.
Unless you find something that's clearly...
Yeah, DeBrincat's not that type of player.
So when one of the hangups might be that he wants more than 8.7 in terms of cap hit, but
then turn your back and say thanks or no thanks. It's just that we're not going that direction.
And by all accounts, Yzerman's comfortable doing that.
Yeah, and
he's good at the walk away. Yeah. Have you ever negotiated for anything?
Yes.
Are you good at the walk away?
I've done it. I've done it twice.
Have you?
Yes.
And what were you negotiating for?
One was a contract.
Okay.
Long time ago.
How'd that work out for you?
Well.
Good.
Well, I shouldn't say well. It a little in my favor, I should say. I suppose the walk away one. And the other was with a car.
Mm-hmm.
That worked out very well.
You said that's it. I'm walking away.
Yeah, they started playing. This is so many years ago. They started playing a game about. Hey, do you know anybody that's got the employee discount? You know anybody that works for a blank car company?
Yeah.
And I said, I really don't. He said, oh well, it's too bad because if you did, then you'd be able to get more of a discount. I'm like, well, the way you have it priced right now, it's just too much. He goes, oh, that's just too bad you don't have it. I'm like, okay, guys, I appreciate it. And I stood up, walked away from the desk. I got one step away, and the guy next to him goes, hey, I think I got one of those. I'm like, oh, do you?
Yeah.
You've got a number. Look at that.
In your back pocket.
Yeah, all right.
I always got confused by that. I got so rooked on my first car negotiation. Like, I'm not paying more than this per month. That's
Right.
it. That's all I can afford. That's it. And they agreed to my number. And when it came back, there was like, well, there's this charge. Like, you're only paying this for the car.
Right.
But there's this additional charge that comes with. And I'm like, looking
Want
at
that
it.
true code, don't you?
Well, it wasn't. It was like somehow, some way they finagled the numbers where I looked at it and it said I was paying whatever it was, $575 a month for this vehicle. And then there was a $75 a month charge that I didn't really understand what it was for. And I was like, they're like, yeah, you're only paying $575 for the car. And I'm like, but the payment on every month is going to be $650. And they're like, yeah, well, it's because of this. And I'm oh, okay. And I'm thinking to myself later, I just got completely hosed on this deal. And I had no idea, but I was like 24. So
the first car that I ever negotiated with, I didn't even have to really negotiate because it was such a great deal. It was like crazy deals. And I actually had at the time, my grandfather had a legitimate discount when he was still living. So I got the car at this great discount because of him. And that lease was up after 2 years, and I went and got the same vehicle, but a newer one. And my grandfather had just died. Still ran the number. It worked the second time. And then the third time through, I wanted to get the same car, but the car that they'd stopped producing them. And the guy, the sales rep said, look, I know he goes, I get it with the whole grandfather thing. He goes, it's not going to help because they're discontinuing the model. And frankly, the comparable model is way beyond what you've been paying. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, I recommend something else.
Well, it sounds like Yzerman's got a plan AZ or whatever it might be. Gets him that employee discount when it comes to contracts. All right, tons of feedback coming in here from Red Wing fans, and we do appreciate it. We need a massive night from Yzerman tonight. Maybe swing that DeBrincat trade. Make some other moves tonight in the draft. Come away with at least one elite player. It's from an unnamed texter.
Yeah, and DeBrincat's not elite, but he's good.
He's really good.
He's good.
Well, he's really good at scoring, and that's something that they could use.
He's had a couple of really good scoring seasons, and hopefully he's got more in him if you're going to deal for him. But I don't know. I question it.
I think this guy might be kind of right. Didn't sign his text, but an unnamed texter, or he or she, it's DeBrincat or bust, fellas. We aren't getting a better player to come here in free agency than him. We missed out on Tkachuk last year, and he's elite.
Well, he's not a free agent, and the free agent class is bad. So you're talking about trading, period.
But he's saying trading for DeBrincat is better than any free agent that we could actually get.
No, I agree. But my thing is that you're trading for it. So is DeBrincat the best guy you can get in trade?
Maybe not, but he's better. He might be better because we always talk about having to have access. When you're not a great team, you don't have access to all the free agents. When you don't have cap space, you don't have access to all the free agents.
Well,
they got cap space, but they aren't a great team.
It's one thing if you're the Oakland A's, right? Mm-hmm. It's another thing when you're an original 6 team with a brand new arena, a team that's coming off a historic 25-year run, a dynastic team and franchise. Sure, they're down right now, but I feel like the Red Wings are like the Maple Leafs. They come calling. Players are gonna answer the phone because it is Detroit. I think they can still pull them, but they definitely have to do their digging on it. They're gonna have to find a way through trade to get better players, or you go all in on the draft.
Scotty Bowman said it would take 5 years after Steve was GM for one season. So relax. Let's see what Stevie does. This is year 5. So he said. 5th. So he basically said after one season, he said it would take 5 years. So 6 years is another way to put it. This is year 5. Unnamed texter regarding the Tigers. Hinch loss stretched Manning too long. You know what? I wondered about that, but given that he had to use the bullpen for 8 1/3 the night before, and he had to go to 6 relievers the day before that, it made sense. It kind of made sense, didn't it?
Well,
to try and get another inning out of Manning.
Jason Shreve help him out?
Nope.
Did White help him out?
Well, when they went to the bullpen was not great.
Yeah.
You know who I put this squarely on? Nick Maton.
What about Nichevitz?
248-539-9797. More your feedback and phone calls. Got some Lions notes we want to get to today. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, my friends at True Sleep Mattress Store have helped thousands of people, including professional athletes like current NFL running back and former Spartan great Kenneth Walker III. Better sleep equals better performance. So join me in this journey to find a perfect specialized sleep system to improve sleep quality. Visit True Sleep in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Elliot Freeman and what might be a hang-up in the DeBrincat discussions. He was talking on the 32 Thoughts podcast. 248-539-9797. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. All right, Gator. I looked at something, and we often talk as it pertains to the NFL draft on doubling down. You know, where you take two guys, something same about a position or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you the ultimate NHL double down in the draft tonight. Are you ready?
I am ready.
At 9, the Red Wings select Oliver Moore, center, U.S. National Development Program.
Okay, Oliver Moore. Oliver Moore played 61 games, had 31 goals, 44 assists, 75 points, 26 penalty minutes.
Mm-hmm. And at 17, the Red Wings select Oliver Bonk, right-handed defenseman. Doubling down on Olivers tonight. How do you feel about it?
Oliver Bonk?
Mm-hmm.
That who you're going with?
I'm going to double down on
Doubling
Olivers.
down on the Olivers.
The only other Oliver I could find that's anywhere close to a first-round pick.
I'm looking at the top 32. I don't see him there.
No.
Bonk. Is he? Oh, there he is. He's rated 26 by Pronman.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he's related to Radek Bonk. Remember him?
Yeah. Well, let me see what I got. Yeah, he's a
son of the longtime NHL player Radek Bonk.
6'2", 180.
All right. But he's a defenseman.
Yep.
I like where your head's at.
Do you?
Yeah, except I just don't. I don't know if they're going to go with the defenseman.
I don't know if they're going to go with two Olivers.
I don't think. Oliver Moore is a top 10 rated player. I like. Here's where I'm going to go with doubling down.
Okay.
Doubling down on 50 goal scorers. My guy at 9, I'm hoping he's there, is Will Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Probably won't be. So there's Will Smith or Ryan Leonard. Both guys played for the U.S. National Under-18 team. Both guys had 51 goals this past season.
I suspect one is significantly more jiggy than the other.
Probably.
Yep.
And at 17, and I really hope this guy is there, but probably won't be, even though he's rated by Elite Prospects as 18. Gabe Perreault scored 53 goals, had 79 assists in 63 games with the U.S. national team.
So it's funny, getting ready for this, Gabe Perreault was, our guy Brian Fisher who works here and does the Locked On Red Wings podcast, he was talking about how Gabe Perreault is an elite finisher. Then I did a little more scouting and saw that Gabe Perreault was listed as an elite playmaker. Oh. I'm like, so he's a finisher and a playmaker. He can shoot and he can pass.
Nearly a goal a game and more than an assist a game guy. So, yeah, he had a hell of a season. 132 points in 63 games. Will Smith had 127 points in 60 games, more than 2 points a game. And Ryan Leonard was 94 points in 57 games. I think that U.S. national under-18 team was pretty good.
Yeah. So, it's funny because, in all seriousness, on the Olivers, I am interested in one of them, and it's Oliver Moore. And the reason is if you, just look for who's the best skater in the draft, okay? So for those of you that, imagine first-round talent with Andreas Athanasiou's speed. Because this guy, Oliver Moore, is considered an elite skater.
Okay.
Best skater in the draft. So if they're going to sit there at 9, that sounds like I'd be mad. If they're at 9 and still drafting at 9, Oliver Moore seems to be a guy that's in the range of, and I like guys that can skate, and I feel like it. The idea of pairing him on a line with Dylan Larkin, try and keep up with that. But isn't the dream scenario Matvei Mishkov falls to them?
Yeah, I think, by the accounts where people say he's the best Russian prospect to come out of the draft since Alex Ovechkin, you think there's some great players, whether it was Tarasenko or Barkov. There's been some great players, and Kucherov, some really good Russian players. And this guy's supposed to be
been no shortage.
Yeah, the best since Ovechkin. There's a lot to like there, and that's superstar caliber, and that's what I'm looking for. That's what if I'm Steve Yzerman, I'm trying to hunt it down. You don't want to give up too much to get it, but at the same time, this is your opportunity to go get that superstar player. Go get that guy that has that incredible high upside. And beyond that, I want goal scorers. I understand what you're saying about speed. Speed's great. Speed kills. It's awesome. and I know nothing about Oliver Moore other than looking at a stat sheet, right? Playing with these same guys that we've already mentioned. The 31 goals in 61 games sounds great, but when you compare that to the other 3 guys we mentioned who are all 50-goal scorers, if he's got that elite speed, why wasn't he finishing? Maybe it's because he wasn't playing on that top line with those guys. I don't know, but he's got that elite speed. I'm interested. You've got, my ears are listening to you. That's why I'd love for them if there's a way to get into the top 10 again. And I'm sure there is. They've got the draft capital to do it if they wanted to move up. If you want to move up from 9 to 6, I think you can do that. If you want to move from 17 to 10, I think you can do that too. They've got 3 second-round picks, and they're early. They're in the early 40s. They've got 2 first-round picks next year. If you want to throw one of those in the mix so that you can move up in this one, do it.
Feedback coming in via Twitter. We asked people what they would want at 9. Bill Ramey says they need a center like Braden Yeager, but I think Yzerman opts for Zach Benson. From Raymond, there's only one guy I want in the NHL draft. Russian Darkman, Matvei Mishkov. A complete mystery man. Could be great, could be a bust. Russian Darkman needs to be a wing. Well, and then he includes a gif of Peter Griffin in a negotiation.
Anytime you see Peter Griffin, I'm just going to start laughing.
I think it was, I remember this because I remember the line. I remember the scene. I think he was at a timeshare, and he was doing a timeshare presentation, and they offered him a boat or what was in the mystery box.
And he took the mystery box.
And he said to Lois, the boat or the mystery box, he's like, let's take the box. You don't know what could be in there. It could be a boat.
Could be. You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Ryan says Ryan Leonard, a big, capable winger who can score a lot. Yep. Luke says Zach Benson or Oliver Moore for speed, puck handling. Matthew Wood if you prefer size and goal scoring.
All these guys are
and then Mike
highly thought of.
Mike doesn't like the topic. Sorry, Mike.
Okay.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, what do you want the Red Wings and Steve Yzerman to do tonight? More feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Is Fedorov's number in the rafters? Might be a problem with the Russians. That's from Gary at work.
Sadly, it's not, but I think the relationship has gotten better over the years. Sergei's participated in these alumni games,
reunions and stuff.
Yeah, he's done some of that. Larionov certainly is still in good standing. Pavel Datsyuk, good standing.
Mm-hmm. Unnamed texter, Zadina and 17 for DeBrincat, I'm hearing. Okay, well, I mean, I know Zadina's name has been floated out there on social media. How about re-signing Bertuzzi? That's from Jim.
I'm all about it.
Yep.
I'd love it. But what is he going to cost?
Money.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is he going to be north of 7? Is he north of 8?
I don't think, well, he's not north of Larkin.
No, he's not. So you're not getting to the $9 million range. But is he deserving of an $8 million a year contract? I think that's the reason they traded him in the first place, because they weren't going to pay him that.
Another one here. I'm all in on DeBrincat, and it needs to happen tonight. This move would go a long way in getting this team back in the playoffs. Loves the Wings talk, guy. That's from Dave. I'll take it up with Mike. And if the Wings miss the playoffs again this year, should Yzerman be considered a bust? I think it's pretty important that they make the playoffs, but I think if they somehow miss out on the playoffs but take a step forward, where they're like right on the cusp and they miss by a game or two, a point or two, I mean, it's got to be consistent progress. Things can lose momentum. Regimes can lose momentum. And it's not like college sports. In college sports, when you lose momentum, it can submarine your efforts because of recruiting. Or
torpedo them.
Torpedo them is a better term, yes. Take 2 and 3, 2, 1.
Can't have a torpedo without a submarine.
Yes. And in college sports, if you lose momentum, it can torpedo your program because of recruiting. But it's not so much in the pros, but Yzerman needs to keep the momentum up. Now, can they get better and miss the playoffs? Yes. Is that satisfactory in the eyes of fans? Probably not. It'll probably be the first time, if they're not a playoff team in a year from now, this will be the first time where there'll be some more legitimate heat being put on the general manager.
We got this text from Stoney.
Yeah?
I'm seeing Elvis Costello tonight at Meadowbrook. I hope he plays Oliver's Army for your double down. I love that song.
Drafting 2 Olivers. Moore and Bonk. Scott writes in double Olivers. Sounds like a martini order.
Does.
Mm-hmm. Kind of does. 248-539-9797. Red Wing fans, you want to continue the conversation, feel free. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the Detroit Lions. Some interesting notes, including one of their acquisitions. Somebody throwing some shade at them. But are they right? We'll get to that at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Wednesday in Detroit. How was your Tuesday? Anything exciting last night, Gator?
Exciting. Let's see.
Is watching the Tigers exciting? Can be.
It can be.
Dude, did you laugh out loud when Torque hit the home run? The ratio of a player getting ripped on this show to performing that next game is close to 1-to-1.
We're doing well with that. I did a little chuckle out. He had an earlier at bat. I don't know if you saw it. He launched a ball so high and deep in the left field foul bleachers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that were straightened out a little bit, that looked like it was going to be 450 feet at least. I mean, he just crushed it. And when he had that swing, I thought to myself, okay, if he gets another pitch somewhere inside inner half of the plate, he's going to crush it. And he did.
Mm-hmm.
And, he can do that. I just do it more consistently, man. Find a way. Because obviously when we talk about it, consistency means you're good.
Yep.
If you're consistently good. So be that. Please be that guy. AJ Hinch said afterwards that he had a big smile on his face, big sigh of relief. He's got today off.
After the home run? He had the big smile on his face? Okay,
yeah. He's got today off. Yeah, not after the game. He didn't lose the game.
Right. Just seeking clarification there.
They were giving him a scheduled day off. They're facing a right-handed pitcher. So it's something we talked about the last couple of days because he's been struggling. Mm-hmm. Why not give him a day or two off against right-handed pitching, let him kind of, decompress there and then go back out there when he needs to.
Well, the Torque previous at bat, he struck out looking, and they did it. There was a tight shot of his face, and it was one of those. I don't know what the F is going on. Looks like how did I think he was more mad at himself than the call. It was clearly a strike, and I'm just like, man. And then wasn't it a 2-strike pitch he hit out even?
I think it was.
Yeah. So it was a good moment.
Yeah.
Moments later, the Tigers gave up 5.
I realized after the game that, I know you've been very supportive of the camera angle.
The dead center?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
You don't?
No. Because it just changes your look at it. So I'm thinking pitchers are high and way out of the zone or way inside and out of the zone, and they're not. And I can't really tell that.
If only they had a way of determining where the strike zone was on a TV broadcast.
Yeah, but the problem with that square is it looks like initially that it's not hitting the square, and then later on you're like, that hit the square? It's just, I don't know. It's tough for me. It was tougher for me
Fair
to pick
enough.
up.
Like I said, I can't pick up fly
I'm
balls.
sorry, Doug. God bless me with his horrible eyesight. I can't do anything about it. I mean, you want to go ahead and make fun of my eyes? Make fun of my eyes. That's good. Go ahead.
No,
You're a big man, Doug Karsch. You're a big man.
The thing about it is, I can't make out fly balls in that place. So
yeah, I really struggled with that strike zone last night.
Do you?
Yeah,
but you don't
from
struggle.
that angle.
You don't struggle with the fly balls.
Not as much.
Yeah,
no.
that's where I am.
I mean, in an actual field of play, yes, my depth perception's terrible. So
right,
don't put me in the outfield, coach.
You're not ready to play?
I'm not ready to play in the outfield.
All right, here's feedback on the Wings before we get to some Lion stuff. The Wings are ready to take the next step, and that means a player who is in the league now, not waiting on a draft pick to develop. Anaheim and Columbus can wait. Detroit can't. Next text from Car Guy Mike. Hey, guys, what about Carlson over DeBrincat? Okay, so Erik Karlsson.
Defenseman.
Yeah, a great one at that. 33 years old and apparently being shopped around.
And comes with an $11 million price tag.
He's one of the few players, though, where you're like, okay. Vegas odds on Erik Karlsson, his next team, if not the San Jose Sharks. Vegas put out odds on Erik Karlsson, Patrick Kane, and Vladimir Tarasenko. Next team, if not their current team. In Karlsson's case, the Sharks. In Kane's case, the Rangers. Tarasenko's case, the Rangers. Do you think Detroit shows up on any of those lists?
Yeah, I think they show up on Karlsson's list, and the other two probably not.
You would be exactly correct. Ottawa is 2-1 for Karlsson.
His former home.
Buffalo is 3-1.
I would imagine because of Swedish influence they have there, Rasmus Dahlin and other players.
Play next to the big dog, Owen Power. Seattle is 4-1. Florida's 5-1. Edmonton 6-1. Toronto is 15-2. Detroit is 10-1.
Saying there's a chance. Well, Detroit has a package that they could send. Absolutely, that would entice San Jose to make the trade. But do you want to add an $11 million a year player who's not in his 20s? Nowhere near that. A lot of mileage. He's coming off his best year ever. I mean, 100-point season for a defenseman. It's unheard of unless your name's Paul Coffey.
A name texter. Are you sure Russian Darkman isn't the next Taro Sugimoto? I was like, who the hell is Taro Sugimoto? So I did a Google search.
Yes.
And he shows up on the Elite Prospects page. And I'll read the following. Fed up with what he considered a tedious draft process, Buffalo Sabre GM George Punch Imlach decided to have some fun at the NHL's expense by announcing the name of a fictional Japanese player, Taro Sugimoto. Imlach claimed Sugimoto was a star center for the Tokyo Katanas of the Japanese League. Not knowing any better, the league went ahead and made the pick official, and all major media outlets, including the Hockey News, reported it as a legitimate pick. It was not until weeks later that Imlach told the truth about the pick. He admitted that he found the name Taro Sugimoto in a Buffalo phone book, and the team name, the Tokyo Katanas, translates to English as the Tokyo Sabres. The NHL would eventually change the pick to an invalid claim for the official record-keeping purposes, but this was after Sugimoto's name had appeared in several of the NHL guided record books prior to the 89-90 season.
That is great.
Sabres, however, still includes Sugimoto in their official team media guides.
I have a NHL record and fact book, and I think I used to collect them. I think I still have the first one I got, which is from the 89 season, I think. I wonder if there's anything about him there. That would be hilarious if there is. 5'9", 165 out of Osaka, Japan.
Mm-hmm.
That is brilliant.
There is a link to the draft of 1974. Let me see if I can find what round Sugimoto went in. Yeah, he went in the 11th round in 1974.
Do you see any other notable players there in the 11th round?
Not that I'm recognizing. Dwayne Bray.
Never heard of him.
Mitch Babin. Serge Gamlin. Randy Montgomery. Only one guy in that. Mitch Babin played one game, I think, for St. Louis.
That's a great story. Punch Imlach, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Punch.
Yep. Another one here. Fellas, all this talk about the Red Wings history with Russian players. Guys, it's 2023. The history does not matter in sports anymore. That's from Nick. Nick, I think you're misinterpreting this. It's not about – it's the Red Wings. This guy is a bit of a mystery. People aren't really sure his level of interest in the NHL. Can he get out of his contract? Will the K let him out of his contract? The Red Wings have so many Russian ties that any mystery we have a better chance of getting to the bottom of. It's not about anything else other than if anybody can find out about Russian Darkman and any mystery surrounding him, it feels like we got guys who coach over there in the KHL.
Well, I would agree with everything you said, and I would disagree with the texter in there too. No, they are relevant. These are legends of the game. Russian players grow up thinking about and idolizing guys like Sergei Fedorov and Pavel Datsyuk. They grew up hearing the legendary stories of the Russian Five with Fetisov and Larionov. You know, Fetisov has been involved he's like the commissioner of sport or something, or at least was in Russia. Fedorov is a heralded coach in the KHL, coach of the year. They've got tons of contacts there. Absolutely. And the fact that they all played for the Wings, I think it matters.
All right, apologize. We ran out of time. We do have somebody throwing shade at one of the Lions' bigger offseason acquisitions. Are they correct? We'll get to that at 11:20. I'm ready to fight him, Gator.
Are you?
Ready to fight him. It's 97.1 the ticket.
Hey, tired of maintaining your old tired deck? Well, rise above maintenance with Trex composite decking From Builder's First Source. Trex decking is fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant. If you got red wine spills or scorching sun, don't worry about it. Trex decking maintains its premium ageless look no matter what you throw at it, with decking to fit any budget. Find Trex composite decking at Builder's First Source in Clinton and Shelby Townships, and also online at bldrmichigan.com. Builder's First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
Yeah, it was cool. And I was fired up for about in the neighborhood of 5 to 7 minutes before it all fell apart. But hey, it was cool while it lasted. They tied it up, and then the bullpen didn't have their best outing, which isn't a huge surprise. A lot has been asked of them of late. Long season, man, long season. So saw this on Twitch for people at twitch.tv watching the show. There's all kinds of ways you can take us in. Of course, you can tune in to 971theticket.com. You can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download for your mobile device today. This is getting more and more popular. People love it. So AUDACY, then you can listen to the show anywhere. You can watch the show on YouTube or Twitch. We pay attention a lot to the streaming chat on Twitch. And so you can see us. And people are asking about your shirt, Gator. Gator's wearing a shirt today. If you want to see it, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. The shirt is what, a bear playing a guitar?
It's yeah, you see it every day. A grizzly bear playing a bass guitar.
Mm-hmm. What's the story behind the shirt? Gator's a guitar guy for people who don't know.
I saw this shirt online of Frankenstein playing a guitar, so I thought that was cool. And I looked at the other shirts they had, and then they had the bear playing a bass. So how am I not supposed to get a bear playing a bass? Actually, I have Godzilla playing a guitar, the bear playing a bass. I didn't get the Frankenstein one because I figured that was too much.
Yeah.
All this.
So you just went with the bear.
Yeah. Now, if Frank were playing the drums, maybe I would have gotten that, but didn't see it.
Okay. So that's the story behind your shirt.
Yeah, I thought it was a cool shirt.
Yep. There you go. So hopefully that helps those watching. You can check it out.
And if you're wondering, Lois did not attack Doug's hat.
This hat is
but it
worn
looks like it.
very specifically because of the criticism my hat yesterday took.
So you went with the beat up pink hat with a cow in the front.
Yep.
Even though it's really not beat up, it's relicked.
Actually, this one is legitimately beat up.
Oh, is it legitimate?
Yeah, the brim did not have this crooked. This was a packing issue.
I meant the holes in it.
I don't remember if they came with it. It's a pretty old hat.
Okay.
But it's I packed poorly once. Like if you're packing hats and it bent the brim all kinds of wrong directions.
Yeah, I can understand.
But you were very critical of the non-shaped brim yesterday.
No, that's a good hat right there.
So I came back with this one. And oh my, the irony.
Yeah.
Oh, the hat. Yeah.
It's
so
thick.
It's
as thick as the air outside.
Yep. So if you want to see Gator shirt or my hat, both animal related, twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, or YouTube, search up 971 The Ticket. So. No, it's not my wife's hat, Ken.
Oh. It's got the cow on there, which is great.
Yeah. All right. So Bill Barnwell, ESPN NFL writer, put together a list of every organization in the NFL, the ranking of their weapons, their offensive weapons. So he puts, I take a close look at the playmakers for each of the NFL's 32 teams, and I rank them worst to first for what could be the 2023 campaign, all else being equal. He says, this is a thought exercise. I say could and not will, of course, because it's a thought exercise, or as we like to call it here at the station, a think piece. So in this think piece, he has the Lions' weapons. You've seen it, right? You saw where they're rated. You sent the Lions' weapons. Actually, let's take some text. Where do you think, in terms of skill position players, where do you think the Lions rank?
So running backs, tight ends, wide receivers. Not quarterbacks, not offensive line, just running backs, tight ends, receivers.
A couple of the things of the methodology. This is only about on-field performance for the coming season. Injury, history, and suspensions matter. Wide receivers are weighted more heavily than running backs or tight ends. And the focus is on elite players and the team's top 5 contributors. Text this will take 10 texts. We do this every once in a while. Where do you think the Lions' skill position players, minus quarterback, their weapons, rank? Basically, where do you think what Jared Goff has to work with ranks? And it doesn't include the offensive line. First 10 texts at 248-539-9797. We will we'll see how close people come to their actual ranking. So, Greg, you can handle that. Thank you, sir. But here's what he writes in part about the Lions. While talking of using running backs in the slot is overblown, the Lions might have no choice but to give first-round pick Jahmyr Gibbs a meaningful role in the passing game to take some of the early season pressure off St. Brown. Gibbs should have an immediate role in the offense and eventually take away the primary job from free agent addition David Montgomery, who was ordinary with the Bears. Gibbs is a likely upgrade on traded back DeAndre Swift, but Montgomery is a downgrade from Jamal Williams, who is much closer to a league average back over the past 2 seasons. So first of all, he calls Jamal Williams much closer to a league average back, and he says Montgomery is a downgrade from that.
Yeah, I think that's crap. I think that the year that Jamal Williams had last year for the Lions was really good. I mean, the 17 touchdowns is phenomenal. The 4 yards a carry and 1,000 yards was good. Wasn't great. It was good.
Mm-hmm.
But even the Lions' offensive staff has said they left meat on the bone when it came to the running game. because plays were blocked well. They just didn't get enough out of it because the running backs weren't up to snuff. Either DeAndre Swift wasn't running where he should have run, or Jamal Williams wasn't fast enough to get through the hole. What makes David Montgomery better than Jamal Williams is his ability to make guys miss or to break that first tackle and get to the second line. Now, his yards per carry isn't anything special. Over his career is 3.9, right? Mm-hmm. It's right there with Jamal Williams. But look what Jamal Williams has had to work with in his career. Running behind the Green Bay Packers offensive line when it used to be healthy was a good line. Running behind the Lions offensive line the last couple of years, we know the Lions offensive line is very good. Some would say it's top 5. Lots of people would say it's top 5 offensive line. Think the Bears offensive line is any good?
It was one of the worst in the league going into last year.
Exactly. So David Montgomery running behind the Lions offensive line, I think you'll see better numbers. I definitely think you'll see better. If he carries the ball 200 times this year, I'd look for him to have anywhere between 900 and 1,000 yards.
Yeah, I mean, look, part of this is confirmation bias, and I will admit it. And you come into this, you sit down in these chairs, and you sit down with all kinds of biases. But part of it is you get to, hey, here's a belief that I have. One of my beliefs years ago was that David Montgomery would be a great NFL back when I saw him play at Iowa State. Not a good one, a great one. Then he goes to Chicago, and they have deficiencies up front, and he's been good. He has not been great by any stretch of the imagination. But I also think, one thing I get very stubborn is we call flag planting. You just plant your flag and you stand behind your point. It's really easy to change your opinion with what your eyes show you every given day. Anybody can do that. So we tend to be pretty stubborn here. And I get very stubborn. I believe it. I still believe it. And I think, getting behind a upgraded offensive line is going to make this guy, I don't think he's going to look good. I think he's going to look great. And I might go up in flames with this opinion, but it's my opinion. I'm sticking with it. And as a confirmation bias or perhaps being too stubborn, it might be. But I don't think why do you think the Lions would have let Jamal Williams walk and went and got David Montgomery if they had any doubts?
I don't think they have any doubts. I don't have any doubts. I think Montgomery's the better back. I think Jamal Williams was fine with what he did with the Lions last year. He did exactly what he did with the Packers in yards per carry. He was a 4-yard per carry average guy in 4 years at Green Bay, and he was a 4-yard per carry average guy with 2 years with the Lions. This past year, the difference was that he had 17 touchdowns. Mm-hmm. He had never had more than 4 rushing touchdowns in a single season prior to that. Now, he had a career high in carries by a significant margin. He had 110 more carries than he'd ever had prior, and that gave him those opportunities. And that was it. Lions get the ball in goal line situations, hand it to him, boom, touchdown. He was automatic like that. And that's great. But you want more out of the running game when you're, between the 20s. Can you get yards, big yards? And he got enough. He had 1,000 yards on the season, but it's a 17-game year. He played all 17 games, averaged 63 yards a game. That's nothing special. Can Montgomery do better? I think he can. I think the combination, that's really where we were talking about, the combination of Gibbs and Montgomery should far surpass what we saw from Swift and Williams. Swift was banged up. Williams was, average in terms of, between the 20s, but he was above average when it came to goal line situations. He was money last year. Can't take that away from him.
No, he's an asset. He was an asset, and I don't want to downgrade him either.
But even with his 17 touchdowns last year, in his career, he's had 38 touchdowns, rushing and receiving. In his career, David Montgomery has had 30 touchdowns, rushing and receiving, and he's played 2 years less. So, and he didn't have the big year of 17. Let's see what he can do this year and blow it out of the water, and Brian Barnwell will have to rethink what he said.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson will get to the 10 texts and tell you where the Lions skill position players rank in the NFL. That at 11:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Here's feedback coming in regarding where the Lions skill position players rank. And by the way, we're talking about a variety of things, including the Red Wings draft. Tonight, 7 o'clock. Do they move for Alex DeBrincat? Do they trade a draft pick from next year's draft to get him? Are other things afoot with Steve Yzerman? Red Wings are a prime candidate to be a mover and shaker today. And it's all about the pipeline, the cap space, what appears to be a general manager that wants to give a little gas to this rebuild, pick up the pace a little bit. And they're one of the few teams in the league that has cap flexibility. I was reading the Elliot Friedman story earlier today, and he said that one of the things that's really slowing stuff is how hard it is to move salary on this cap. One NHL GM told him about moving money in the current climate, told Pierre LeBrun, of The Athletic.
Don't fall for that.
No. It's ridiculous how hard it is. Not for Detroit, but for others.
Yeah, well, because the NHL actually has a cap. Mm-hmm. The NFL, you can finagle. You got removable years, all types of stuff to get around it. The NBA, you've got a luxury tax you can get into. Baseball doesn't have a cap. So it's tough. News from the Detroit Red Wings. You heard Ken Kal during the break. They're talking about a draft day party. So the Red Wings tweeted this out 45 minutes ago. Due to continued poor air quality in the area and for the safety of our fans, tonight's Hockeytown draft party at Little Caesars Arena has been moved indoors. The doors to the arena are going to open up at 6 o'clock. Many of the events and activities originally planned for the Chevrolet Plaza will now take place in the Via Concourse or the main seating bowl. So
I feel like we spent a good portion of the last 3 to 4 years
been waiting
getting outdoors. Everybody needs to gather outdoors, and now we're telling, hey, time to gather indoors.
Well, I mean, if you've been out there, you know why. It is thick air. It's not good. It's nasty with the pollutants in the air because of the unfortunate fires. But so party's still going on. They're just going to have it indoors at the LCA instead of outdoors on a plaza, which is the other thing. We've been waiting forever to have something happen at that plaza outside, like great events, like playoff stuff.
Plaza unused again,
right? can't get it going tonight, but you will at the go ahead and head down to LCA. It should be a lot of fun.
All right, feedback coming in. Unnamed texter says the Lions skill position players ranked 15th. Another one says 17th. Matt W says 22nd. Mike S says 16th. Tom in Canton says 9th. Dan says the Lions ranked 13th in skill position. Kevin in Trenton says 7th. Sean says, I think 14th. Decent wide receiving core and depth at all positions. Chris in Tecumseh says 21st. Austin says 18th. Those were the first 10 texts that came in. According to Bill Barnwell, the Lions wide receivers, running backs, and tight ends rank 16th in the NFL. I find it really interesting because I see more and more as the offseason progresses, Gator. Tell me I'm wrong on this. Mm-hmm. The Lions as a team are getting unprecedented love. But when it comes to individual rankings, we don't get that much love. Like, people don't rank Jared Goff in the top 5 quarterbacks, and I'm not saying he belongs. We certainly don't rank our skill position players that high. The wide receiving core is questionable.
Well, you've got a really good one. And then you've got
a bunch of dudes,
a bunch of guys.
I mean, is there any position on defense that ranks very high?
Probably not. I think there's potential.
There's
potential with the pass rushing now that they've got these guys that are healthy, and there are a bunch of them.
Like one of the hottest teams in the offseason, and the only position group that gets love is the offensive line, which is important. Don't get me wrong, but they're kind of in conflict with one another, aren't they?
A little bit. I'm just, I'm looking at these rankings and seeing what teams are ahead of them. They've got Atlanta ahead of them. Mm-hmm. And he cites, well, look at each position group. I mean, they've used a top 10 pick on running back with Bijan Robinson, wide receiver with Drake London, and then the tight end Kyle Pitts. Mm-hmm. And then it references the Lions. It's the first time since the Lions used 3 top 10 picks back on Eric Ebron, and I forget who the other 2 players were at the time, but they were on their teams. And I just okay. So Atlanta ahead, interesting with position group players, but the Lions have the better quarterback. Lions have the better offensive line. Okay, then I'm looking at a team that's there at 14, New Orleans. Alvin Kamara, hang another year on Alvin Kamara. How effective is he going to be? You hang another year on Michael Thomas, who keeps getting further and further away from that magical year he had a few years ago. They had Jamal Williams, but even in his assessment, he says Williams actually generated 4 fewer first downs than expected a year ago by NFL Next Gen Stats model and 61 fewer rushing yards than an average back would have gained over his 2 seasons in Detroit. And yet he's going to use him as the example why David Montgomery is good. It's a little finagled. But I would say this. Based on those 3 groups, we've got untested rookie tight end, a cobbled together tight end room of 3 guys that were capable enough that actually in the aggregate were better than what Hockenson was doing. So the tight end room looks okay, with potential to be good if Laporte is good. The running backs, I think the running backs are good. I think they're top half in the league. But the wide receiver room, I get it. Until Jamison Williams shows that he can perform on the field, you don't know. You've got Amon St. Brown and a couple of guys. I get it. But the fact that the Lions have this great offensive line, a top 10 quarterback, arguably a top 10 quarterback, and somebody who certainly works well with his coordinator and the team around him.
Without a doubt. I'm
okay if they want to put the Lions middle of the pack with
none of this stuff
position group with the skill level players, because maybe it's probably right where they are with that group.
I'm losing zero sleep over rankings. But here's if you want to feel a little bit better, CBS Sports came out with their top position groups in the league. Okay, so this is like out of all the position groups, what is the single best position group in the league?
For the Lions?
No, for the entire league.
The best position group in the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line.
They rank number 2. And we're not going to do the whole guessing game for the entire league. It's an unfair, it's a big ask to just off the top of your head. Number 1 is the Bengals wide receivers.
Okay.
Number 2 is the Eagles offensive line. Number 3 is the Packers backfield. Number 4 is the 49ers backfield. Number 5 is the Seahawk wide receivers. Number 6, Dallas wide receivers. Number 7, Dolphins wide receivers. Number 8, Eagles wide receivers. Number 9, Lions offensive line. So it ranks, and these are only position groups. I apologize. They're offensive position groups.
So the Lions offensive line is second to the Eagles.
Yeah.
And it's a top 10 position group overall.
And offensive position group in the league.
According to CBS.
According to CBS.
I can buy that.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's like I said, none of this really matters. It's about having the best team going out on the field and being the best team. Well, and, the Lions have a chance to be exactly that in this division, which is kind of feels like is what clearly matters most.
If that offensive line is as good as advertised, if Frank Ragnow can keep it together and play for his season and deal with the pain that's in that foot, and we know it's got to be really painful, but do that. If Halapoulivaati Vaitai, I tried to pull a Karsh there.
Halapoulivaati?
Yeah. Vaitai, if he's able to play the full season at right guard and looks good, like as advertised a few years ago when they signed him, then those running back room rankings are going to jump way up because those guys are going to have a field day. I mean, if they run for 5 yards a carry or something crazy like that, and the Lions all of a sudden elevate their game rushing from 120 yards a game, and now they take it to like 150 a game, 160 a game, look out what this offense can do. It takes all the pressure off of this receiving core that probably is feeling a little bit of pressure going into the season, knowing that, Chark isn't here. It's Marvin Jones, and Marvin Jones is not DJ Chark. I love Marvin Jones, but he's not DJ Chark. And they still don't have J-Mo. So can these guys get it done? Yeah, they can, because the running backs are going to carry the heavy load.
Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Craig Reynolds, Jamar Jefferson, Mo Ibrahim. Could be a pretty good group.
Yeah.
I mean, and people, Big Ten people know about Mo Ibrahim. And Mo Ibrahim could be real interesting. Wouldn't count him out.
No, he was great each and every week. Everybody knew when you played Minnesota what was going to happen. What's the game plan against Minnie, Doug?
Stop Mo Ibrahim.
Why?
Because he's going to get the ball 30 times a game.
Okay. Did many teams stop him?
No.
No. He was like 100 yards a game. Write it down.
I mean, Ohio State did when he snapped his Achilles.
Well, that's different.
Yeah. But other than that. All right, Gator. This has been discontinued. I wonder if you ever tried it. I'd never heard of it, but it sounds like something that you would have loved. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. It's in the snack food category.
Oh.
We'll get to that today at 11:47. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Hey, stay tuned all day long for any developments regarding the Red Wings and the draft. They seem to be a prime candidate, Steve Eisenman, to make some maneuvers. We'll let you know. We'll be all over it today. You're on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
You know what sucks? Like when you go on your phone and you do a search and you're searching for like carpet cleaners, right? And then you find what you're looking for, no problem. And then you go and you're on your phone a little bit later on in the day, and next thing you know, you are just inundated with carpet cleaner ads. You don't want that, right? I'm tired of these creepy ads that follow you around, seemingly for no reason, but that because you search for this, now you're getting it just flooded with them. Well, if you use DuckDuckGo as your browser, you're going to be able to conduct private searches with the help of tracker blockers. They're going to help to prevent the spies that are on your searches. DuckDuckGo private search is available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. Keep your searches and browsing activity more private and download it today for free in the App Store or visit DuckDuckGo.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Tons of feedback coming in on a variety of topics. There's no chance that Leonard or Smith are there at 9, but Moore at 9 is the dream. He tested ahead of Connor McDavid in skating. Could be the best skater the NHL has seen since they started testing for skating. That's from an unnamed texter.
Oh, boy.
I have a buddy who watches all these 18 and under tournaments and is madly in love with Oliver Moore and Moore. That's a little confusing. Oliver Moore and Ryan Leonard. I would love to move up. He did Oliver and put a comma between his first name and last name. Oliver Moore and Ryan Leonard. I'd love to see him move up for Leo C. Rangers were talking about the Tigers. The Rangers were 60-102 in 2021 and finished 35 games back. They had a quick rebuild, just saying. Yeah, in year one.
The Rangers have a quick turnaround?
Yeah.
Did they get the benefit of any kind of draft?
I'm talking about he's talking about the Texas.
Oh, I thought he was talking about the New York
Texas
Rangers in the draft and all that.
No, they went 60-102 in 2021 and finished 35 games back. They had a quick rebuild, just saying. We are in year one of Scott Harris. I do hope that he can put together a reasonably quick rebuild.
Yeah, it would be really nice to do that. We're waiting for this. It got delayed with pitching injuries for sure. We need Torkelson to be Torkelson. We need him to be the guy that we drafted
Give it up,
first.
Dude. Give it up, dude.
Be that guy. Be that guy. Get Riley Green back. Be that guy. You know, I think about Colt Keith and if he's like, how many weeks does he need to play at AAA if he's hot? Let's say he gets to AAA.
No,
and he's got an OPS.
Answer. No, I'm glad.
Okay, his OPS is over 900, and he's been there for a month.
How many weeks though?
Yeah.
You asked me.
4, yeah,
1.
Okay. You're that in? No, but I mean, in seriousness, if we're at trade deadline, which is the end of July, so that gives him 4 weeks time to play at AAA. If he is dominant again, do you bring him up August 1st?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to wait too long. I'm desperate. I'm a Tigers fan. I want to see exciting players. And I recognize he's going to have to do it and prove it that he can do it at that level. I'm confident he's going to. I'm excited to see what he can do when he makes his debut tonight, I believe. So him and Malloy, can Malloy pick it up and get back to hitting like he did in April? That'd be nice.
Dave in Northville writes in, isn't it pathetic we still are talking about Torque and his inconsistencies at the plate? Dude has had a good sample size, and I'm still not impressed. I mean, you know, we did a whole probably segment worth of Torque grievance yesterday, and he went out and hit a home run. By no means does that mean he's arrived, okay? But he's a player that much is expected, as it should be. And it's still relatively early, but it's not early. I mean, we do have a decent sample size, so I hear you.
He's played a little bit more than a full season, right? 187 games under his belt. He's got 17 home runs and 63 RBIs, and he's hit .210 with a .632 OPS. Nothing special. But going from one year to the next, we've seen improvement. It just hasn't been enough.
No.
The 604 OPS last year, it's 666 right now. The number of the beast.
Yeah, well.
A little scary there. But let's round up. 667 for his OPS. It's a significant increase. Unfortunately, it's significant in the 600s. You want to see that kind of increase if it's in the 700 or 800s, and you'd be like, wow, there you go. Jump from one year to the next. But let the season play out. If at the end of the season, if that number is where it's at right now or below, I'll be disappointed. This is a guy who's got a ton of power. He's got a lot of talent when it comes to hitting the baseball. But for whatever reason, he wasn't seeing it all that well in the last month. Saw some good pitches last night.
248-539-9797. Unnamed texter. Well, let's get to this Lions feedback in a minute. I promise we get to this. Gator,
Doug?
I don't know if you ever tried it. Is it gone before you even had it? It's been discontinued, and fans apparently are outraged.
Oh.
I never saw this, but apparently Pop-Tarts has gotten rid of the peach cobbler Pop-Tart.
Oh, I never saw it.
I didn't either. Read the Southern-inspired flavor, just introduced in 2021, tasted like the sweet, gooey center of a warm peach cobbler paired with light and flaky pastry toppings. Fans said this was the best flavor by far, and it was one flavor that tasted like what it should. Pop-Tarts released a statement saying they have made up for it by the frosted banana bread and the frosted apple cinnamon flavors.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Frosted banana bread Pop-Tarts.
Sorry, I got a little drool there. It's a banana bread. Danny likes banana bread. As long as there's no nuts in it, I like it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Frosted banana bread, and what's the other one? Frosted apple cinnamon?
Frosted apple cinnamon, yes.
Wow. Those sound like great flavors.
They actually do.
Yeah. Like, go ahead and make the peach as well. Why not? All three sound really good. I'm not much of a Pop-Tart guy.
I'm
had
not
them
either.
in my lifetime, but there's been a long time since I bought Pop-Tarts.
Brown sugar and cinnamon is the only flavor I will have.
Pop-Tarts used to be one of the things I would get in a pinch, like running into a 7-Eleven or something like that on the way to the golf course. I need to get something. Hey, here's a big Gatorade. And, okay, I need something to eat because it's early in the morning. Okay, Pop-Tarts. Boom. And that was like the only time I would get them.
It's an emergency. For me, it's an emergency break glass breakfast food.
Yeah, same here. But banana bread might have me looking for it.
Might get in the regular rotation.
I'm just saying. I was in the grocery store last night and went by that aisle, and I just took a cursory glance at the Pop-Tarts. I didn't get anything because I was, moving through there quickly. I had other things in mind.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm going to have to keep that in mind.
So if there was one discontinued item that you would bring back, food or drink item, what would it be?
First thing off the top of my mind I could think of is grape tang.
Really?
I don't know. Just first thing that pops in my mind.
What are you, 14?
I mean, I like,
The answer to the question, by the way, the answer to the question is yes.
Mentally. No, it's just, I like the flavor of grape, like a grape water drink, and grape tang was great. But that's the first thing that comes to my mind. I'm sure I'll come up with something else. But the discontinued food items, the Marathon bar, the candy bar.
Really?
Yeah, the braided chocolate and the caramel. That was great.
Okay. I am a Sierra Nevada Otra-Vez guy, which was a summer beer that I miss desperately. Although one of the all-time shockers was Busch Light Apple. Never in a million years would I have thought I would like that. I saw it and I'm like, no, thank you. And then I tried it and I'm like, wait a second.
Did you try the Busch Light Peach?
I did.
So did I. What did you think?
I liked it.
I did too.
I'm a little disappointed in myself, but I shouldn't be because I'm not a peach guy. I never have been.
I'm not a giant peach guy, but
and yet I found myself going, wow, this is not as bad as I expected. Now,
I think it stems from reading the book James and the Giant Peach by Roald Dahl back in third grade. That had me concerned about peaches.
You read a book?
It was read to us in class.
Oh, okay.
Teacher, it was story time with Miss Hinton.
Okay.
James and the Giant Peach. Let's scare kids about what can be inside this peach. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Whole family of people living in there.
Anyway, yeah, I like the peach not as much as the apple, but I would bring back the Sierra Nevada Otra-Vez, which is a very lime-inspired summer beer.
There was a beer.
And you know who else liked it?
I liked it. But
the Otra-Vez?
Oh, I'm sorry. I never had the Otra-Vez.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anybody did. I'm asking, do you know anyone else?
No, I never
because
heard
I don't
of
know
it.
anybody else who liked it.
I'd never heard of it.
But that would be my discontinued item.
Yeah, there was a beer that used to be out of Portland, I believe.
Oregon or Maine?
Oregon.
Okay.
Thank you for asking. And it was Grant's Apple Honey Porter or something like that. It was delicious. An apple flavor and just a touch of sweetness with the honey. It was really, really good.
Well, if you want to share the discontinued item you'd like to bring back on the heels with the breaking news that apparently Pop-Tarts has discontinued peach cobbler. which we didn't even know existed. But the fans are disappointed.
Obviously, the Mexamel.
Yeah.
Taco Bell. I mean, there's a million Taco. Everything from Taco Bell. They should never discontinue anything from Taco Bell. They're all the same damn ingredients. Just come on, what are we doing?
Okay, so there is a brewing story at the Rocket Mortgage Classic, and there might be a tab to pick up. We will explain today at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson 97.1.
What are you scarfing down over there?
So, you know how we got the Blackstone Grill?
Yeah.
The boys.
The griddle?
Yeah. The boys have really taken to making chicken fried rice on it.
Solid call.
And I got to tell you, it is restaurant quality. They do a great job. They don't do much of anything around the house, as my wife will be quick to point out.
Do you have to cook the rice first? I don't know.
Yes,
know.
they cook the rice.
So you have to cook the rice first, and then you bring it out to the griddle?
My little dude in particular will eat rice all day, every day. I mean, he just loves rice. And my sister-in-law, Lisa, for his birthday, got him a rice cooker, which was very
cool.
kind. Yeah, it was a great gift. And so now but he made it. Yesterday I got home, and the rice cooker was out, and there was he had this giant thing of rice, and I'm like, what the hell is he doing? And then he told me later, yeah, I'm making dinner, chicken fried rice.
That's cool.
I showed you the video of them out in the back, putting it together. It was really, really.
I tell you, I mean, it's an easy meal and it's delicious.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just get some chicken, griddle it up, I guess. You know, chop it into little pieces, griddle it up, get the rice in there with the eggs. You want to throw some veggies in there too, some peas and carrots if you want.
I was quite surprised at how good it was, and
some scallions.
I mean, they don't cook much. My wife sent a meme to the whole family, everybody, that said, until I lived on my own, I didn't believe my mom that there was food in the fridge. Which we're like, yeah, there's plenty in the fridge. I'm hungry. Go make yourself something. The kids don't really respond quickly to that. And I was like, yes, that's 100% true. Kids do not respond to their food in the fridge, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with them over the years. But they did make the fried rice, and it was really, really good. And I got some apples with it. All right, so I mentioned this bar tab. I don't know if you remember this. I think we actually read this on the air. Back on January 8th, PGA Tour golfer Joel Dahmen tweeted out, holy cow, I can't believe the Lions are sending my Seahawks to the playoffs. Beers for everyone in Detroit this summer. So the Rocket Mortgage Classic yesterday tweeted at Joel Dahmen. Our Detroit fans haven't forgotten at Joel Dahmen.
We've got receipts.
Mm-hmm. Dahmen tweeted, how much are beers at the course this week? They're $11, Gator. So let's do a little math. How many people do you think? I mean, is it a day? How many people do you think they'll get in a day at the Rocket Mortgage Classic?
I think close to 30,000. A little concerned with the air quality, if it's going to keep some people away.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's been extended to tomorrow as well, which is the first round of the tournament.
So Joel Dahmen might be looking at a beer tab before tip of $330,000 if he buys everybody at the Rocket Mortgage Classic a beer. Now they won't all be of age.
That's a great point. So let's go to 20,000.
20,000. So still $220,000.
That's hefty.
Yep. A bar tab
for one round.
Mm-hmm. So we gonna hold him accountable for this?
Yeah.
How else do we put this?
Yeah.
What's the way to put this?
Yeah.
Yes.
If we're thinking about this, I mean, it's a lot of money, obviously, right? To do it there on the course, and that you're paying beer prices there. It's crazy. Maybe it might be worth for Joel Dahmen to find a way to see if people want to tailgate at the Wayne State parking lot where they have the shuttles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe you set up some kegs out there. Joel Dahmen kegs.
Save yourself a little bit of money.
Yeah. Like, hey guys, come on over here. I know you can't do it obviously because of the rules and laws and stuff, but that would be kind of funny if you just had set up,
liability issues.
Yeah. With part of your parking here, the fee for parking, it also includes one free cup of Joel Dahmen beer.
Is a tweet legally binding?
No.
Can it be used in court against him? Nobody's going to sue the guy, right? Let's make sure we don't do that. Let's not get too carried away.
Let's not be stupid. Let's not go all New Orleans on you.
Right.
No, I don't think it's binding.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of this stuff, people tweet stuff that's tongue in cheek, right?
Yes.
This is probably a little tongue in cheek. Although I wouldn't surprise me.
Kind of so is the question: is a tweet legally binding?
Yeah.
But it's funny because I was reading the story. And who put this out? The Loop put it out. At the end, they write, the moral of the story, never tweet.
That's not bad.
Evan said that the third place finisher wins $360,000. So you better do well this weekend, huh?
Yeah, it would behoove him to play well.
Yep.
He's a likable guy. He's the guy from that the Netflix show that I think people came away liking a lot. Kind of self-deprecating.
He was the guy that constantly was ripping on himself. He the one that said, hey, somebody's got to be the 80th ranked golfer in the world.
Right.
Like, he's cool with it.
Yeah. But
I'm
he also
the 80th ranked golfer in the world, man. I'm not that bad.
Yeah, well, pick up some more confidence. You're better than that.
People are tweeting about discontinued items because Pop-Tarts apparently discontinued a flavor we never saw, the peach cobbler Pop-Tart. The Fruit Loop and Applejack flavored Pop-Tarts are amazing. That's from an unnamed texter.
They have an Applejack flavored Pop-Tart? They had one?
Yeah, I guess.
Wow. I guess I needed to pay more attention to Pop-Tarts. Quality flavors there.
Bring back the old fried apple pies at McDonald's.
Yep, I agree with that. Those were great.
Someone says Kellogg's Danish Rings. Have you ever had Kellogg's Danish Rings?
No, but it sounds good.
First thing I thought of to bring back, High C Ecto Cooler. Is from Brad in Chesterfield.
High C Ecto Cooler was delicious.
Austin in Ann Arbor says Taco Bell's old lava taco. It was a red shell and had some awesome sauce that I miss all the time. Probably around 2009.
Sorry for your loss.
Steve on a mower says Gator, the banana bread Pop-Tarts are incredible. I highly recommend. Also, this air quality sucks.
It does suck. Yeah, be safe out there, man.
Ryan in Arizona, I want to bring back the Clark Bar, my favorite as a kid. Oh, here's one. This was a go-to as a kid. Mike in Detroit says pineapple orange flavored Faygo. Pineapple orange wasn't as readily available as some other Faygo flavors, but I do remember that when I was a kid, I was a big fan.
Yeah, you know what? That would be. I like to make drinks, Doug.
Yes.
One of my favorite drinks to make in the summertime is just simply pineapple juice and tequila with maybe some fresh lime.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to top it off with that as a soda.
Pepperidge Farms croissant pizzas, they were discontinued. They were awesome.
I remember those. I wasn't as big of a fan of those, but I could see it. I mean, there are certain textures you love, and you want to have that back.
John in Lake Orion says, I would love to see Josta soda make a comeback. Unique flavor, loaded with caffeine, and it made a great mixer.
Josta? I don't remember that. I remember Jolt, which was the highly caffeinated one.
Yep. Apple cinnamon Eggo waffles. Haven't seen them in 8+ years.
Yeah, those are good. I remember those.
I would bring back 2 chili cheese burritos from Taco Bell and citrus cooler flavored Gatorade from Jeff and Allen Park. I had a bit of an experiment with my baseball team I coach.
Yeah.
Because I was raving about the Gatorade flavor I love, the cucumber lime.
Right.
One of the kids tried it
and threw up.
Looked at me and said, "This is the single worst thing I've ever tasted."
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah,
well. You're gonna bring some in for Kang and I.
Yeah, I do need to do that. Yeah,
because we need to. Really
I just got
get to the bottom of this.
3 8-packs. So, Chris at work says, in the mid-late 90s, Frito-Lay released a nacho cheese flavored Cheetos. Almost 3 decades later, that's the one for me. My brain has not forgotten that taste.
Well, they have the chili cheese Fritos. Those are delicious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even I kind of like those.
And they have the twist, too.
The twists are fantastic.
Yeah, I like the regular ones.
Discontinued item, Baskin-Robbins Mandarin Chocolate Sherbet, a dark chocolate sherbet with a hint of orange flavor from the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Wow.
And one thing here, if we're bringing back a food item, let's see Brock's Maple Nut Goody Candies. My wife hates them, hates the smell of them, and couldn't stand it when I ate them. They are, and then it kind of, this text messed up. It said, but a ribbon of caramel.
Yeah.
To it messed with perfection. They added a ribbon of caramel. It messed with perfection.
Well, they had the nuts in there. I think that's what messed with it. Not a fan.
You
of
do
nuts.
not. No, you don't.
I mean, they're fine by themselves. I treat nuts like I treat bacon. It's good. They're fine by themselves. You don't need to add them to everything. Let's not go crazy here.
Yep. All right, this guy says he'd waive his no-trade contract. Could he end up in Detroit? We'll discuss it at 12:20 here on Karsch and Anderson, 97.1.
Play, practice, and party at 5 Iron Golf, opening up in Detroit this July. Now, this is what's happening downtown. They've got 13 TrackMan simulators, certified instructors, and a full bar and restaurant. You can join as a founding member, and you'll get 50% off your first 3 months, a free lesson, and more. Or experience a new way to play on courses like Pebble Beach with excellent food and drink specials, a private event space, and a new late night or date night activity. Go to 5irongolf.com to learn more and to tee up good times.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Wednesday. NHL draft is tonight. We dedicated the first hour of the show to that discussion. We can circle back to it if you so choose. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and your answers because we were talking about the discontinued Pop-Tart flavor, one that I'd never seen before. And it was peach cobbler. And Gator, you'd never seen it either. It sounds like something you would have loved.
I don't know. Love is a strong word when it comes to peach with me.
Mm-hmm.
Peach is okay. Mm-hmm. I'm fine with it. The banana bread one is one I'm going to be hunting down now.
You might have to do that.
Yeah, that one. And I'm not a Pop-Tart guy, but may have to change things up.
Scott writes in, did you ever hear of Tequiza? It was a Budweiser beer with agave and lime. So good, only lasted a couple years.
I do remember it. I was not a fan.
No? Somebody on Twitter tweeted us. I'll get to that in a sec. Marlon, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Marlon?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How's it going?
Doing good.
Awesome. Doug, I got a funny story about that Gatorade cucumber flavor, but
yeah,
really quick for me, if I can bring one thing back, it is a Gatorade. It's Citrus Cooler Gatorade. They used to have it every couple summers in the plastic bottle. I wish they do some kind of anniversary edition where they bring it back in a glass bottle. Michael Jordan's the face of Gatorade. He's said in numerous interviews it's his favorite flavor, so I just don't get why they don't bring back Citrus Cooler. It's fantastic.
Interesting. Okay.
Gator, really quick, I don't know if you were a fan of the Volcano Taco and Burrito, but it's actually back. They brought it back as of Monday to Taco Bell.
That's cool. I'm glad it's back. I don't think I've ever had them.
Okay.
Is it like is that a really hot sauce that comes with it?
It's the shell is red on the taco, and then they put the hot sauce in the burrito, and then they have the lava sauce you can add to it. Because I know you like Taco Bell like I do, so I wasn't sure if you were a fan or not.
I haven't had it. I may have to try it.
Yeah, it's back. I don't know how long it's going to be there, but it's back. But Doug, I had to tell you this story. So I'm obviously a huge Gatorade fan. So I was managing a place at the time when it first came out. It was like 2014 or 15. And my employee was running late, and I said, no problem. Can you just do me a favor and stop and grab me a Gatorade? He said, no problem. Which flavor? I said, any flavor. I've told this story to about 100 people. When I say any flavor, you always assume it's red or yellow or blue.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Exactly, yeah. So I'm like,
it's not a flavor, it's a color. Yeah.
Exactly. So everyone agreed with me on that. So also, the cucumber was new and the green apple was new, which I had the green apple at the time before. It wasn't bad. So he came in with the green bottle. I'm assuming it's green apple. Now, it's summertime. It's 90 degrees. My mouth is dry. He hands it to me. I didn't look at the name, took a big chug, and I'm like, what the hell is this? Well, what did you just get? And I look, and it says cucumber. It was just cucumber, nothing else. Cucumber flavored Gatorade. I'm like, why would you bring this? He's like, you said any flavor. I was like, I don't want cucumber flavored Gatorade. I could not get the taste out of my mouth. I used to smoke cigarettes at the time. I had to run out and smoke a cigarette, and I was stuck with that flavor all day, and I have never had it since. It is so bad.
He's like, I wanted to see if you would actually drink it. You said anything, I got you the worst I could think of, and we were all waiting to see what you would do.
Look, I don't claim that it's for everybody, and sorry, I don't. Sorry, you don't like it. I love it. But like I said, to each their own, and I'm not surprised that kids don't like it. Kids want like the sugary, best tasting thing possible, and this would not qualify. But I do like it. Okay. Oh, I said I'd read these tweets. One comes from our Brian Chapman. California Pizza Kitchen needs to bring back the Peking duck pizza. They got rid of it 15 to 20 years ago. Duck, scallions, fried wontons, and hoisin sauce. I always order mine without cheese because cheese is nasty and cheese doesn't belong on Chinese food.
All right. I would kind of agree that cheese doesn't belong on Chinese food, but don't say cheese is nasty.
That's what he said. I'm just reading what he wrote.
Go on, B-Chap. Be better than that.
Sean Parker on Twitter says, bring back Pepsi Twist. What was Pepsi Twist? I don't remember.
I believe they had the different flavors, like they have like lime and lemon.
All right.
Before they actually made their different ones. I could be wrong on that.
No. Okay. MLB trade rumors. Mets ace Max Scherzer could waive no trade clause for right situation, per report. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it even worth continuing?
Nope.
Okay. Kill it right then and there?
Yeah. I don't know how fast. Absolutely kill it like you would if you encountered Jason Voorhees. Decapitate it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and bury it and would throw acid on it, whatever you got to do. It ain't coming back. No.
Yeah, that's the problem. Jason Voorhees doesn't die.
Well, because nobody's done it right. I'm saying do it right. We've learned through the 15 movies. I think we figured it out. No, you don't let this even be discussed. Why would you? $40 million a year?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well,
let's check all the boxes this says no to. You got the salary, the fact he's having a crappy year, he's been hurt, and he's just trying to maneuver through the rules and all that. No.
He's 7-2 with a 3.95 ERA and a 1.17 WHIP. He'd be their best pitcher currently.
Great. With a 3.9 ERA. I don't need it.
Okay. Now,
not for $40 million a year.
Well, you wouldn't have to pay him $40 million. You have to pay him half that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
If even that. I mean, because it depends on when you get him.
Do you want Max Scherzer?
No, but I thought I'd look at it. How about this? MLB Insider floats trade of New York Mets Verlander.
There's another one who's costing you, $30 million a year.
No, he's not. You don't have him for the whole year.
Sorry. Well, I mean, I'm still searching through here with Max. You owe Max $43 million next year.
Yeah, that might be an issue.
That's a problem. That's a big problem. JV is not having a good season, although he had a pretty good outing his last outing. But
isn't he owed basically the same thing Max is owed?
Kind of. He's got a 4.11 ERA, a 1.22 WHIP. You know, those numbers are good, but he is owed $43 million next year, and then he's got a $35 million vesting option if he throws 140 innings next season. No, thank you.
So I would be more interested in Max than JV at this point. However,
he's a couple years younger.
I tend to agree with you. You know, Valenti talked yesterday about buying somebody.
Yeah.
It is amazing sometimes what you can get for very little when somebody just wants to move on from a guy or move on from a salary. I have no problem with the Tigers taking on hefty salary. They should take on hefty salary if they can get a player that improves their chances to win this division or to make a run at this division. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think they have two very divergent paths that they should follow and pursue. One is unloading talent, and one is going to get talent. I think they should look at buying or selling at the trade deadline, and basically you buy if you can't sell. You drive a hard bargain for what you have to offer. Sounds like Eduardo Rodriguez is coming back here real soon. People always want bullpen help, and the Tigers have plenty of bullpen arms to offer up. So I think you try very hard to sell at the same time as you're looking to buy. Because if you can't sell, I do want them to go for it. Now, I'm not talking about giving up, Jackson Jobe here, but I'm talking about making a quality move. One of the low-cost type of moves that Valenti was talking about yesterday in Crosstalk.
Yeah, no, I totally get that, and it's for a position player. I'm not looking to add pitching to the team because the pitching is going to take care of itself when guys get healthy. They clearly need the biggest need for the Tigers is to find a bat in the lineup, and it's not hard to find somebody that's an improvement over anybody that's in the lineup because the lineup is so bad. Give me somebody that's going to hit 275 with some power, and that's a vast improvement over what they have. But to your point about finding guys that maybe some teams are starting to look to unload some salary. Mm-hmm. What about your team, your adopted team, the Padres?
Yeah.
Okay, they got high-priced players. Juan Soto's going to be a free agent at the end of the year, after this year, I believe. And Tatis is signed forever. He's signed through 2034, and his contract is actually it's not bad. It's just long. He'll make $11 million next year. Then it jumps to 20 for the next couple of years. Then it jumps to 25 for the next couple of years, and then it's 36 for the last 6 years of the deal. So it's a long contract, but at the end of the contract, it's $36 million, and he'd be 35 years old. He's obviously a tremendous power hitter. Would the Padres be looking to unload him at all? or Soto or something like that.
So the Padres go through these patterns. It's every 6 to 7 years, they get hyper aggressive, load up on veterans, fail, break it down, suck for 5 or 6 years, get hyper aggressive, fail, break it down. This is the Padre pattern pretty much the last 25 to 30 years. And they might be in the break it down stage. I don't know who they might ship out, but they might. They're not. To think that the Tigers are closer to a playoff spot right now than teams like the Padres with all their offseason spending, with the Mets who are $350 million payroll, the Tigers are closer to a playoff spot than those two teams.
Is it just because of the division?
Of course.
Yeah.
But they're that far out of the wild card in the National League. So can you scoop up somebody's salary dump? I would hope so. Scoop up somebody's dump. I just said that.
That you did.
I did. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Gator, there's a website that is dedicated to like contracts in sports. I don't know if it's Spot Track or Spo Track or I don't even, but it's SPOTRAC. And it's all about money. I want you to tell me what you think of what they tweeted out yesterday. Spot Track on Twitter. Based on our projection model, current valuations for pending Angels free agent Shohei Ohtani. So this is taking like contracts, accounting for inflation on an annual basis. Shohei the pitcher is worth 6 years, $202 million.
Wow. Okay.
Shohei the hitter is worth 9 years.
Hang on. Let me think about this. Okay.
$326 million.
Yeah.
Last night, he struck out 10 while hitting 2 home runs.
That's right. And had a split nail.
So I got a couple questions about this.
Uh-huh.
Shohei's agent clearly brings to the table that you are getting 2 elite players wrapped up in one.
Yep.
Is the argument against paying him as if he's 2 guys? That's fine. But the risk we are taking of paying one guy 2 salaries is if he gets hurt, we're out 2 elite players.
Yeah.
And is pitcher a high injury probability position?
It is.
Now, all it takes is one team that says we'll pay you like 2 elite players. But that's pretty, it's such a huge financial commitment. I'm just pointing out it also comes with a sizable risk.
It does. And you try to, how do you mitigate the risk? Well, I think there's a couple ways. One is probably improbable, and that is putting clauses in the contract that protect you against injury. Yeah, but that's not likely to happen in a baseball contract. In other sports, yes. Baseball, not as much. So the way you protect yourself is you can't commit to crazy years. I can commit to crazy money. I can't commit to crazy years. I would have to limit it to, because I don't know. I don't think he can keep this up much longer. He's unbelievable. I can't believe we're watching this. I can't believe we're at a point in history we're actually able to see this. If he were on a decent team, this would be a truly everyday amazing story. As it is, it almost is a truly everyday amazing story. But if this guy's playing in New York with the Yankees and they're contending for a World Series, or any team that's contending for a World Series, we'd be showy crazy.
So, I mean, they are kind of decent this year, right? I mean, they're 7 games over. They're in a wild card spot.
Well, but it's not. I mean, they've got the 2 best players in baseball, and they're barely, treading water here. So it's a shame. And at the same time, he's so awesome. I mean, I'd look at a 5-year deal. Okay. But how many millions are you going to have to commit? Is it 5 and 300? And does that get the conversation going?
I'm not even sure that gets it done.
That's $60 million a year. Does that get the conversation started? I think it gets it started. But how high are the Dodgers going to bid? How high are the Giants going to bid? How high are the Yankees or the Mets or whomever? The teams that have the deep pockets. How deep are they going to go? And this is why I hate what baseball has done and letting this continue for so long. Is that you screwed up by not insisting on a salary cap that's based on revenues, where there's no advantage for a team like New York because of the market they're in, right? Because their market is insane. The media market they're in basically pays for the payroll of their team. And that payroll is north of $200 million. They get that just from their TV deal or whatever.
So
that's unfair for the rest of the league before they even sell a single ticket.
It feels to me like there's really only 4 or 5 teams that have a chance at Shohei. And I don't like any of those teams, so I'm scared that he's going to go from a fun story and a player that I'm rooting for to a guy that I will root against because he's going to be a Yankee.
But he doesn't have to be. He doesn't have to be only to the teams that can, throw money at it that don't care and want to have the $100 million payroll. Because he can go to a lesser team that's willing to jump from, hey, we've got a payroll of $60 million a year, and now we're going to jump it to $130 million a year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's plenty of those teams if they want to get involved. The question is, are they going to get involved? And I can make the argument, a strong one, I think. This is you should, because him alone is going to bring people to the ballpark. You're going to see, instead of seeing 16, 17, 20,000 fans coming to the ballpark, you're going to see 30,000 come, and maybe you might sell out in the nights that he pitches.
I almost want there to be some genetic Illich itch that needs to be scratched.
Yeah.
Because do you think the old man would get involved?
I think he would. I think with this team coming up next year and having all this money off the books, I think he would, because
I'm rooting for genetics.
I mean, how high was the payroll 6 years ago when it was at its height? Was it over 200 million?
I think it was 220, something in that.
Something like that. Yeah. So if you were to add $70 million a year
for
one player,
1/2 players.
Yeah, right. It kind of seems like, you think about it, it's almost like a bargain.
Yeah.
If he can stay healthy and do it, then yeah, of course. But you don't have that assurance. But you would have a payroll that goes from $60 million to $130 million, and you could still add more players, add more talent around him, because it's just the one player really that you're paying.
All right, Gator. Breaking news in the NFL.
Oh, NFL.
Season-long gambling suspensions coming. One player named. We will get to that at 12:47. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay. We've been waiting for this. So when the NFL announced that Jameson Williams and other Lions, less consequential with all respect due, Lions, were being suspended, we were told at the time that it was sort of the first wave. And you and I have kind of expected this. And now here comes more. Adam Schefter, ESPN insider, tweeted out at this hour, a handful of NFL players, including Colts cornerback / kick returner Isaiah Rodgers, who we've seen his name been tied to gambling before,
Yes,
are expected to receive season-long suspensions this week for allegedly gambling, sources tell ESPN. Okay. We'll see what this amounts to. We'll see if it's anybody of substance, anybody significant. I mean, I can't think off the top of my head. Has anybody else been hit harder in Detroit?
As a team, no.
Yeah. And, I mean, at some point, do you think the NFL is going to go back to the drawing board in terms of not the suspensions, but in terms of how they communicate to the base of players, the NFLPA, the consequences of gambling, what you can and cannot do? Do you think they're going to revisit that?
Yes.
Because, look, I don't want to make excuses for our guys, okay? There's something to be said for accountability. But whatever the NFL did, and the Lions, when approached by us, and we had a reporter that talked to the Lions, and the NFL said, or the Lions said, look, the league handles how these things are, how they communicate the potential for suspension. But it obviously, if the league didn't do a good enough job, an organization, it behooves them to double down and revisit it with its players separately. Okay, here's what you can't do. That story in The Athletic came out a few weeks ago where they quoted some players, and the players are like, it basically almost, I think it was 4 out of 5 of them admitted that they really didn't know the rules. And that they, are handed so many rules and packets that they really don't read them. Now, that, again, it's your responsibility to follow through and to know the rules. It really is. There's no excuse for not. But whatever was being done isn't sufficient enough. And this is what I'm thinking if I'm an organization. Okay, so our guys won't read the rules. Our guys won't listen when the rules are presented by the league. We need to take this up in our position group rooms, in smaller groups. We need to do whatever it is necessary to get this point across, because just because it's not my responsibility to let the team know, let the players know, doesn't mean I shouldn't care if they get suspended. I would care deeply if a player gets suspended if I'm an NFL team, right?
Yeah, you should. And the league cares too. And I think that there will be an adjustment by the league in terms of how they get their message across. But I'm holding out hope that the league is going to revisit the suspension they handed out to Jameson Williams and others that didn't bet on football. And we'll look at it for what it is, honest mistake. This wasn't, hiding their gambling habits.
Right.
This was an honest mistake of not understanding what the rules, because maybe you didn't make them clear enough as to what it was. And if they take an honest look at that maybe they'll chop it down from 6 games to 3 games. I'm not saying he shouldn't face a suspension. He should. But there's plenty of blame that goes around. There'll be some people that say he doesn't deserve any suspension. But I found it interesting that the Lions weren't going to appeal that decision. I don't know if there is a time where it's too late to appeal it. But maybe they're just waiting for the next shoe to drop, which is this next group of players, and see what the explanation is there, or to give it some time and see if the NFL is going to do something before you have to say we need to appeal this or we want to talk about it. I wish the Lions would say something to the NFL, because I think it's a very different situation with what happened to Jamison Williams that I don't believe is worthy of a 6-game suspension.
There are some rumors out there as to who the other players are that I'm not going to give any. I mean, I could probably find 50 names that already are being floated out there. And if it's somebody, I think what it takes here, seriously, is it be a name bigger than Jamison Williams.
Yeah.
Who's not an unknown name, but I'm talking about an established star.
Well, Julio
to get
Jones,
people's attention.
Julio Jones was the one who was suspended for a whole year.
That's true.
But he bet on NFL games, and he faced his suspension. You would have thought that was enough.
You would have thought.
So anybody that bets in NFL games from that point on, you deserve the suspension that you get because you've already seen the shining example. And frankly, from this point on, nobody has an excuse to bet on anything within an NFL facility because you know that rule. Now you should know that rule because of all these other suspensions that have been handed out.
Here's the sick and twisted topic anything radio host. Who do we want it to be?
Oh, boy.
This feels a little dark for us.
Well, we've done some dark things in the past.
We have. Who's to help us the most? Like, are we going big? Do we want to? I don't even feel right naming names, but I had one.
You want to just go with a team?
Yes.
Okay. On the count of 3, we'll each say a team.
Okay, we're saying the full team's name, their nickname, or just the city?
Just the city.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
San
Philadelphia.
Francisco. That was the other team I was thinking of.
I feel really dirty doing this.
I feel better.
Yeah.
I feel better. Got it off my chest. Mr. 49ers walking into the building now, too.
This week.
Oh. Shots fired.
No, I mean, right? Has anybody got dinged worse than Detroit?
No. I mean, the Lions waived players because of this.
Mm-hmm. Now, you can make the case that Julio Jones is a bigger loss than any player in Detroit, right? But that feels like it was.
But that was yesterday's news.
Wasn't it? Was that even before legalized gambling? Like, is it before? I don't really remember the timeline of when we could gamble legally on NFL games. And no, I don't think it was before. But man, this is potentially huge news in the NFL. I mean, at least we're getting our big commodity back, right?
Right. Well, I just want it back sooner.
Well, yeah, but to miss an entire season, and you got to start thinking in terms of someone's career. Like, they're missing out an entire year of income, entire year, hang another year on all these guys.
Hanging it.
Yep. But that's potential huge news in the NFL. We just await to see who it is. Adam Schefter says it will come out. It will come out this week. So 248-539-9797. In the meantime, I feel like this story's going to run during NFL Live tonight, and they're going to talk about it during NFL Live tonight, and then they're going to go to a commercial break, and we're going to see a commercial for gambling. We're going to see a commercial for an app. We're going to see a commercial for
right.
And I think people are really starting to call out the NFL for the hypocrisy of being in bed with the gambling companies and then banning it, or having, banning players, suspending players. Hey, we're making money off this, but you're not allowed. You are the ones that are getting suspended. There's more and more people are calling out the league based on that.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
It's always been sort of an uncomfortable marriage, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, to a lot. Look, it's not up to the NFL to allow gambling or not. They can say what they want with their own players, but I mean, the gambling, it's a state issue, and you go state to state with that. But when the NFL decided to say, okay, we'll take their money in advertising and partnership, and okay, now you're really there. So yeah, it is totally hypocritical. I just saw his tweet, and you and I, being college football fans, thought this was kind of funny. This comes, Brett Pod has retweeted this, but this comes from Michelle, who's apparently a college football fan. And her tweet is, anyone who tries to have a wedding on October 21st this year should be arrested. And it shows some of the scheduled games.
In college football?
Yeah. Tennessee at Alabama.
Yep.
Mississippi State at Arkansas.
Yep.
Ole Miss at Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
Wisconsin at Illinois.
For the B1G West.
Minnesota at Iowa.
Ooh, another B1G West showdown.
Michigan at Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Penn State at Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Utah at Southern Cal.
Huge game in the Pac-12.
Clemson at Miami.
Wow.
I mean, yep. No weddings on the 21st, right?
The facility should go empty on the 21st. 248-539-9797. All right, we'll keep you updated. Again, there's plenty to be talking about today. If you missed the insider comments on DeBrincat to Detroit, we'll get the what the insiders are saying about that possibility next hour. Also, I do want to comment on the sad news on the passing of Ryan Mallett, man. I mean, I was doing some reading on what's going on right now in the Florida Gulf, and it is dangerous. And unfortunately, the former Wolverine, Arkansas, and NFL quarterback in a drowning accident passed away over the weekend. I want to talk a little bit about it. We will get to that at 102 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. So, yeah, you and I both did it. It's Calvin Ridley, not Julio Jones. And it was certainly not Henry Ruggs. But yes, Alabama receiver. Trouble for, All right, Gator, the tragic story of the death of Ryan Mallett came out yesterday that the former Michigan quarterback, Arkansas quarterback, and player that played in the NFL had drowned on the Florida coast. I just happen to individually be going through and doing some show prep, and there are certain websites you go to try and figure out what's, not missing anything or what's going on in the world. And I came across a story on Yahoo that over the past 10 days, the Panama City Beach Police Department has responded to 70 swimmers in distress. 39 separate calls on Saturday. Rip currents have claimed the lives of 11 people within 2 weeks along the Gulf Coast. And that was a story that had nothing to do with Ryan Mallett, although I believe he was in Destin. I think it was reported he was in Destin, Florida, which I've been to that area, been in the water there, been in the beach.
Beautiful area. And white beaches.
Yep.
White sandy beaches.
The power of the ocean and rip currents is a very scary thing. I mean, I've been there with kids where I felt like compelled to always, it's going to sound weird because I couldn't do anything if something happened, but I'm like, I'm going to be the goalie. I'm going to be out deeper than they are. And if a kid,
right,
like as if I could swim against the current and save someone. Cause that's the thing about it is it's so strong that you can't. And when I was younger, my mom grew up near the Atlantic Ocean. It's actually the Bay of Fundy in St. John, New Brunswick. And the house that she lived in was like a 10-minute walk from a beach. And so when we were kids and we visit my grandparents, we'd go to the beach all the time. And I remember hearing about undertow. You got to be careful of the undertow. And one of the great excitements was when hurricanes came up the eastern seaboard, they would dissipate by the time they got to New Brunswick, which if you don't know where that is, imagine going to Maine and then keep going. Like the next state, if there was one,
right,
would be New Brunswick.
Further north and east.
Yeah. But when a hurricane would come up the eastern seaboard, it would pass over, and the remnants would leave us with huge waves. And we'd be out playing in them and having a blast. But the parents were always undertow. You have to be very careful. And yet, when you hear these kinds of stories, and they're having to, I read they're having to do this double red flag on these beaches in Florida, which means you can't go in the water. That's because they are measuring these riptides that are taking people out to sea, and they've had to rescue 70 swimmers in distress in 10 days, which is inordinately high. And we've had some obviously changing weather patterns that's affecting this stuff. But have you ever had any scares or anything like that?
No, I mean, I haven't done
a big swimmer.
Yeah, I love swimming. I haven't done a whole lot of ocean swimming, but I've done a lot of swimming in Lake Michigan. In fact, my brother just texted me, and he goes out there all the time. He says the Great Lakes have rip currents as well. They've carried me hundreds of yards up and down the beach. It's
I'm just seeking clarification. Not out, but up and down.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have I've experienced a little bit where we were like, hey, this is actually these are big waves and the current is kind of weird here. This is I feel we are getting pulled out a little bit further. But fortunately where we were swimming, the sand was the bottom of the lake there that we were on. You had to go quite a distance before you got to like your shoulders. So, and nobody was really doing swimming for exercise. We were just, frolicking on the beach. So, but you could still feel it from that point. And it doesn't take much water for you to drown in, sadly. But yeah, I felt the powers of it, but I don't think it's anything like what you would feel in the ocean.
So Ryan Mallett was serving as a high school football coach. And, the pictures of him coaching, he still looked big and strong. Like he still
was 35.
Yeah, his size. He was a 6'6" quarterback. He was a monster, and I would think, he looked like he was still in decent shape. So I would imagine he was still pretty strong, and that just speaks a little bit to. I consider myself a strong swimmer. You were a high school swimmer.
Mm-hmm.
But is this the kind of like it feels like, the ocean don't care. Like it doesn't matter. It's incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, you always have to be aware of your surroundings, and when you get into something like the ocean, you got to have a feel for it.
So
pay attention.
My knowledge of this, and if you're caught on a riptide, aren't you supposed to try and swim sideways to get out of it? Like if it's pulling
on an angle or something,
it's pulling you out. It's pulling out. If it's a large swath of current going out, you're just trying to get out of that. Don't swim against it.
Right.
Try and swim out of it.
I believe that's true.
Is what I remember hearing, but I never had any scares. I've never personally seen anybody in trouble.
Yeah, and if I'm going to be in the water and I know it's that kind of a day, and you'll know if you're in the ocean because they'll have the warning signs on the beach. I'm not going to swim in waters that's going to be above my head. I'm going to make sure that I'm just frolicking. Again, if I want to swim laps, do it in a pool. I can enjoy the ocean and enjoy the beach without having to go out too far.
Looking at the feedback coming in on the Twitch feed, MDub76 says rip currents in Lake Michigan have multiplied. I didn't even know that could happen in the Great Lakes. I mean, I know you could get some reasonable size surf and waves, but Don writes in, water and the power of water is a scary thing. Also, so many people underestimate how exhausting swimming is. That's how a lot of drownings happen. People think they can swim a long distance. Well, I remember when when the kids were little, we belonged to a little neighborhood pool, and they had lap swimming for adults. And I decided, let me go I hear great things about this.
Great things.
About how good it is for you.
It is.
Swimming.
It's great exercise.
So I was like, all right, let me go do, let me bang out 50 laps here.
Not so much?
One trip down and back, I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah. If you haven't done it in a while, like you go years and years and years between, it can be a little daunting. For sure. I mean, even for me, who had swam all my youth, I've done thousands of laps in a pool.
Yep.
But if I took 10 years off, and I've been in a pool where I took 10 years off without swimming a single lap, and you try there's an adjustment period, a definite adjustment period. One that took me a few days of swimming and building it back up where, okay, now I know I can go 20, 50 laps, whatever I need to do. I could do it, but it took a few days to build that stamina back up because I hadn't done it in forever.
248-539-9797. Ian is on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ian.
Hey, how's it going?
All right.
Yeah, I have a story about a riptide. One time when I was a kid, we'd vacation down, on spring break, go down to, and it may have even been Destin. It was Destin or like Orange Beach, something like that. And we were swimming, doing boogie boarding out there, and all of a sudden, we just kept getting pulled out further and further. So we tried to swim against the current. And the more that we tried to do that, the farther out we got pushed. And, you're just paddling and paddling and paddling. And I remember being so tired, I was like, I'm not going to get out of this. And I remembered my dad telling me that if you just lay on your back, then it'll pull you down the current. So I was dead tired, just laid on my back. And when I got up, I could stand. It must have pulled me back in. But the kid who I was out there with, a lady had to come out and save him.
Really?
It was pretty crazy. But yeah, he was out there for probably 5 minutes longer than I was, just trying to swim the entire time and getting nowhere. So
how old were you?
Probably 12 or 13. But I swam when I was a kid, and we had a pool, and yeah, it was scary.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Ian. 248-539-9797. Paul is next here on 97.1. Hi, Paul.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
All right, Paul.
Hey, yeah, I've been caught in a rip current quite a few times. I'm a diver, and we've been known to go down to Florida and South Alabama and stuff like that to do some diving. And Doug, you pretty much had it right. If you feel yourself going out, don't panic. Just take it easy. Either doggy paddle or, like the one dude said, I like lay on my back and just kind of do easy backstrokes. And eventually, you'll find yourself actually getting pulled back in. It's kind of like a cycle. Rip currents, usually there's one on each side, but eventually you'll find where the middle is, and it'll start pulling you back in. But the object is basically do not panic. Just try to relax and try to swim parallel to the shore until you feel yourself coming back in.
Okay.
As long as you do that, you should be okay.
So, like you go north-south, if you will, and obviously don't know which way beach, but you're thinking you're either
parallel to the beach. Let's say you're at the Atlantic coast of Florida, okay, out there by Fort Lauderdale.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're going to go east to go into the water. Go north or south. And in actuality, the farther you go out, the rip current will actually tell you which way to go. It'll, north or south, because you'll feel yourself actually going that way, as it dissipates. The farther and deeper you go, the more it dissipates. So the basic thing is just don't panic and try to swim parallel to it.
Hey, thank you for the intel, Paul. Very helpful. 248-539-9797. Red Wing stuff, what insiders are saying about a DeBrincat possibility as we monitor what's going on with the Red Wings. We'll get to that at 1:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
The joys of home ownership. Isn't it great? There's always something, right? That's why you need to add Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to your speed dial this summer. The AC goes out, who are you going to call? Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Clogged drains, busted pipes, water filtration, boiler, anything to do with getting water in or out of your home, you guessed it, call the great folks at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You see, homeownership is fun if you have the right team on your side. In fact, many homes throughout the Detroit area trust Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to keep their homes running cool this summer. So how about a deal to make the introduction even sweeter? Well, they offer full 10-year parts and 5-year labor warranties with annual maintenance, as well as financing options that won't break your bank. Plus, you can give them a call and get $200 off furnace and air equipment when you mention myself, Gator. So go ahead and do that. And visit BirminghamPlumbingCO.com on the web. That's BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Talking about the tragic story, the loss of Ryan Mallett, who drowned near Destin, Florida. The former Michigan quarterback, Arkansas quarterback, played in the NFL. And, it's a scary, scary thing that can happen with riptides. And I happen to find an independent story about there being a record number of rescues that have had to take place in the in that area. And, it's scary. It's scary. And looking at some of the feedback coming in 2012, I had to swim out in Lake Huron to save a lady. I pulled her back in on a tube. It was a 2-mile round trip. I was terrified. Another one here. Don't swim in the ocean off the shore unless you have to be in the ocean. Swimming is hard, even if you're athletic, and then you add rip currents. You have to swim sideways, head on. If you swim head on, you'll tire out and drown. Don't swim off the shore unless you have to be in the ocean. I love being in the ocean. I don't think it's.
I think there's a difference between swimming, like I think that is swimming laps, or just swimming for exercise, as opposed to just kind of wading in the water and playing with the waves.
Yeah, but this guy said don't swim in the ocean off the shore unless you have to be in the ocean. Is he referring to swimming for exercise?
I would think so.
Or is he talking about like body surfing and boogie boards and all that? Playing catch with a football.
Right. But you do that, it waste level water.
John in Clarkson says everyone should know before going into water, if it's pulling you out, swim parallel to the shore, and how to spot rip currents. How do you spot rip currents? I don't know. Is there a way to spot them before you even get in the water?
I have no idea. But I do know this. My brother just texted me that the Great Lakes has the flag warning system in place as well.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis brings up a good point. People die in South Haven almost every year because of undertow. You don't have to be very far from shore, and it pulls you down, not out. And it is true. We always read stories about people, Lake Michigan or up north, that get themselves in trouble. 248-539-9797. Sauls, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Sauls.
Hey, what's happening?
How you doing?
Hey, I was talking to you about the rip current. Mm-hmm. Jeez, oh, Pete, that's the strongest force on Earth. It nearly ended me. I was in Florida off the coast of, I don't know, somewhere on the Gulf Coast. I think it was off at Lake Jupiter. But we're just out, in the water, and I was just backing up. And then when my feet no longer touched the bottom, I got sucked into a wave up into the crest, brought back down again, dragged along the bottom, back up in the crest, brought back down again. And this went on 3 times. And on the 4th time, I just saw the light. When I was up at the time, like, I can't hold my breath anymore. I'm dead. And I saw that I was back up in the crest for the 4th time, and I saw the light, and I just kicked in with all my might, and I got to shore. People were horrified. They're all looking at me like, what happened to the guy, man? Where's he at? Oh, there he is. Holy shit, dude. What happened?
All right. Thank you. Got a little carried away there.
I felt like you could see that one coming.
Yeah, I think it kind of could. Suffice to say, it's a scary situation. It could be a really scary situation.
Mm-hmm.
I've never felt like I was in danger of drowning ever in my life. All the time I spent in water. I don't want to ever feel that feeling.
No. 248-539-9797. Mark is next. Hi, Mark. Mark, are you there? Mark? No good. 248-539-9797. More feedback coming in here to the Carson Anderson inbox. What are the odds of the next player being suspended for gambling? What are the odds on the next player being suspended for gambling? It's from Tom and Schaumburg.
I see what there.
Yeah, I do.
Gambling on the gambling.
Yeah. That's in reference to the story that is just breaking the NFL, that there will be a handful of players, including Isaiah Rodgers from the Colts, suspended for an entire year for gambling on the National Football League.
So there is a signing in the NHL that I think is something the Red Wings should look at.
Mm-hmm.
The Devils have locked up Timo Meier. Okay? Timo Meier, 40-goal scorer last year, scored 35 the year prior. And he has signed an 8-year deal that's going to pay him on average $8.8 million per year. So roughly it's a Dylan Larkin contract.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting because that's setting the bar here, okay? Not only we know what Dylan Larkin's getting, but here's what Timo Meier is getting. Now, is Timo Meier good? Yeah, he's really good. I don't know if I'd put him on that same level as Larkin, because Larkin's a two-way player, and I feel like Larkin's really trending in the right direction. But he's right with him.
Yep.
I'll grant that. I don't think DeBrincat is. So does this set it now where, okay, there's a player on another team that's signed somewhere, and this is what he's getting? I mean, this is where Yzerman can draw those hard lines in the sand and say, we're not going higher than, $8 million a year. You're not getting it, okay? Timo Meier trending better direction than you, and same thing with Dylan Larkin. This is what these guys are getting. You're not going to get that if we want to re-sign you. And then he can figure out whether or not it's worth going
kind of
after.
A self-imposed, here's a reasonable cap.
Yes.
And you will not exceed this. Look, I mean, all the reporting on this kind of says the same thing, is that Yzerman will not get pushed around in terms of trade and in terms of contract. If that means no deal gets done, no deal gets done.
Yeah, I mean, the trade only makes sense if you're going to sign him to a contract.
The problem is the way Yzerman operates, predicting what the move is going to be tonight
good luck.
is not really, I mean, I don't want to say it's impossible, but I think it's just as likely to be something else as it is to be DeBrincat. DeBrincat gets all the reporting.
And then both things can happen. But, I mean, trying to predict who he's going to, let's say he stays at 9 and drafts at 9, you have no idea. You just don't. I mean, or if he's going to move up or back, what he's going to do. You don't know, because he's done a lot of things that had people scratching their heads and later like, oh, I mean, it started with Mo Seider. It was a gasp. Seider, what? And turns out what a heck of a draft pick that was.
Feedback coming in regarding the NFL suspensions. This is a failure by management and how the material is presented. If 80% don't understand the rules, I'm stating the fairly obvious here, but it needs to be said. Well, to be clear here, that was 80% of anonymous NFL players, not Lions, anonymous NFL players that spoke with The Athletic. Gator, quit making excuses for Jamison Williams, man. It's your job as a professional to understand every rule in place. Suspensions need to stand. That's from Nick, who then says a Lions fan.
Yeah, well, I think it. I think when you look back at this rule, it was a strange one. I don't know how it was written, how it looked to the players when they got that, but clearly the information wasn't made clear enough to the players. Now, is it the players' responsibility to know it? Absolutely, of course it is. But did you know that you couldn't do it in a plane?
I'm not even here to debate what's right and wrong, and I don't want to misinterpret this. I'm here to handle it if right here, right now, if I'm Brad Holmes or Dan Campbell or Rod Wood or whatever, I'm high up in the Lions organization. You know what I'm saying? I don't want another player suspended for this ever again. What we did last year didn't keep us 100% immune from this. So what are we going to do so this doesn't happen ever again? Sure, it's on the players. Sure, it's their responsibility. My point isn't, if I were a player, I'd know the rules, okay? I would think that it would be my job, part of my job, to know the rules, and I would follow the rules. I'm a bit of a rule follower. But if I'm the Lions organization, I'm looking at this and go, I never want to get burned by this again, so we are going to emphasize and overemphasize and reemphasize. You know when you end that meeting at the end of the day at 5:30? Tell you what, I'm going to end it at 5:40 today, and I'm going to dedicate 10 minutes at the end to emphasizing these rules.
No, why don't we end it at 5:30 and you start that at 5:20?
Yeah, whatever it takes, I'm going to try to make sure that our organization doesn't get burned by this again. That's the point of me saying, hey, whatever we did last year wasn't enough. Because I don't want one player suspended.
Right.
And the Lions had several. And now the NFL's got, according to Adam Schefter, multiple players this week will be announced suspended for the entire season. All right, let's get to this insider stuff on DeBrincat it to Detroit, how possible it is. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. That's Craig Button, and every time I hear on TSN, every time I hear that, I feel a little bit better for calling him DeBrincat for a while because he calls him DeBrincat.
And then calls him DeBrincat.
Yeah, it's DeBrincat. But, I've struggled with it too. And who knows? Maybe he's right. Maybe it's DeBrincat. I don't think it's DeBrincat. So Max Bultman of The Athletic wrote today, I'd be stunned if the Red Wings trade the number 9 pick. And they'll probably make the pick at 17-2 or perhaps trade up from it. But Detroit badly needs a top-end score, and if the 17th pick is what it takes to make that happen, the Red Wings will have to at least consider it. Alex DeBrincat is the most obvious candidate, but even if it's not him, Detroit has to find a way to score more goals. Ian Mendez, who covers the Ottawa Senators for The Athletic. GM Pierre Dorian also traded his first rounder in last year's draft to land Alex DeBrincat from Chicago. If nothing else, Dorian might be one of the more aggressive general managers in trying to land a first-round pick here in Nashville. Likely a trade involving DeBrincat. I said earlier I have a hunch, and it was based upon Dorian's wording yesterday when he spoke to the media. This is the GM of the Ottawa Senators. He said he wasn't, the topic of the DeBrincat trade came up, and he said he wasn't expecting to get a first-round pick in this draft. He said in this draft. I think the Red Wings might be floating one of their 2 first-rounders next year. Their own and the one they got from Boston for Bertuzzi. Gator?
Doug?
As we get closer to the trade or closer to the start of the draft, and I am not feeling any more or less confident the trade's going to go down, one of the beliefs out there that has been floated in the blogosphere is that Ottawa covets a player that Detroit has to wait to see if that player's still on the board with the pick they're willing to give up.
Okay.
So let's say it's the Boston pick next year and one of the Red Wings' second-round picks to get DeBrincat. That it's dependent upon, that player from the Quebec Major Junior League that they want to draft, or a player from Sweden that they want to draft at 42.
Gotcha.
That we won't know until that moment comes, which might be all the more reason to watch the entire damn thing tonight.
Well, they only have the first round tonight.
Oh, they don't have the second round tonight?
No, it starts tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
My bad.
But it'll go fast tomorrow, which is it is fast and furious tomorrow, which is a lot of fun. But it's going to be a lot of fun tonight. But yeah, that would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
You got some. It's contingent on let's see if you can get this guy if he's there for you at 42, 43, or whatever the picks are that they have. That would make sense. That they draft somebody for Ottawa and then they announce a trade later.
Now, you have been very, I don't know if you've been aggressive, but I'll use the term aggressive. You've been very aggressive when it comes to what you think the Wings are going to do tonight. You keep talking about them trying to move into the top 5.
It's what I want them to do, not what I think will happen, but what I want them to do.
You would get aggressive. Maybe that's.
I would get very aggressive. It's time to be aggressive and add high-end talent to this team, not just hoping that there's a guy with potential that's going to be there right at 9. No, go get it. You've got assets to do it. You've got 2 first-round picks this year, 3 second-round picks this year, 2 first-round picks next year. You've got a bevy of prospects that other teams would covet as well. Go ahead. Make a move. You want to get into the top 5? You want to get to the number 5 pick overall? Give up 9 and, a second-rounder and a player or whatever you have to do. I mean, I don't know how high you can move up, but I'd explore a bunch of options. You really like Fantilli? I really like Fantilli at 2. What would it take? Is it too much? If it's too much, back off. But you've got an opportunity to be uber aggressive and get that potential superstar player that you're not going to get in free agency this offseason. I haven't looked at what the following year's free agent class looks like, but hopefully it's better than this one. But that you're not going to get that superstar player in a trade this offseason, but you can do it in the draft.
From Scott, based on everything I heard yesterday about how Yzerman does business, and considering moving into the top 5, it's going to be quite costly. I'm not holding my breath waiting for Steve to trade up. I'm holding my breath waiting for this smoke to go away.
It's awful out there, man.
Crazy.
It's going to be with us all day tomorrow, too, apparently.
248-539-9797. Kevin's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
Yeah, this DeBrincat talk. I'm not going to lie. Last year, I definitely wanted him, but right now, there's two things I look at. I looked at he's going to want at least $8 to $9 million a year, and in my opinion, he is. I just look at him as Dylan Larkin, maybe a little bit better than Dylan Larkin, and not only that, like I'd say at his ceiling, he is. And this might sound a little out there, but he looks like a Mitchell Marner in my opinion, because Mitchell Marner he's outstanding in the regular season, but when the postseason comes and the hits and the physicality picks up, he's nowhere to be found. I personally think that, you look at like, Doug, with all due respect, but it's like with a little off topic, both with Michigan, it took Harbaugh 7 years to win a conference title. And Yzerman, like Harbaugh, they're both proven. And unlike all the other three GMs in our towns who are unproven, I know I want to win. I want to get this stuff going, but I got to be patient on Yzerman right now. And I hope he doesn't
let me
go
ask
for
you a question.
DeBrincat.
I mean, I don't think anybody's arguing that DeBrincat's one of like the elite players in the league, but you know what would help? Another Dylan Larkin would actually help. And I don't think he's going to get more money than than Meyer did.
Because in my opinion, Dylan Larkin he's going to be our second line center. When we are competing for a Stanley Cup, he's going to be the second line center. That's just how I see it. Mm-hmm. Because if Dylan Larkin's our best player, we're not going to be winning a Stanley Cup. I'm sorry.
No,
that's just...
I don't disagree with that, but he's a good player.
He's a really good player.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're a good player, but is he worth $9 million a year?
Well, I don't think you'll get.
I think
9.
he is when you got players that are making millions more than he is. Yeah, I think he's worth 9 on the market. The market is what the market is.
Keep in mind the Red Wings are $30 million under the cap, so there's plenty of money to go around. I mean, I wouldn't shy away from reacquiring Bertuzzi because he's not better than Larkin, or he won't be better than Larkin.
I'll tell you what. Give me Mitch Marner any day. He's a point-a-game guy in the season. He's a point-a-game guy in the playoffs. So I don't know what he was talking about there.
DeBrincat, how many postseasons do you think he's been in?
I don't know if he's been in any.
He's been in one.
He's been one?
He played 9 games, had 2 goals and 4 assists. And it's not disappearing in the playoffs. It's not elite.
No, but he's been on bad teams.
So now I can make the argument that he won't be the same playing next to Larkin as he was playing next to Kane.
Maybe not, or maybe he flourishes. Dylan Larkin was a different player this year. He was better. Mm-hmm. He was a lot better this year. He had shown flashes before when they played him with Bertuzzi and Mantha. They had those stints where they were incredible, where all 3 guys were point-a-game guys for a while, but nobody was able to stay healthy. And, you think about last year, Larkin had a really nice year last year without his number 1 guy on his side for a good portion of it, which was Tyler Bertuzzi, because he was hurt. He had 79 points in 80 games. So career high in points, tied a career high in goals. He's still in his 20s. At 26 years old. He's not going to be 20. He'll be 27 next month. I think he's headed in the right direction here. You're getting him in his prime for the next few years.
Now, the amount of money, it could be an issue. It could be an issue. I don't think Yzerman's going to pay any more. I mean, what are we hearing over and over and over again? Yzerman is a take it or leave it kind of guy. And I was told by somebody in the game that he will not pay. He really doesn't want to pay anybody in the organization right now. And I think DeBrincat would fall into this category. If you're not clearly better than Dylan Larkin, you're not getting more money than Dylan Larkin. They want to operate in a way that they can build an entire roster and not, blow the bank on one player unless it's so clear that that player is far and away above Dylan Larkin, which I don't think DeBrincat necessarily qualifies as. Now, he's had more 40-goal seasons than Larkin, but 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. That's from the 32 Thoughts podcast. Jeff Merrick, the first voice you heard. Elliot Friedman, the second. In the meantime, previous caller wasn't a big DeBrincat fan, and he wants somebody better than Larkin. And I'm okay with getting somebody better than Larkin. The question is, and we've done this with the Pistons as well, what is the realistic access to that player? Can you get Connor McDavid? No. Can you get Matthew Tkachuk? No.
Can you get Draisaitl?
No. So where you figure out your access points to elite talent. If you think you have a better access point to elite talent through the draft, then don't give up any draft picks. Go get that guy in the draft. Now, I do think with their cap space, they are an attractive destination for teams that need to move a player, and a good one. So let's see what the cost is, of course, to get them. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Larry next here on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Hey, Larry.
Doug, Gator. Hey, you know what? That guy that just called before kind of irked me a bit.
Did he?
Well, a little bit, because I'm a Maple Leaf fan, but that don't mean nothing. To say DeBrincat was like a Mitch Marner, no. Come on. You guys even know that. If Detroit could get Mitch Marner, I would be happy.
In a second.
Didn't Gator say exactly that? I'd take Mitch Marner.
Huh?
Yeah, I'll take Mitch Marner
I'd be a happy man.
Yeah,
even though I'm a Toronto fan, I don't care. Because it might clear some space to get Carlson for Toronto. But that's just a joke. But no, you know what? That guy is like, DeBrincat's not a Marner, okay, but he is good. He's a good guy. He plays well, and I just think, you know what, it was good.
Yeah, I thought he was off base with a comment. And
yeah, you know what? Like, fine. I mean, I'm sure, I know Gator, you would for sure, if you guys got Marner. And you know what? They'd have to pay him more than Larkin. But you guys remember on the All-Star game?
He's worth more than Larkin. He's a better player.
No, but you remember the All-Star game, the All-Star weekend?
Yeah.
When Larkin and Marner played together?
Yeah, that would
look
nice.
How many points they all got?
I'd love to see
weekend.
it. And if they decide in Toronto that they're going to start, selling off pieces and they want to start over again and get different guys and, out with the old in with the new, the Red Wings should be on the horn with them about accepting players. I don't know. I mean, there were rumors a while back that the Toronto was looking to move guys and Marner's name had come up. Absolutely, the Red Wings would consider him. Why wouldn't you? Guy said last 2 years he's had 99 points and 97 points. He's good.
Mm-hmm.
He's really good. He's a point-a-game guy in a playoff. 47 points in 50 playoff games. I mean, it's not his fault. He's part of this franchise that continues to choke.
Might become a bit of a focal point of that. But
he's productive.
Yeah. Do you still got that quote in front of you from the Rocket Mortgage Classic that you just read to me?
It was a little bit of a story, but I think I can find it.
All right. Rocket Mortgage Classic. Yeah, today's another one of the. Today's a free day, right? I think today was a free day.
Yes, today was a free day.
Tomorrow the tournament kicks off for real. This is following a pretty successful return to downtown for the Detroit Grand Prix, year 5 of this tournament. It's still, it is what it is. It's not one of the bigger tournaments. It's not one of their designated events on the PGA Tour that gets the huge money. But there are some guys there, including a couple of top 20 guys. And there was just a funny moment out in the press tent with 2 of them.
Yeah, Max Homa was up taking questions from the press, and Justin Thomas decided to grab a microphone. And
to be clear, these 2 played together last week, correct?
Yes, yeah. And Justin says, "Hey, man, Justin, I'm playing in the tournament this week, and on your pairing of last week, who was your favorite that wasn't Wyndham Clark?"
Okay, so assuming here that Homa played with Justin Thomas and Wyndham Clark, and Justin Thomas in the press tent grabs a mic and asks Max Homa, "Who's your favorite that wasn't Wyndham Clark?"
So Max Homa goes, "Oh man, I think I'd have to go with Justin Thomas." Thomas goes, "Nice," and Homa says, "He makes me feel tall and funny." And then Thomas says, "All right, that's the end of the question." Homa says, "Okay," and Thomas walks away and goes, "Well, that backfired."
What a great response.
Yeah, that's pretty
Makes
cool.
me feel tall and funny.
Yeah. I'm just glad to get to see different players. This is Justin Thomas's first time playing at the Rocket Mortgage Classic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the fact that Tony Finau is a defending champion, he's a top 10 golfer, that's cool to see. I know it's not, you know, one of these higher end tournaments. Yeah, there's no Rory, there's no Scheffler and guys like that. But you know, maybe in years to come, they'll continue to grow. I mean, like I said, this is Justin Thomas's first year there. Justin Thomas is a pretty big name.
Tigers in action tonight. This is not the most favorable pitching matchup I have ever seen. The Tigers are going to parade out Joey Wentz, who is 1-6. Is he 1-6?
I believe so.
Sorry, he's 1-8.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
With a 6.72 ERA. Going against Dane Dunning, who is 6-1 with a 2.76 ERA. Yikes. Now, is it possible? Is it possible that they could win the game? Of course. Not a great matchup. Also, we've got a ton of feedback that the Faygo Pineapple Orange is still available.
Is it?
Yep. People had said that was one of the things that was one of the things that they'd wished a company would bring back. Was the Faygo Pineapple Orange. It's apparently still available. I haven't seen it in a long time, but you know, other thing, as I brought up earlier, if the Red Wings double down in the draft, they go with Oliver Moore at 9 and Oliver Bonk at 17. JD writes in, Bonk is such a great name for a defenseman. Dude has to be a bruiser.
His dad had a great name, Radek Bonk.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, didn't really live up to the hype, but maybe his kid's better.
Well, and I'm dead serious here when I say that Oliver Moore is the player I hope they get at 9. An elite skater. And I don't spend a whole lot of time watching a ton of draftable prospects. I watch a lot of college hockey. So I'm very familiar with Adam Fantilli and Gavin Brindley, both from Michigan. And Brindley's actually a pretty good skater himself. But they think that this kid Oliver Miller is one of the elite skating prospects to come out in quite some time.
Yeah, well, you've got a number of prospects from that under 18 U.S. national team that are in the top 8 according to Elite Prospects. Ryan Leonard, Will Smith, Oliver Moore, all there, and Gabe Perreault is in the top 20. A lot of people think he's a top 10 player as well. Mm-hmm. Prolific scorer, 132 points in 63 games. I have no problem if the Red Wings select one of these players because the U.S. national developmental team just seems to keep churning out really good players lately. They've got it going right now. They got a lot of momentum year in and year out here over the last several years. Keep it going. It's like selecting players from Michigan. You know, there's a reason they go on the top of the draft. They're good players. They may not stay at Michigan long, but they get noticed for being as good as they are and get drafted as 18-year-olds, and who knows how soon it takes for them to make it to the NHL. But I'm looking forward to this tonight.
248-539-9797. Stop getting Tiger fans' hopes up. We literally have nobody in the minor leagues that anybody would want.
In the minors?
Yeah, literally. Did he say literally nobody that anybody would want? Literally? Does he know the definition of literally?
I literally don't think he knows the definition.
I don't think so either. Here is Rico Beard, who has sauntered into the studio. Hello, sir.
Sauntered. Do you know what the definition of sauntered is?
I literally do. How are you today?
Gentlemen, I'm good. How are you?
Not bad. You been outside?
Briefly.
Smoky? Can you tell?
Yeah. I had to shut all the windows of the house and turn on the AC in the car driving around.
Yeah.
Even though it's not hot outside, it's just like, I don't.
It's not the heat. It's just that the air is terrible, and you could actually feel it.
Yeah, and probably no one really cares. So I got an air purifier. Turned it on yesterday because I left the windows open to see where it's at. For the first time ever, the percentage dropped to 0. I was like, wow. So, yeah, I probably need to close everything in the house.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
The draft coming up tonight,
yep.
NHL draft. Kenny is going to bedazzle us with all types of deals and who the Wings could possibly take. Also, a little bit. I heard you guys talking about it driving in the NFL and the new gambling suspensions and just what to make of this. And like, how much more, in my opinion, how much more does the NFL have to do before you just realize maybe I shouldn't do this? To me, it's
You mean
like,
as far as being in bed with gambling?
no, I mean it is what it is. But the rule is, hey guys, you can't gamble. It's like the sign up at the zoo. Please don't crawl into the lion's cage.
Right.
But they have two rules. You can gamble, you just can't gamble in NFL games. That part seems to be really easy to understand. Of course, why can't it bet on NFL games? Because you're in the NFL.
And while we're
Right?
at it, how about you do it at home? Don't do it in the building.
Yeah.
But it's more than just the building. I think that's where the murky area comes in because
bus
it's
team
it's on
hotels.
it's anywhere that
It's
it has to do with the NFL.
Right.
You
right.
can't do it when you're at work.
Right. When you're at work, anything with the team logo on it, you can't do it there.
It seems very simple, but as I said, this has been screwed up enough that if I were an NFL organization, instead of ending the team meeting at 5:30, we'd end it at 5:40 every night, and we'd talk about rules.
Yeah, but see, and here's what, and I guess maybe being the professor, you get the students who, well, I just didn't understand that. Really, because 80 other people understood this, Johnny, but you. Maybe if you got off your phone, you would have understood.
But it's not just the 1 in 100 that don't understand it. I think there's plenty that don't
Doug,
understand
you
it.
feel me on this.
It just cracked me up because it felt like something a father would say. And you're right, it's professor, as a teacher, an instructor in a class.
But I think either you allow them to gamble on games that aren't in the NFL or you don't. I mean, saying where you can just seems kind of stupid. It's like, well, why is it that I can't? I mean, I'm literally on the bus.
And like a father, because I said so.
I know. But
And if you don't like it, you could always quit. And I'm not yelling at you.
No, I
but
know
it's
you're not
one of
yelling.
those, if you don't like it, you can leave. You can get out my house.
My point is, I think the NFL should alter what the language is. Make it more clear of what has to happen, or just flat out allow it to happen as long as you're not betting on
Well,
NFL
I guess
games.
at
Who
this-
cares?
At this point, after Calvin Ridley, I'm thinking, okay, guys.
But that was an NFL game that he bet
Right,
on. That's
so-
different. You'd
and
think
it's-
that nobody would do
But your
it.
agent should tell you, hey, Scott.
Well, that's it too.
How about you just
don't do it? There's personal accountability, but there's so many guardrails and so many people that can help you with this.
If you need to make that bet, give it to me. I'll make the bet for you.
I'm not sure they allow that either.
No, I'm just saying, give it to your agent. Give it to one of your hang-around boys who do nothing.
Well, somebody did that, I heard, and that's one of the players that's about to get busted. But anyway, hey, have a great show.
All right.
Stay safe, everyone.
Don't
treat
gamble.
each other with respect. 97.1.
It's going to be a busy night for the Red Wings. They hold 2 picks in tonight's first round of the NHL draft. They're number 9 and 17. This will be GM Steve Yzerman's 5th draft in Detroit. He says what the team looks for in players is pretty simple. The Wings have 3 second-round picks, numbers 41, 42, and 43, looking ahead to tomorrow. We'll see how many picks they do hold on to, with rumors still swirling that Detroit could make a deal for premium Ottawa goal scorer Alex DeBrincat. The first round, though, starts tonight, 7 o'clock in Nashville. The Tigers take the field in Arlington tonight for the 3rd game of a 4-game series against the Rangers. Detroit and Texas have split the first 2 games. Joey Wentz gets the ball for Detroit tonight. Dane Dunning will go for the Rangers. The Tigers 4.5 games back of the first-place Twins. Maton adjusted 2.5 games back of first-place Minnesota. First pitch tonight at 8:05 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Put your hands together, people. This is Kenny's Super Bowl today. And we have a great show. We got a lot of ground to cover, but it is NHL draft night. And I have found one of the 17 people scheduled to go to the Wings draft party at the Chevy Plaza tonight, Kenny Cott.
Air quality be damned.
Yeah, it won't be in the Chevy Plaza. It'll be inside. It got moved, but that's okay.
By the way, that plaza might be cursed. Every time we plan an event, we finally were going to have an event down there. And up next, air quality. The globe smells like mesquite charcoal. Kenny, this is a big day. We have the cone drill. You know, we always joke around with Jazzy Cat and the cone, a.k.a. David dressed as a jazzy cat when he worked for a jazz station, and Kenny factually was an ice cream cone for a summer for an ice cream shop. Well, the cone, we're doing the cone drill today with Kenny Slapcott.
I like that, the cone drill.
Everything you need for the NHL draft in a 10-minute block. We are going to talk Red Wings at 3 because we need to know whether we're going to have happy tears or sad tears. Like, we need to know what we're waking up to tomorrow. And tonight's draft, I just don't know anyone who's pumped up drafting at 9 and 17. We'll get to it at 3. We got to talk about Michigan with a new tradition. I have the numbers for you on exactly to the dollar what you need to offer Cam Johnson to make the Nets choke. We'll get to all of that. But here's what we wanted to start out with, kind of get it out of the way. It is football. It is football news. Adam Schefter reporting and Pro Football Talk on this as well. Isaiah Rodgers, who we heard about, Colts defensive back, is probably going to be suspended for the year. But here's the added news. He's not the only one. According to Adam Schefter, there's a handful of players expected to receive season-long bans for gambling. Now, here's where Rodgers is egregious. And while we don't know who the other players are or what the other players did, let's use this as a guide if this works for you.
Okay.
According to reports, Rodgers had pervasive violations of the policy in June. Rodgers issued a statement saying he took full responsibility. He called it an error in judgment. Well, what is he alleged to have done? Placed over 100 bets on an account opened in the name of an associate. Several of those bets included Colts games. Big problem when you are, in fact, an Indianapolis Colt. Now, here's my question. For all the people who have said, free J-Mo, for all the people who have said J-Mo's punishment is too stiff, work with me on this. If the going rate for actually betting on football is a year, well, for J-Mo to only get a third of that penalty probably falls in line. Now, if you're telling me betting on football should be less than a year, then and only then can I have a conversation about actually going, all right, then J-Mo should be 3 games. Factually, in an 18-week season, he's missing 6 of them. Rodgers is missing the entire year. But what stuns me in this is, according to reports, anonymous players polled about the gambling rules, a whopping 4 out of 5 players do not understand the gambling rules, don't know the rules. That's incredible, considering you're an adult and your agent's an adult and your support system are adults and your player rep is an adult. Your union are adults. The people who talk to you about gambling at the Rookie Symposium are adults.
Right.
So here's my question. Do you think these rulings on players actually gambling on the NFL hurt the case of people who want J-Mo's 6 games reduced? And second of all, who is responsible here? Because it's clear the NFL has a real issue in how they're communicating this to players. Players clearly have an issue putting their pants on the right way. You have to have an understanding of your employment agreement. No?
No. I mean, no. You do. But at some point, Mike, if 50% of the league were having this problem, that's an NFL problem. If a bunch of your star players were having this problem, it's an NFL problem. If we're seeing Patrick Mahomes, we're not. We're seeing a handful of people. This means you probably were on your phone or fell asleep when they were actually giving the symposium on gambling. That's not the NFL's fault. I can only, show you the door. It's up to you to walk through. I can only tell you what not to do, but if you deem this so boring, you want to be so irresponsible that I don't have time for this, whatever, I'll figure it out. Well, guess what? You now have a year to figure your life out.
All right, so talk to me about the penalties.
I mean, the penalty.
Are you good with it?
Yeah, I mean, for J-Mo, yeah. I mean, because the Lions aren't trying to appeal this, which tells me they realize maybe we kind of got off lucky with this.
No, I think what they realize is they don't have a leg to stand on. That if the league is penalizing guys who bet on the sport a year, the base violation J-Mo committed has to have teeth to it. It has to be 6 games.
And if you appeal it, somebody may say, wait a minute. Wait, why are you only getting 6 weeks?
Right. I think J-Mo should miss 6 weeks for what seems like a very, very small violation? No, I can say that to you honestly. But I'm not the commissioner. We're working within the framework of the league. If the league is about to drop bombs on as many of a half a dozen of players for the year, I can't go to my listeners, Rico. I can't go to you guys and say, free J-Mo. Can't do it.
No, and I think J-Mo's biggest crime was not gambling. It was where he gambled. And that's clearly because you allegedly did it on team premise.
I guess I have a problem. If it's not football, why do you care? Seriously. I know. I'm not making excuses.
No, Mike. But but we are. And if it's okay, guys, you can gamble. Don't gamble on the NFL.
I know.
But if you do gamble, basically anything with the team logo on it, don't be there. Not the team bus, not the team plane, not the practice facilities. Go home.
But my question is, why does that matter? Not, again, he broke the rules, he's suspended. I'm saying it might be time for the NFL to investigate their own rules. If J-Mo had a hot tip on a horse in the 7th at Belmont today, why can't he bet it?
He can.
No, he can't.
Not in practice.
But that's my point. Why? Why does the NFL care? Why are they creating a problem for themselves? It's like towards the end of the pandemic when sports were just testing a ton for no reason.
Right.
It's like, guys, you're creating a problem here.
They are. It's ridiculous, but that's the rules that they set out there. You should be able to, so long as it's not that. But I guess they figure, how do we know?
I know.
It's maybe he got information about somebody's injured,
if you're not betting on football, you're gone. I don't have an issue with it. But if you're J-Mo Yeah, we don't even know if he bet on sports. He may have just been playing a stupid little slot machine or something. My point is, when the league says, gamble on football, gone for a year, there's really no way out when you're the guy who broke a smaller violation because 6 games is so much less than the full season.
Right. His is gamble in the facility, 6 games.
248-539-9797. And we don't know the names of the other players yet. But Adam Schefter reporting it's going to be a handful of players this week. They're going to miss the entire year. And this is one thing Rico and I totally agree on. There is no world where a big-time quarterback ever gets busted. Like, I think there's justice and just us. Like, there's no way.
Right.
I would fall over where I stand if I read a report that Pro Bowl quarterback X was suspended for the year. I just feel like they'd find a way to hide it.
Right. Or if all of a sudden there were 15, 20 people on every team, then this is an NFL problem. We may need to go back and revisit how we presented the information. But, Mike, in anything, there's always the few people who you're not paying attention, you don't really know, you don't ask the right questions. And now, I mean, there are so many rules in place because of stupid people, because people just aren't there. I mean, it's why you have to get a thing on your coffee saying, warning, coffee is hot, because somebody decided, well, what if I just guzzled the whole thing? Well, you can't do that. You will stall yourself.
Warning on coffee.
Mike, I was being facetious.
Oh, I'm like,
work with
wait,
me, Mike.
What?
Work
I apologize.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm still in awe of the hat that you. I mean, it takes guts to wear that.
Why is that?
Hi. The 49ers are universally loathed as a privileged organization. You're also mocking Lions fans by wearing circus lettering that you ripped from the Lions. It's very hard. I mean, David, this is a very difficult thing to watch. He looks like he's ready to coach the D-line. And I got to look at a 49ers hat all day.
It is uncomfortable to look at, especially knowing you're going to lose week 1 to the Steelers. So,
well, that's you Kenny Pickett.
David, I think your best hopes are covering the spread. Let's start there.
Hey, I'm going with it until we lose, okay?
Fair. But I want to hear from the people on it. 248-539-9797. David, where are you at on this?
Here's where I'm at with this. The NFL is not the only league to have a partner with gambling sites and gambling companies. So why is the NFL having so much problems and not the NBA, not the NHL, not Major League Baseball? It can't just be the players are dumb.
Yeah.
There has to be an education problem on the side of the NFL with their players, in my mind.
But once again, David, if I saw that there were 15 players on every team, then I would agree with you. But I don't see that. I see, it's 53 players, 58 including the practice squad players. So
Correct.
Let's just say 60 players.
Yes.
Of all, so that's over, 100 and let's just say,
You got
200.
into Harvard. Do not save him. This man brags about his admission into an Ivy League school. He can do basic math.
Of all of the 32 teams,
yes,
with all of that,
1,800
players or so, you get 10 or to 20 that screw up. That's not the league. That's on you, because everybody else understood. Everybody else got the assignment.
But we don't see any of that. We don't see one player getting suspended in the other leagues. Not one.
He's not wrong. I don't know that you're wrong either.
I don't think you're
but
wrong
I think
either,
David
yes.
makes an interesting point here. There has to be some level of responsibility if 80% of your employees do not understand a policy. If either you're employing the dumbest people in the world or your handbook might need to get updated a little bit.
Or as you like to say, Mike.
Both things can be true.
Both things are probably true.
248-539-9797. It's draft day. Kenny is excited. We're excited. And we're all ready to be disappointed by Steve Yzerman. It's going to be a hoot. It's going to be incredible. We'll start it at 3. Rico, tell them all about it.
Well, we all know somebody that thinks they have the best life hacks, things like you can open a can with a spoon or using your wireless hotspot for your internet at home. Well, for those hotspotters, they don't know that there's a much better hack out there. See, Xfinity gives you a 99.9 reliable internet, so you don't have to settle for using your phone for home internet. It means you can game more, stream more, or look up other life hacks on your connected devices. It's It's time for real home internet. The next generation Xfinity 10G network. The future starts right now. And now through July 21st, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet and one line of unlimited mobile together for just $50 a month for 12 months on an annual contract. Oh, no annual contract. Scratch that. No annual contract. Only from Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or just simply stop in a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
Well, David told me I'm hot, so must be time for me to tell you about David Femininio.
Quite sexy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. If you get injured in Michigan, you get David, and you get paid. We also want to tell you, David gives you elite communication, the best legal team in the state. And again, when you get David, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. So if you're injured or know someone who is, you need to have them call David Femininio. 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. It's unbelievable. All right.
Well, here's the thing.
What's up?
Here's your numbers.
Oh,
19
I thought he was responding to that absurd drop.
No.
Go ahead.
So roughly 1,900 players in the NFL. Let's just say 20 have been suspended for gambling. You know what that percentage is?
Okay.
1. That means the NFL kind of did their job.
Right. So
1%.
You know what? And it's why I lean more towards your side, because it's very similar to horse racing. They make this big hubbub because you have a statistical anomaly of 7 horses passing away at Churchill Downs, and then they want to make it a thing. But when you do the actual studying, the industry's cut its catastrophic incident rate in half in the last 20 years, down to almost 1 per 1,000. Now, is that somehow fun? No. The point is, nothing's perfect.
Right.
Nothing is zero, right? You have to exist in a non-zero world. I lean more your way. I think what bothered me was, okay, what you're saying is true, but 80% of players claim they don't get it? That's insane.
But see, at that point, I wonder, are you paying attention?
No,
or,
probably not.
Or is it just one of those, like, is it one of the things somebody's like, well, they just give us so much information, and so it's somewhere in that packet. Like, it may behoove you or your agent to read it.
I was going to say, what do you pay your agent for?
Right.
David, what's on the ticket text? You're hot.
Someone's saying, I work in management, and I'm convinced over 50% of adults don't read or comprehend rules or policy until they are cast in the net of discipline. That may be the issue here.
Spoken like true management right
Yeah,
there.
no.
Cast in the net of discipline. Take it easy, Warden. Guy's running a paperclip store, and he's over here talking like he's Rambo. Well, Kenny, you won't realize it until you're cast in the undertow of reprisal. What? We do radio. Oh, I'm sorry. On you.
The NFL has too many different gambling rules for different levels of employees. Just ban it completely. No confusion necessary.
Okay, I lean that way, right? Sensible thing. I just think the hypocrisy is delicious. The idea that you're in bed with the sports books, but then you're telling your employees they can't gamble. It would be the equivalent of the radio station taking gambling money, but saying you can't bet. Well, wait a minute. What? I just think you look foolish. At a certain level, they're grown-ass men. It's a legal activity.
It is, but it's like most parents do what I say, not as I do.
That's actually a very Roberto thing. David, go ahead, and then I'll go to the phones.
Can't gamble on team property, but they can advertise on it and have commercials on every break. Such a ridiculous rule. Another person says, branching off with what David said, I'm curious, what rules the NBA, for example, has regarding on-site betting?
You know what's funny? I wouldn't know because I've heard exactly 0 incidents of NBA players popped for gambling. And don't tell me it's somehow legal to bet on your team in the NBA, because it's not.
No. But maybe it's fewer players, so it's easier to really address the 12 to 15 players on the bench and say, guys, this is what we're not going to do. Any questions?
Well, the other problem is, too, there's a bit of inequality. Only certain markets are legal for gambling. So if you have an NFL team that doesn't exist in one of these markets,
you don't have a problem.
You have 0. So it's this weird, and again, don't get me started. Like, it's the same thing with weed. It's either legal or it's not. Gambling, it's legal or it's not. This state says this, and then you can cross the state line, and it's that. I mean, get it together, people.
Because I don't know off the top of my head if it's legal in Wisconsin, but Milwaukee is close enough to Chicago, but they can bet in Illinois. So it's like,
Oh, great. Just drive over to Appleton and then
saying.
go home?
Yeah.
Jesus. Go to Adam, 97.1. What's up, Adam?
Mike, me and my partner in the car, man, you had us hot.
What's up?
Talking about 6 games is equitable to a full year. And the reason being, J-Mo plays 1 bet as far as we know.
Right.
And we can't really compare that to hundreds of bets, especially when he's betting on football and betting on his own team. And if we're saying 80% of the players, J-Mo got a raw deal, in my opinion. Because literally all he had to do was step across the street, he's good.
Right, but Adam, he didn't. That's just it. He could have just stepped across the street.
But we just acknowledged that 80% of the players really had no idea what they could and couldn't do. Right? If I'm on the road at a hotel, I don't really compute that with team facility. I don't think many people would.
I agree with that.
But Adam, hold on. We've all been on vacation, and you've been on business trips. You treat it differently. Vacation, it's okay to go out and get drunk. Business trip, probably you shouldn't do that.
Well, I would push back on that because in my personal experience with a big company, I can have a drink because I'm an adult, right? So that's why I struggle with hard, fast rules because it's not the same for everybody.
Adam, I didn't say have a drink. I said get drunk. There's a difference. And the same thing, J-Mo, you can bet, but you can't do it on team facilities. Go have your drink
that's fine,
at home.
But I'm not disputing that piece of it, Rico. What I'm saying is if I walk out the hotel, I'm compliant, but say my phone stays connected to the hotel Wi-Fi. That's nonsense to be suspended over.
No, but they know your location. When you sign up for these apps, most people don't read that. They know exactly where you're betting.
They have a radius of your location. I would agree with that, and I'm sure FanDuel, the NFL probably has some secret.
Adam,
tools,
just so I can understand, like, why were you mad? I agree with you. The penalty is stiff. All I was trying to say is the guys that are betting on football are gone for an entire year. They're basically saying if you screw up a violation of the code, not related to football, you're getting 6 games. I'm with you. I think I'd be more comfortable if it was 3. But I'm just making the point, I don't have a leg to appeal it. If these guys are missing an entire year of their career and I'm only missing a third of the season, what's the appeal exactly?
Yeah, just don't rock the boat, do the 6
games.
Well,
because if I'm Jameson, I really feel like I got screwed because I only got to do it once. Why not let me do it 100 times?
Okay, but Adam,
if my penalty is going to be silly.
Hold on. Adam, think about this. The Lions and J-Mo neither said we're going to appeal this, which means they realize maybe we kind of got off lucky.
Adam, here's the last thing I'll say. You're talking feelings, I'm talking facts. The way we feel doesn't matter when there's a rule. Now, we can say the rule isn't fair. I agree with you. J-Mo probably got a raw deal. But you continuing to use feelings as your justification, it doesn't matter. Now, I'm not trying to make you angry in your car ride. And I wish J-Mo were back. And I don't think he's a bad kid for doing it. But there has to be now, if you want to tell me the NFL, you called up Adam and go, guys, we're missing the point. The NFL's got to change the rules. It should be 3 games for non-sports betting violations, and it should be a full season if you bet on football. Guess what, Adam? I agree totally. But this whole thing of, well, you know, what if he didn't?
Right. Like I said,
That's
you're at work. When you're at work, you can't do certain things. When you're at home, you can. When you're at a company function, you can't do certain things.
Terry, 97.1. What's up, T?
Hi, how are you guys?
Good, Terry.
I think, 1 year for what Isaiah did, betting on possibly his own team. That's like a Pete Rose issue. That attacks the fabric of the NFL, the integrity of the game. Based on 1 year for what he did, J-Mo should get 1/2. He shouldn't even get a whole game. It's amazing he's only going to get 1 year for betting on his own team. He should be out of football. That attacks
May have lost him. Yeah. Look, I don't think it's a Pete Rose situation. If you're betting on your own team, is it good for the game? No. Does it call integrity into question? Yes. If he ever bet against his own team, it's a lifetime ban. You're gone.
Yeah. Because that's the one thing that all sports, you could do so many egregious things, but man, you gamble, you're done. Lifetime ban. Oh, well, you kill somebody. Well, okay, well, we'll see you in 18 months. You bet on the game, we'll never see you play again.
I was going to say, what is this, Kirby Smart's program? It's all I have, okay? You have a lot of players get in trouble, Kenny, but you don't lose. It's all we have, all right? The opening line is out. Georgia minus 38.5 against Michigan State, okay? I get it. Just give me one witty barb before I have to endure an entire season of you being up 28-0 in the first 4 minutes. All right, you've heard us mention Northville Lumber a lot. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more. It's Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex decking from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason Northville can move that much product. They stock all of it in their warehouse about a mile down the road. Some of it's as low as $1.59 a foot. Go to Northville, get the product you need, all varieties of Trex decking, railing, lighting. You don't have anyone to build the deck? No problem. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. This is an exciting moment, people. For the first time in show history. Not that I can prove that, but it sounds really good. We are about to do a hockey blitz. This is Christmas morning for our version of young Ralphie, Kenny Cott. It is time for the Cone Drill, presented by Kenny Slapcott. All right, Kenny, today's your day, champ. Draft day for everybody, whether you're a Fringe fan or you're Pierre LeBrun. I want you to give them everything you got in the world of hockey in the next 9 minutes. Go.
So first and foremost, let's look at the draft here. The most important thing of the night, it's the bride and groom of this ceremony. We got Chicago leading off. They're obviously going to take Connor Bedard. No big surprise there. In my Kenny Cott mock 1.0, I have Adam Fantilli going to the Ducks.
That's the guy I keep calling P.D. Ferdinand and all. Okay.
Your name for that guy gets worse and worse each time you try to do it, Mike. It's Adam Ferrari. It's Jonathan Farts. It's something different every time. But Indeed. He's coming out of U of M, big, powerful center. He's going to be an instant classic, I think.
Yeah, great. And Yzerman won't get him. All right, next.
Yeah, because they're drafting at 9 and not at 2.
Move up, damn it. Let's go. Next.
Okay. Just throw everybody out there. You can have all of our players and picks for number 2.
All I want is fun, Rico. That's all I want tonight. Go ahead.
Pick number 3, Leo Carlson from the SHL, 6'3", center, smart, good stick handling for his size. He's also going to be an instant impact player.
Fun fact, I like this player because I used to have a dog named Leo.
And now there's a Carlson.
I'm in.
Bold prediction coming at number 4.
I really like Leo.
He was good, man.
He was.
I missed that guy.
What about Heath Bar? How's Heath doing?
He was on one today.
Oh, I love little
He was
Heath
on
Bar.
a permanent Zoomies program today. I needed to get the hell out of the house. I couldn't take it anymore. Carry on.
Bold prediction, and Mike, this one you're not going to like so very much.
What is this?
Matvei Michkov does not make it out of the top 4. I don't think he makes it past there.
Okay, let me say
Because
this.
I believe, let me give you my reasoning.
Let me hear it.
I believe all of the smoke, all of the Russian mystery man, we're not allowed to talk to him. Could he come over here? Is the Russian thing going to be a problem? I think that's all just smoke generated so that his draft stock will fall to teams like Washington, who could easily pick him up with the Ovechkin-Putin connection. So, yeah, I think that's not even realistic. I believe he'll be out before the 4th
I think
pick.
Kenny's right. I hate admitting it, but this is about honesty. I think tonight you're going to see the kid go 3 or 4.
So it's no way that, because in every draft there's always somebody that falls, and we're all shaking our head like, how? This couldn't be that?
Well, the thing about this draft is it's so top-heavy that any of these guys could fall, and it wouldn't be that big of a surprise. Michkov is the one X factor that everybody talks about.
Right,
He's the
that
popular
Michkov
name.
could fall down to 9 and the Wings wouldn't have to do anything.
I think the bigger surprise to me, it would be if he fell all the way to 9 or if he fell all the way out of the top 10. I just don't see that happening.
Can't we take a picture of him with a bong going?
Yeah, with the
bong
gas
mask,
bong with the face mask on.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think that would be good for him as a person. I don't
Laramie
know.
Tunsil him.
Yeah, I don't think he might not come out of Russia after that. That's all. I'll put it that way.
Oh, the production matches the attention on this event tonight. This is great. Go ahead.
Another bold prediction with somebody with so much high-end talent. I think we may see a team trade into the top 6.
And it's the Red Wings.
I don't think so. But there is a lot of high-end talent that will be available to be used in the next couple of years that will make their way up. I think the Red Wings are more worried about making the playoffs this year, which wouldn't put them in contention to do something like that. Trading off major assets that would help us in the right here, right now, as well as in the long term. I just don't see that's happening. The next piece of information.
But hold on. I have to ask you this.
Go ahead.
Why is it that despite having cap space, a treasure trove of picks, why is it? Is it just because Yzerman works in silence, or is it because he's under no rush? Kenny, if the top of this draft is so wondrous, why wouldn't you attempt to move up?
Because you're trying to win not just now, but long term. You've set your timeline in the next 8 years. That is
8 years.
No. I'm not saying it's going to take 8 years. I'm saying that's the length of Dylan Larkin's contract, meaning you're going to want to win sustained throughout those 8 years, the same way that Tampa Bay won throughout 8 years. You want not only right now winning, but long-term winning. If you mortgage your future for right now, that's not going to be prolonged winning.
David, I got to tell you,
right here, right now.
He has been converted into one of these Iser bots.
I'm
He's
not
a soccer
saying
player right now. He is kicking the can.
I'm not kicking the can.
The cone,
8 years?
The cone or the can, 248.
Wait till you hear what I have to say next.
But have you seen Bijan run?
Here's your core 4
What
update.
is that?
That's the puck off the post. Somebody listened to Shoot the Puck guy, except they rang it off the pipe, like what usually happens. That's right.
Unbelievable. This production's horrific. Go ahead, Kenny.
Here's your core 4 update. Reports coming out from Toronto GM Brad Treliving. Extension talks with both William Nylander and Austin Matthews. The focus now shifts to Mitch Marner, which is a guy.
He's local.
He could be.
No, I'm saying he's a Toronto kid, isn't he?
Well, yeah, but he could. They don't only have room to sign with the amount of money they're going to have to spend on both Austin Matthews and Nylander. That guy is going to be somebody who could be available for trade.
And what are you going to tell me next? All the reasons Yzerman won't do it?
I'm saying if you're looking for a 40-goal scorer and you're looking to do it in the next couple of years, this would be the time to do it. Either this offseason or next offseason.
Quit. Rico's disgusted.
Well, you lost me at 8 years. So.
I think you may have misunderstood what I said by 8 years.
Now he's calling you stupid. Is that any way to get your attention back?
I'm an NFL player. Okay.
Wow.
Just move on.
Kenny, you'll learn this as a radio host. There are certain moments you just steamroll through.
You know, that's just what we're gonna do. We're gonna look at the Wings draft options.
We're
now.
on to Cincinnati. Go ahead.
We're going to things that could actually happen.
All right.
Wings could pick at 9. The pick at 9 is not completely off the table. In fact, I think what ends up happening is the 17th pick is gone, and a guy like Zadina is gone, and a second-round pick is gone. But you could still pick at 9. There is still value in taking those players that will help you in the future. Oliver Moore is a name that's been passed around quite a bit. Center, fast, quick release, makes plays, good one-timer from the right-handed side.
And he'll be ready by, say, 2026.
He could be ready as soon as a couple of years from now.
Oh,
that's what all these guys are. These are the reason that you go to the draft party if you're a guy like me is to see what they're going to do at pick number 9.
Hold on. Can we talk about that for a minute?
Go ahead. Go. I'm here for mockery.
You know what, Kenny? If you enjoy it, you go ahead.
Exactly, but I heard the commercial, and I'm like, wow, talk about an event no one's going to. Like, they're like, tickets available now for free at DetroitRedWings.com. I'm like, not a good sign. Then I'm like, what about the air quality thing? Sure enough, canceled. We're going inside with it.
One day we will have a Chevy Plaza event. It will happen.
And it's going to be awesome.
One fine day we will have a Chevy Plaza
So what do you
event.
do at this draft party?
There's, I guess, going to be live entertainment, food, and
nerds.
drink, and nerds like me. Yeah,
hockey nerds.
Hockey slaps.
Do you boo the pick just because?
No, and we're not yelling "shoot the puck" at any moment either, because I knew that would probably be somebody's next question, even though there's no puck to be.
I just have a hard time with the draft party when you're picking 9th and 17th. Like if you're picking first and you're getting Bedard, it's a big celebration. It's almost like a night out at the bar, maybe.
Well, reasonably, you'd hope that the DeBrincat thing is a podium announcement, which a lot of people like me think it will be.
Tell me right now, scale of 1 to 10, your confidence level, that's happening.
I'm at about 8.5. 8.5, 9.
That it happened.
Enough well plugged in people have said it will happen.
Kenny's in the know.
Enough? No, I'm just reading the well-to-do people in hockey.
Dare I say he's locked on?
I'm a little bit locked on. Also, the Elliot Friedmans of the world have this being a thing. So, he's like hockey's Woj. Leave it alone.
Got it.
The good Woj, not our
Got
Woj.
it.
His phone rings. So yeah, he did take that phone call from Yaz.
That's true.
Next.
That's confidential.
Next.
The last thing that I wanted to bring up here is potential trade targets besides Alex DeBrincat, which still is very much on the table. As I said, 8.5 out of 10. Travis Konechny, even though he missed 20 games last year, he still managed to be a 30-goal scorer. Going to be more expensive, but I think totally worth it if you want to re-sign him as well.
What are the odds?
I think pretty good. He's been another name that's been linked to Detroit as well. And a name that might be on the way out for probably Alex DeBrincat, Zadina. Zadina has been a guy that for some reason is still valuable on national trade boards, namely Frank Saravelli, and I don't get it.
Why would anyone want him?
I don't, because he was
He's
a high
fourth-line player who's had every opportunity here. He stinks.
He was a high-value player at one point, a high pick in the draft, somebody who they thought had a big future. Yeah, exactly, a fixer-upper project that you can pair with a draft pick for a rebuilding team.
And then he goes someplace else, and then all of a sudden he's great. So, Kenny, what you're saying, by the end of tonight, you're about 80% sure that the Wings will have that player that we've all been coveting. They
will have one of
face.
those guys. Absolutely.
Can't wait to welcome Johnny Kinetic to town, or whatever his name is.
The last one is Mark Scheifele, another player for the Winnipeg Jets, 40-goal scorer. If they're willing to tear down and take some picks, it's not a matter of what you give them. It's a matter of how many picks you give them.
What happened to your lover, Kyle Connor?
Kyle Connor is in one of those situations where he's young enough where they could actually rebuild around him on the fly.
All right.
Lie to me.
I did not, David. I'm just getting assaulted left and right in this segment. I love it. No, Mark Scheifele
welcome
is
to my world, Kenny.
This is what being a big-time hockey savant is. You got to go to those dirty
I'm willing
areas.
to accept it, man. I'm willing to accept it.
You got to get into the corner, win those 50-50s.
Yeah,
and shoot the puck.
Get in those dirty areas. Mark Scheifele, 40-goal scorer. get a lot of picks, send them Winnipeg's way, you're going to get
All
them.
right, if you can walk away with any of the players you listed tonight, knowing the cost associated with said players, give me the one person that would absolutely elate you from the list you just gave.
Yeah, I'd like to apologize to Gator, and I'd like to apologize to Gov, who seem to hate this guy for some reason, but it's Alex DeBrincat.
Cheap.
Multiple 40-goal scorer, cheap enough. You can extend him, not a problem. He fits right into your first
But
line.
I heard he's short.
If I hear one more person, then I will never do a cone drill ever again. And that's been your NHL cone drill.
What an absolute event. What a pleasure that was. All right, summer is here. Do you wish you weighed less than you do right now? There is still time if you're looking to lose 10 or, hell, 100 pounds. John Jansen did it. He did it with Ideal U. You can go to idealu.us right now. They're local, Metro Detroit area. They've helped thousands of people, and 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in 40 days. John Jansen, you hear him on the morning show every day. John has lost a ton. He's kept it off. If you want to find out how, idealu.us. Sign up now. Get a $200 Visa gift card. You can start your summer right. Lose weight. Get a $200 Visa gift card. You could lose 15, 20, 30. You get the point here. Idealu.us. It worked for John. It could work for you. That's idealu.us. Well, I do have some good news. Actually, two pieces of good news. We're going to get to draft night discussion next because I want to know what people are thinking. I want to know what kind of day we're going to wake up to tomorrow. But in other news, the Twins blow. they've lost another game, a matinee affair to the Braves, shut out 3-0. So if you're counting at home, you've won 1 of 3 against Texas, and they've gotten swept. And you've gained a game. It's all there, guys. It's exactly how we described it. They were going to Atlanta to get drilled. They have. Now they're going to Baltimore. You get Colorado and the Royals. We've got to endure a Joey Wentz start, maybe the last ever, if we can steal the day game tomorrow. If you told me they were going to get a split in Texas, I would sign up 10 out of 10 times. And the reality is, you're set to gain games. Do not give up the ship. This division's a garbage can. I'm sorry, and you know what? I'd like to thank Rico Beard's Atlanta Braves. Thank you.
You're welcome.
First nice thing you've done for the city of Detroit in a long time. Thank you. Thank you. Shall we go on the board, gentlemen? All right. Well, I'm glad Rico's back. He was glad-handing like the prom queen out there. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm R.L. Beard.
Heaven forbid you see somebody you haven't seen in 12 years.
Bill! All right, here's the deal. Let's do this. Kenny, I need you to tell me whether this is, in the words of Jim Costa, value or just lighting your money on fire. You know I am obsessed with Mishkov. He has been mocked anywhere 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You also hear rumors teams like the Flyers may want to move up to get him. At number 2 overall, he's plus 2,500. Your guy, Fantelli, is the favorite. What is he at 3?
At 3, he is 3,300. Value with a capital V.
So my question is, do you just place 2 small bets to go number 2 overall, number 3 overall? Because someone could move up and get him, or these other teams have just run smoke screens, as we all talked about. We don't think he's getting out of the top 4. Is it value, or are you lighting your money on fire?
Could I suggest removing 2 and replacing it with 4 for plus 500?
Yes.
Because that's where I'm at, is number 4. And if he is a little bit higher at 3, you still get a bunch of money. But
what is he at 8 to the Caps?
It doesn't go higher than 8. It stops at 5.
Damn it.
At 5, he's not even at 5 he's plus 200.
Okay. All right, no, I wondered if there was value. I think it's interesting. It beats betting baseball. I cannot bet on Joey Wentz. I'm not touching the total. Mishkov mania. 2, 3, 4, run a stagger, pretend it's horse racing. You're all set.
Yeah, if you believe he's of the ilk that he's going to go 4 or 3, that's the ones that I would.
Okay. Rico Beard.
Apologize. Matt Olson waited till today to hit the home run, or else you would have hit that parlay last night, because Lord knows Michael Harris and Acuna, they did their part. But we move on. I give you 2 things, Mike. 1, I'll give you a Shohei Ohtani home run tonight.
Oh, Christ. I mean, is he the best baseball player you've ever seen?
He really is.
Never seen anything like the guy.
Plus 290 to hit a home run tonight.
What has he got, 26 home runs? It's not even July.
Or if you want,
and he's an ace pitcher. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Or if you want something local, take Jake Rogers and Matt Vierling to each get a hit at plus 150.
Hey, fun note. Corbin Carroll has 17 home runs this year before July 1st. Spencer Torkelson has 17 in his career.
He had one last night.
That's
all
why
that
it's
matters.
relevant. Congrats. You've matched what Carroll's done in his first 2.5 months in the league. Fun. Kenneth Cott. Come on.
My Reds over did not hit yesterday. It was a 4-run game. But I'm just going to go with the draft because the more I talked about this, I am more confident that Mishkov goes 3 or 4. So I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to sprinkle a little bit on each. And then when he eventually gets taken at 4, I'll win some money.
So I'm not nuts.
No, you're not nuts. I don't think he makes it out of the top 4, which is why I'm doing that.
Who the hell is William Smith? That is the most boring name ever.
Will Smith.
Tell me his game is more exciting. Who is William Smith?
You know what?
Sounds like a pilgrim.
Every announcer's dream, because you Will Smith.
Well, and if he played in 1975, he'd be Billy Smith. But William Smith.
Wow.
Yeah, that would have been in
somebody says getting jiggy with it.
That would have been in my game of, is this a hockey player or is this a U.S. senator? I was going to do that. But
William Smith, senator from Delaware.
Correct.
Didn't he get slapped by Chris Rock?
Yes.
Or Chris Rock slapped? Yeah.
David, where do you want to go here? What do you want to do? Get involved with the NHL draft.
I am
Come
getting
on.
involved with the NHL draft. I'm going to go with what Kenny is saying here. At 4 overall, Michkov plus 500. That's what I'm going to place tonight. And I also already had this, but Rico, you mentioned it. It is Shohei Ohtani plus 294 home run tonight. So those two are what I love.
Now, you know what, David? Here's something for you since you gave up the WNBA. Take Oman to defeat and upset Zimbabwe in cricket at plus 680.
I have no idea what you just said.
I'm leaving. I will not be a part of this because that's one step. Actually, that's a step above you handing out a pick for the USA versus St. Kitts and Nevis tonight.
Hey, man, that money spends.
It's a soccer game, Kenny. Don't worry about it. There are other sports than hockey.
That money spends. If you
I understand. Hold on. You just that's not even a real game, is it?
Yeah, it is. Actually, it is a real game.
And I'm about to give you a phone number you should call.
It is a real game.
That's on the board. Baseball season in full swing. No better way to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sports book right now. New customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. It's $1,000 back in bonus bets. If you don't win, you get the refund. And Rico participated in the home run derby deal, the Dinger Tuesday, whatever the hell it's called.
5 home runs hit that night.
You got all your money back then. $25 bet in, $25 in refunds out if you lose. It's all there. It's FanDuel, the official partner of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 deposit required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets. Expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
The Red Wings will be busy tonight. They've got 2 picks in the first round of the NHL draft. Detroit will select at number 9 and 17. It's the 5th time GM Steve Yzerman has ran a draft with the Wings. He says the team will have plenty of options with their big collection of picks. Detroit will also pick 3 times tomorrow in the second round. Those selections, numbers 41, 42, and 43. We'll see, though, if the Wings hold on to all those picks. Rumors still being spread about Detroit spinning a trade for high-scoring Ottawa winger Alex DeBrincat. The first round happening at 7 o'clock tonight in Nashville. And the Tigers look to take a series lead tonight against the Rangers in Arlington. It's the 3rd game of a 4-game series that's tied at 1-1. Joey Wentz will start for Detroit. Dane Dunning gets the ball for the Rangers. The Tigers, they're still 4.5 games behind first-place Minnesota. Maton adjusted 2.5 games. First pitch at 8:05. The pregame show at 7:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Ticket Update
Is that
desk.
really a thing now?
It is. It's like WAR, OPS Plus, Maton adjusted. Okay. At the Ticket Update desk. I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Good to have you aboard. You know, David, this song almost sounds like this.
Just when I got that out of my head. Wow.
We are back. It's draft night. All right. Kenny has donned his Cider jersey, but this is what's exciting. I'd like to know from the people in this town, are we going to end up waking up happy or pissed? I really don't think there's a lukewarm version of this entree that Stevie Y is serving tonight. I only speak for me. If they just roll into this deal, Holland style, and just draft at 9, draft at 17, we took the best players, I'm going to be pissed. There's really no in between. I have no interest in drafting 2 people at 9 and 17 that won't be here before 2026. Just don't have an interest. Now, I am also not being unfair saying they have to do exactly A, B, and C for me to be happy. I've left it open-ended. I know the Mishkov thing probably isn't happening because no one in this town does anything bold. But all I want is an acquisition tonight. That taking one of these picks and acquiring someone who puts this team into the playoffs next year, whether it's a DeBrincat, whether it's his guy, Konecny, or whatever his name is, I don't care. I'm looking at data. I don't care. But I want to know tonight, what does Yzerman have to do for you to maintain your faith in him? He has been given carte blanche. A lot of it deserved. But we're entering year 5 now. And I don't know about you. I'm just about done with the blind faith routine. I need Steve Yzerman with all these picks. He's got a zillion of them. This cap space. They're one of the only teams in the league with cap space, and I'm not going to bore people, but it's really, really hard to move money under the current NHL CBA. You have cap space, which makes it easy. You're a dance partner. People want to dance with you. You have the picks, you have the cap space, you have prospects. I think I'm making it very easy for me to be happy. Go out, acquire a human being who plays hockey for a living, who can help the first line of this team. If they don't do that tonight, then I don't know what the hell they're doing. Because after tonight, these picks are vaporized. No one uses draft picks and then 24 hours later deals them. That's not how life works. Once you use them, they're gone.
See, I look at it more. I got a feeling it's going to be what we saw a week ago, similar with the Pistons. We all expected them to bring in somebody, and in the end, they made 2 first-round picks, and we were like,
and we were unhappy.
Eh.
And we're going to get to that.
I feel like it's to bring it or bust.
Well, no, we're going to get to it at 4.
No, I'm saying, but tonight it's to bring it or bust.
I don't want to say DeBrincat because there's a plethora of options. A lot of teams are bleeding cash. Yeah. I am whoever Yzerman deems good enough, as long as they are a first-line player that will enhance Dylan Larkin.
But see, I think we've spoke his name up so much that, and Kenny, I could be wrong, but I feel like if they don't get DeBrincat, that people will be disappointed and like, well, why couldn't we get him? Why did he end up going to some other team?
But not if
What's
they
wrong?
get some of the other people on Kenny's list. They won't be disappointed.
Right. If they get somebody of that ilk, like the Scheifeleys of the world, or Ada Konechny, somebody like that. If you get those types of players, I don't think anybody's going to be all that upset. The only reason DeBrincat is at the top of the list is because he fits so naturally into this system. And it's, he's from here. I know that doesn't matter, but he was unhappy in Ottawa. That's why underproduced. Perhaps he'll produce better in a place that, he's from. That's just the natural fit for as far as names. But there's plenty of other guys that they could go after. But yeah, Konechny is a name that we've basically spoken.
So if DeBrincat doesn't come here, what does that just means? Stevie cooled on him?
That means they couldn't agree to terms on the contract, essentially, because they also have to agree to be long-term partners for the next 8 years is the idea.
Yeah, he's looking for a long-term deal, and
100%. So that's going to rely on term, and if Stevie's willing to negotiate and they're willing to agree on those terms.
But Stevie's set an artificial cap that he's not paying a certain price.
Well, Steve, in his negotiating, things that people say about him is he's very, I have this number, and you will not budge me off of this number. Whether it's a term, it doesn't matter. You can't change his mind.
Boring.
He's very dogged. I'm sorry, but that's the way he gets business done.
It's boring. I don't care. I don't care what he does tonight. I don't care who he acquires. Just do something. That's all I need to be happy. It is year 5. And what I'm not going to do is allow the Yzerbots to run the future. He's been given plenty of time. He's got everything set up. Now's the time to move. We need first-line help. We need legitimate guys that can put 30 goals in the net minimum, probably 40. Go do something. Because if I have to watch a GM in this town simply sit there, pass gas, use draft picks, no rush, it's all good, I'm going to lose my mind.
And it is worth mentioning that he hasn't even hit the salary cap, the floor. Forget about the salary cap. He is not even at the salary floor that you have to be above before the season begins. So he has money to spend. He has to spend money.
And that's part of my discontent. So here's what I want. The bat signal's up for the Hockey Elite. 248-539-9797. What are we going to get from Yzerman tonight in your mind? And I want to understand, if they walk into this and just use the picks at 9 and 17, I mean, where does that put you as a fan? How much longer are we supposed to wait?
Well, see, I was about to say joy or disappointment, because I think if you don't bring in a player who could play immediately, it's disappointing.
I got to believe after Dorian's comments yesterday out of Ottawa, they're moving DeBrincat. And there's no team in a better position to get him than the Wings. And DeBrincat, you're on his list of places he wanted to go. You have all the leverage. Ottawa doesn't have a pick until the 4th round. You have more picks than anybody. You got the money to sign this kid. He's already turned down a long-term deal from Ottawa. I just, if they don't make a splash tonight, I really don't understand what we're doing. Because reality is you can't go to free agency and get better. It's really hard to do it. Great players usually don't make it to free agency. And when they do, breaking news, they don't come to Detroit. This isn't 2002. So the trade market is where you do it, and draft night is when your picks are at their most valuable.
Right.
So I just would love to know where people are at, because I think we are approaching a situation where people have lulled themselves into a sense of security, of trust in Stevie. They're the Yzerbots. Well, you're entering year 5. I'll be very plain. If you don't make the playoffs, the last 5 years have been a total waste. And if you don't make the playoffs, I think some of the shine comes off of a legend. Because 5-year rebuild, and it didn't net a playoff berth? Oh, and I have to wait till year 6? I could hire Kenny to rebuild a franchise in 6 years. 6! So all I'm asking for is let's take a step forward tonight. I haven't given a single name. Obviously, if Kenny endorses a guy, I'm going to trust him.
Right.
Knows more about hockey than anybody in this building. I feel like it's the time. You can't justify using 9 and 17, getting no return on that anytime before 25. The Mishkov thing was in concert with DeBrincat. Mishkov, the difference is he's going to enter the league at 20 or 21 in 2 or 3 years and be an impact guy. Versus these kids, that is a bold declaration. I'm saying when Mishkov comes over stateside, he's going to walk in the league and be one of the 30, 40 best players in the league.
The only way you can justify spending 9 and 17 on a draft pick is if you're using depth picks. I've heard a couple people say they could use 2 second-round picks and Zadina to get a guy like DeBrincat. If that's the case, God bless. More
And guess
power
what?
to you.
It's why I said make an acquisition. The acquisition, regardless of where else and what other picks they use, is all I care about. I'm not holding – first of all, I'm in no place to hold Steve Yzerman to do anything. I'm making a point. Whatever they do, 9, 17, the 3 second-round pick, I don't care. Acquire someone that makes this franchise better now.
Well, that's what I said, because if not, I think it's either going to be joy or disappointment, because if you make picks 9 and pick 17, we saw that last week. Nobody came away from the Pistons draft feeling great. We were all like, wow, is that it? And, yeah, as you say, it's not like other sports where you can go out and get a free agent because you're just not in that position to do that in the NHL, especially in Detroit. So, yeah, tonight's the night that you got to get that marquee player, that one that everybody wants to see. I'm hoping that happens, but I don't know. I mean, because at least I know I don't know what Stevie's track record is on that draft night. Like, is he one that just hides in the weeds and all of a sudden bang,
He usually just makes really smart picks. The point is you've made enough picks. We're done. We need a player.
And that's why I feel like we're gonna just make picks 9 and 17, and it's gonna be anticlimactic for
But if
a
he
lot of
does that
Detroiters.
and uses the second rounders to get DeBrincat, then it's fine.
Fair.
Yeah,
Fair.
that would make sense, and that would make me a little bit more happier. But you're right.
Plus,
Mike.
they have the Bruins first-round pick next year. You could take a 2 tonight,
Correct.
the first-rounder next year, plus the dead body of Zadina, go get DeBrincat, and we're all happy. We wouldn't care about 9 and 17.
You're right.
So that's why, and I understand, I'm far from Don Cherry, but sports is sports when you term it into draft capital, cap space, acquisition. Data's data. We're all playing a numbers game, whether it's on ice, hardwood, grass, AstroTurf, whatever. Rico, I need about 40 goals out of a winger for the first line. Go get me that.
Yeah, you just can't use 9 and 17 and then that's it, and then you don't get a DeBrincat or someone else because, like, you're right. This isn't the NFL draft. You're not going to get immediate impact from this draft.
No, and
pick,
it's not NFL free agency either.
Correct.
Right. Different.
Thank you.
Right. If
We
you
need
just pay
impact.
enough
We wanna
money,
win.
yeah, you pay enough money, you'll go to a team.
Plus, a guy like DeBrincat, and again, Kenny brought up several people. If these guys are in their mid-20s, their horizon lines up with where you're at, where your contracts are, you want to develop your core four. It makes no sense for Stevie not to make a splash tonight. So I'd love to know where we're at, people. 248-539-9797. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
Let's have the conversation next. 97.1.
Imagine walking around the summer being down about 50 pounds. It's possible, but if you start now, because I dropped 47 pounds in 12 weeks, you start now, by the end of the summer, you could be there as well. I get it. You want to enjoy the summer? Enjoy it. Awaken 180 doesn't get in the way of that. It just enhances your summer. I got more energy, and it's a life choice. You can do this. It's something that you've been putting off and putting off and putting off. And I say, why wait? Every week I'm seeing results with Awaken 180. You can too. It's very simple. You get with your coach. They come up with a plan designed specifically just for you. Awaken 180 is waiting for you. They're waiting for your phone call. Reserve your at-home consultation with Awaken 180 right now. 844-346-1800. 844-346-1800. Or you can just go online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Boy, David, you take such great pleasure saying that, don't you? Listen, don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait for the first 100-degree day to go, uh-oh, my AC is garbage. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical has you covered. $78 AC tune-up. Get the air conditioner in tip-top shape and save on your energy bill. It's Mastercraft. Plenty of generators in stock. Schedule that tune-up today. Go to mastercraftheating.com. You know, I got to say something, and I don't mean to be rude when I do it, but this is a total joke. Let me explain. No, this isn't, well, you complain we don't talk hockey, now we do, wah, wah, wah. No. It's worse. It's worse because what I am sensing is Red Wing fans have been turned into a flock of sheep. This whole Yzerplan thing and you people becoming Yzerbots is the reason you don't want to talk. Because your brain, you've been microchipped. You're brainless. You simply are just drones walking the earth, repeating the phrase, trust in Stevie, trust in Stevie. You don't even have thoughts of your own. Like, we've done this before where people are almost like, they're treating him like Don Corleone, like you're not allowed to have an opinion. Sorry, this isn't Russia. You're not going to get thrown in the gulag for saying you'd like to get Alex DeBrincat tonight. But see, this is what this town has turned into. And look, there's no one I'd rather have run the franchise. And what he did as a player here, all-time great. And the rebuild he took over was brutal. Respect. I didn't say a word the first 3 years. 3. This is his 5th draft. We do not have a playoff appearance, nor have we been close. And you people can't muster up the gumption to go, you know what? If he doesn't do something that entertains me or makes me happy, I'm going to be upset at him. You'd think you're making fun of your own mother. Like, guys, I hate to break it to you, Steve Yzerman's not paying your mortgage. Okay, Steve Yzerman's not picking up the kids from school. Steve Yzerman's not paying for your country club membership. Steve Yzerman's not wiping out your credit card debt. Steve Yzerman runs a hockey team. It's okay to have independent thought. Because if all of you think it's okay to be in year 5 of a rebuild and just whistle Dixie if he does nothing, you know what? I don't come from the same planet. At a certain point, I don't care who you are. I don't care how great you were. I don't care how much we love you. If you don't produce something, we have to have conversations. None of those are ad hominem attacks. Right. None of those are unreasonable. No one is saying the man should, no one's mentioning the F word. I'm saying it's year 5. I view it as such an opportunity for this franchise, for this fan base, for the city. They are one of the only, now look, Yzerman's done a great job getting them here. All I'm asking him to do now is put the biscuit in the basket. Let's make some moves. It's time. Right. Now, he very well may, and I'll be a very happy camper tomorrow. But having the conversation that if he doesn't do something tonight, I think it's very upsetting, that's a very legitimate commentary. And I think it's hilarious, Rico, because these people have been turned into robots.
Right, because if he doesn't do anything tonight, then you have to ask yourself, well, when are you going to get that splash player? And taking 2 people tonight, you're not going to see them for another 2-3 years. So once again, this kind of goes to that 8-year plan. Yeah, good luck selling that.
No, and pardon me when I say it, it's tongue in cheek, but I mean, I can find anybody and give them 8 years. Yeah. Hate to break it to you. We're not curing cancer here. Okay, it's hard to rebuild a hockey team. It's harder to cure pancreatic cancer. All right, let's not get it twisted.
And as we said, this town is begging for one of the teams,
right,
to just step up and do so. We celebrated their 18 hours in the playoffs.
Right, we all desperately want them to be good.
Yeah,
and I don't want to hear about, well, he took over and had nothing. It's 5 years later. It doesn't apply. It's the equivalent if Rico gets on the air, not that he would do this, but this is fun if he did. If Rico got on the air in the fall of 25 and said, well, Mel Tucker took over a bad situation, I'd hit Rico with a shovel. 5 years.
Well, you know, Mike, it's COVID.
But you apply it to other
Right.
things.
No,
if
you're
Scott
right.
Harris in 5 years does not have the Tigers in the playoffs, we're going to bitch.
Right.
If Troy Weaver, 5 years in, we're going to bitch. But yet, this guy, you can't say anything. Why?
You know why.
No, I don't, because I don't care.
Okay, you don't care, but you know why. You know why? Because he was 19.
I don't
He
care.
was the captain, so that gives him some latitude with fans.
People have been turned into a village of sheep.
If his name
Sheeple.
was Steve Johnson, then
It's like the kid who's going to get drafted third tonight, William Smith.
Right.
David, ticket text, and I'll go to the people. And I'm not trying to pick a fight with you.
No,
I just find, I'm talking to the people. I find it astonishing that people aren't moved to have an opinion on this. That whatever happens tonight is going to be about 75% of your offseason, because free agency, largely, you don't want what's out there. You are weaponized tonight because you have the picks, you have the cap space, you have the players. Past tonight, a lot of that goes away.
Yeah.
David's laughing. What's your problem?
I am not laughing at all because this ticket text is saying it all. Mike, you're right. Fire Joe Dumars after multiple playoff appearances and a championship just because he didn't make the playoffs, but yet Yzerman gets every opportunity and as long as he wants.
Right, and my point is us having a conversation of if A, B, and C doesn't happen, here's our reaction. People are afraid to say it like they're in Russia, like there's going to be a hit. They're going to get killed by a drone. Come on.
No, people are afraid to say it because you're going against a childhood hero or somebody that you grew up admiring, but they're in a different job now. They wear the suit. They're not on the ice. So therefore, you judge them differently. And it's okay to say, you know what, he failed. Doesn't take away from all your memories of him celebrating with the cup. It doesn't. That's how a lot of people feel.
David.
Most NHL draft picks take 5 years to actually become something. Now it's time to make the move, Stevie. Even us little people know that you would think Stevie has to know this as
No,
well.
and that's my entire point, is that you acquired this capital not to kick the rebuild into year 7, 8, and 9, but to expedite the rebuild. You have a solid core of average to above average guys, second line, third line guys. You have no frontline talent. Even Dylan Larkin, who's your alleged star and the captain. Most people who call the show view on a Stanley Cup team, he'd be a second line center.
Yep.
So I can't fathom not being impactful tonight. That's all.
Mike and Rico are right. Hot seat incoming for Stevie if we don't make at least one trade for a top-line forward to Brinkett, Wallander, Konechny. That is John in Ferndale.
Hey, Johnny, even better. No matter by hook or by crook. If they don't make the playoffs this year, there should be, not within the organization, but in fanland, you should universally, unilaterally be unhappy. Who the hell in modern sports is given 5 carte blanche, pressure-free years? This is not the Phoenix Coyotes. I mean, I don't play the original 6 card because that doesn't mean a whole lot anymore.
No,
but this is a proud franchise. You can't
He's given 6 years, Mike, and bear with me. But there's precedent there. If people love you for what you did on the field, they will give you extra time.
Well, it goes back to my saying
it worked for David and his football team. It was Jim Harbaugh. People loved him. He was Bo's captain. And they gave him more time than they would have any other coach. And it worked out. And that's what the Yzerman people are hoping the same thing. Here's a phrase for you. Let Stevie cook.
We've been sitting in the restaurant for 5 years.
Well, he's smoking something.
Oh, okay, good.
It'll take a little longer.
Hell of a brisket. All right, phone calls next. Let's do this. Kenny, are you okay with what we said? I feel like you didn't speak to us, and I don't know if you're upset.
Oh, no, I was letting you guys cook. I'm actually quite happy with what you guys said, especially when you brought up the playoffs, because bare minimum, the playoffs have to be on the table this year. That I don't necessarily need a huge splash for that to happen, but a splash needs to happen for me. But playoffs are the number one priority.
And it's about building this first line. It's about building something that you bring to town with you. Like, this is what you have to face now.
And by building your first line, you also build your first and second power play units because you shift the talent around. That's got to be priority number one this offseason.
And true or false, as Hockey Elite, tonight is a great opportunity to do that with the capital and the cap space you have.
It's been said that there's not been an offseason like this with the amount of trade opportunities there are to acquire a score.
God forbid we ask him to lift a finger. How ungrateful we are. Old Nation.
He's the captain.
I don't care. They don't do boring. Bottom line, Old Nation Brewing brings it. They bring the flavor with everything they do. M43, you know it. It's the best seller everywhere. It's what really put them on the map. But the Shandy is the star of summer. You got to go ask for it by name. They are going to run out. They will sell out because this is not some mass-produced, big box approach. This is still Old Nation. Hands-on, small batch, do it right. The Shandy, it's the king of summer. Ask for it by name wherever you buy your beer. And look for the New World Tart wherever you get your M43, the Boreal Lager, and, of course, the Shandy. It's summer beer time. OldNationBrewing.com. That's OldNationBrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly. Straight to the people. Let's go to Larry. He leads off to 3:30. Larry, how are you?
How you doing, Mike?
Good, Larry. What's on your mind?
Rico, how are you doing, buddy?
Good, man. How are you?
And David, you guys, all you guys. You know what? First off, I listen to the 10 to 2 show mostly because I do a lot of afternoon stuff.
Sure.
But 10 to 2, not so.
Take it easy.
But I like to listen to you guys. My son-in-law told me, listen to you guys, and I do.
Oh, thank you.
But you know what? Stevie Y, if he doesn't he's my favorite player. That's another thing. But you know what? If he doesn't do anything this time, because he's like a dog. I used to have KC. They had six girl dogs around here, and it was only, but he couldn't find a keeper.
I'm going to go ahead and put you on hold. You're in outer space. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what the hell is going on, Kenny.
He didn't say any of that to me on the phone. I'm as confused
I
as
got
you
a
are.
feeling there's a point there, but he was just kind of saying how much he loves the show.
I appreciate it. And Larry, I'm not being mean. I'm going to let Kenny talk to you because I don't know what you're communicating to me.
Do I have to?
6 dogs.
All I heard was basically this.
Stop it now.
Make that 5 months.
We're just going to we're going to go to Jeff and let Kenny
Talk to
figure
Larry,
out
Kenny.
Larry. Jeff, how are you, buddy?
All right, Mike, how are you guys doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Hey, you are 100% on the money. I agree with pretty much everything Steve Eisman has done up until tonight, other than maybe the Ben Sherratt signing for that amount of money in years. But other than that, I'm good with what he's done. He's built up a base of quality players, but this might be the most critical time in the last 15 years in the franchise for the Red Wings, where somebody has got to make a move, and not one move. I'm saying he has to make 2 moves. And I don't care if you spend both first-rounders, all 3 second-rounders, and a first-rounder next year. I want Konechny and DeBrincat.
You know what, Jeff, while I agree with you.
So you're saying just go for broke tonight.
Well, it's not really broke, though.
No, I'm saying, but empty.
No,
I guess
and there's a
empty
really
out the
good
pocketbook.
There's a really good reason. You don't have a number 2 center. If this team somehow struggles into the playoffs next year, any team in hockey can shut down one line, and you're out in 4. And what does that get you? You get a second-line center who's a quality 200-foot player. He's capable of 30 to 35 goals. And the reason that you got to get DeBrincat is the last time there was a proven 40-goal scorer at the age of 25 that was available in a trade in the NHL, Don Cherry was still playing. So you've got to grab him.
Yeah, and Jeff, I want to make it clear. I agree with everything you're saying. But what I'm trying to do, like I think you understand if you listen to the show a decent amount. I'm trying to put a scenario out that's fair,
Sure.
right? Like that's not just me being an ass. I'm just saying get one. But Kenny and I, with Rico, we've had the conversation. I'd love to make 2 signature moves this offseason. And many people just yell at me going, no, we can't spend the money. And it's like, well, why? We're not even at the salary floor.
Spend the money. Now is when he's got to get it done. This is where Steve Eisman has got to step up and make a move.
If he doesn't, what is your
anywhere in
reaction? That's the point of my topic. If he doesn't, are you pissed?
I'm pissed. If he doesn't, he has let down this franchise from my perspective. He is at a point where they have money, they have picks. They've already got a base of young players built up in the minor leagues and playing in Europe and everything else. I don't care about players that are 3 or 4 or 5 years away. If you can't get one of the top 3 tonight, use the draft picks to put 2 players on the ice that will get this team into the playoffs next year. You give them DeBrincat and Konechny, they are in the playoffs.
Oh, I mean, listen, it would be what I'm looking for is what you are, Jeff. It's a paradigm shift. It changes the conversation because then it's not about just getting in. It's about, you know what? This franchise has real momentum. We've added 70 goals just on aggregate. Call it 35 a pop. One guy is 40, one guy is 30, 70 goals. And at least one of these guys is going to play on my first line, if not both. You've made yourself better. You've made the power play better. You become something we care about.
Yeah, then you're talking about buying at the deadline. Then you're talking about making a real run for the Stanley Cup in 1 year.
And yeah, and look, it may be cliche, but it's true. In hockey, you just got to get into the playoffs. And
That's
then,
not cliche. It's true.
And
It's
then
true.
you-
Look what Florida did this year. They
Right,
were
and
like
then-
almost out of the playoffs. They made it all the way to the final.
Right. Once you make it in, whether you're 1 seed, 8 seed, well, actually, you don't want the President's Cup.
No, just don't win the President's Cup.
Right.
Just don't do that.
Just leave right there on the ice. We don't want it.
Keep it. Do what Jimmy Butler did to the Eastern Conference MVP. Tom, 97.1. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, I just want to chime in, I guess, on this. I'm 100% in agreement, Mike. Yzerman's got to do something. He's done a great job of acquiring assets, and he's done a great job of acquiring cap space. But you have to use it. Right now, there's no way Michkov is falling to 9. You look at the top 4, Bedard, Fantilli, Carlson, even Will Smith. Those 4 guys are normally number 1 picks in any other draft. At number 5, you got Montreal, and they just traded for Newhook, and they got Caulfield, which are 2 small guys. They're not interested in Michkov. Supposedly, I'm hearing that 5 different teams are looking to try to get that pick from Montreal because they want Michkov. One of them being Philadelphia Flyers.
Yeah, I read that.
So they've already traded away Provorov to get a number 22 pick. To me, if I'm Yzerman, I'm on the phone with Philadelphia, and I'm looking at either Sanheim, Konechny, Scotty Lawton, 3 solid quality players that are under contract for the next few years. I think Sanheim's got a long contract, and I'm offering up 9 and 17. 9 and 17 aren't going to do anything for us right now at all. If
Well,
you can get
I
two
think,
of
and again, Tommy, just so I'm clear, I don't want you to think it's hypocritical. When I pitched the whole D&D plan, it was getting DeBrincat tonight and then moving up to try to get Michkov. Michkov is not coming over for 2 to 3 years. The point is, when he enters the league, the thought process is he'll be one of the top 20 players in the league.
Right. And by the time he gets there, if you have him, it's almost like you made a trade.
I've added a first-line player.
Yep.
Absolutely, and that's why Philadelphia, who's rebuilding, they've already traded away D'Angelo. They've traded away Hayes. They tried a deal with Sanheim, fell through. They can look at Michkov and say, great, we don't want you for 3 more years. We'll tank. 3 years you come in, and all of a sudden you're like Kaprizov in Minnesota. Right. You're instantaneously great player.
And he's not going to be a 19-year-old kid entering the league. He'll be 21 years old, even if he lives out the KHL commitment. No, Tommy, we're aligned. But I don't want to be unfair and go, well, I need 2 bold moves, because I can't get most people to even agree 1 bold move.
Right.
You know, I was just thinking about this. It's hard for me to believe that he's acquired all of this cap space, all of this draft capital to just, sit on it? It's very hard for me to believe that was the plan all along.
It is why, collectively, whether you can fit your hockey knowledge in a thimble or you are an oracle, you should be pissed if tonight's not a banner night for this franchise. Otherwise, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Kenny, we got something for you here for draft night. Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary. 50 years of flavor. You know the deal. We've been telling you about it. But the 73 Classic is out. It's out. Kenny's got
a Kenny Cotton
now
73
this has
Classic.
got Kenny written all over it. They're calling this thing the bee sting. Hot honey, hot pepperoni, and jalapenos. $12.99. That Rico, well, see, yeah, you're the guy the spice doesn't bother you. Okay, draft night, there you go, $12.99. And they're going to continue with the special menu items all summer long for their 50th anniversary. You know the drill. Real cheese, in-house made dough, flavored crust, and yeah, this bee sting thing, which is hot honey, jalapenos, and hot pep. It's all there for you. It's Hungry Howie's. It is for a limited time only. Get it today. It's Hungry Howie's.
All right, let's get a little football in the mix, shall we? David, what do you have here?
Bill Barnwell came out with the rankings, every 32 team, your positional rankings.
The skill sets.
Your skill sets.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm down with this because the Lions got absolutely bleeped. Carry on.
Yeah, so it's your skill sets, your running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends.
All right.
And what he did was go for the projections for 2023, your injury history and suspensions, and the wide receivers way more than the running backs, which, of course, makes sense.
Oh, hold on. So can we? Has anyone looked at it already? Do you know where the Lions rank?
I have not.
Kenny, have you? Well, Kenny doesn't read, so no way he looked.
No, I did not look.
All right, so why don't we venture a guess? Where do you think the Lions' skill position grouping is ranked? I haven't looked either because I knew it was going to be a blitz, and I said, well, I'm not going to ruin it.
Skill position, I'm going to go with 17.
17 for Rico. Kenny?
I was going to say 7. I legitimately was going to say
then
17.
Then say 17. Again, this isn't North Korea.
I'll say 17. That's exactly what I had, Rico.
All right.
Go ahead, play the Russian music.
Okay, so I'll say 20th. If they value wideouts more than backs, Lions are a little short at the wideout spot. David, where do the Lions rank?
16th.
Love it. I love it. Great job by you two. And you know what? I think they're actually higher than that because if you have a backfield like theirs with an offensive line like theirs, then the wide receiver is what gets devalued.
But see, here's the problem. I can see why they're 16th because you had the offensive line and you let your running back go.
Right, and got a better one. Got two better ones.
Right, but he was productive and he's gone, so now you got to hope that you can get that same productivity.
They are valuing Gibbs' production in the passing game for this season.
I still think he's got a chance to catch 50 passes.
Yeah, no J-Mo? Yep.
Yeah, overall, because they moved from 17 last year to 16 this year, they kind of base it off of Gibbs and Montgomery being better than Swift and
the
Williams.
guy people are sleeping on is Laporta. Laporta's going to enter the league polished. And Iowa, hey.
Yeah, no. It's not that he's Iowa tight ends. I get it. The Lions had one. But for the tight end to make that instant impact, you normally don't see that in year one.
No, but if the kid came in and caught 35 balls, that's all I'm asking for. Okay. Oh, boy, I'm sorry we don't have George Kittle like Paulie Privilege over here. David,
Iowa tight end?
Exactly. Yeah, you know what you don't see any of? Michigan State tight ends. David?
But you had TJ Hockenson.
So before I give you the top 10, which is most important, your Giants, Mike.
Oh, 30th.
They're 27th.
Yeah, it's not a good scene.
They are 27th. It is not.
But 27, but they're trending up.
You're right. Darren Waller, nice addition. Using a pick on Jalen Hyatt. That's cute.
And they just signed Saquon, and, you'll crack the top 20.
They were 30th last year, so, in fact, they are climbing up.
Right.
Things are looking up.
There you go.
That's not great. Go ahead, David.
One day you'll be able to be better than the Jets.
I know. No, they have a better skill group than we do. But what we have, championship DNA. What they have, they were born losers. Who's the worst set of skill players in the league? Venture a guess.
Venture a guess, fellas.
Rico Beard.
Worst? Oh, the Bears.
Kenny Cott.
The Bears is not a bad guess. Can I steal from you? I like the Bears as well.
All right, now I let you get away with it once.
Hang on. You know what? I don't care. I like the.
Hey, Dad, I agree with your selection.
The Cardinals.
No, I like the Bears better, actually.
You want the Bears? I'll take the Cardinals.
You can take the Cardinals.
All right, I'll take the Cardinals.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to go Texans.
Okay, the Bears are 17th.
Whoa!
They are 17th.
Run down the list. Who did we forget that they obviously DJ Moore, who's very good, but who else?
Darnell Mooney, they include on here as being an impact.
Cole Kmet.
Now, for some reason, they do put Claypool as a factor for them.
Right, guy they're trying to actively get rid of.
Yeah, Cole Kmet and Khalil Herbert.
I like Herbert.
Yeah.
All right, I disagree with 17th. Go ahead. Arizona was Rico's guess.
Yeah, let me get the Cardinals for you. They are
What is going on?
30th.
Okay.
We're getting close.
Getting closer. Houston Texans.
They are 32nd.
All
You
right,
got it right,
there
Mike.
we go.
They are the worst skill set.
I sure
in
know how
the
to identify
NFL.
crap.
So I made the great trade. I got rid of the Bears, and
You did. You did.
Excellent work.
So
All
the
right.
top 10, well, my Steelers, by the way, are 13th. No one cares about
Where
them.
what Niners on there?
Hold on. Let me get to it.
They may be number one.
Number 10, the Atlanta Falcons.
Hard to disagree.
They jumped all the way from 27th to 10th based off what they signed in the offseason.
Well, they got Bijan.
Bijan, they got Drake London, they got Kyle Pitts.
Who'd they sign?
Desmond Ritter. Come on, man.
No. Who else did they sign, David?
Jonnu Smith is who they traded for, so they're including him.
Guy's been good in 3
Yeah.
years. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a little much, but fine. Next.
Number 9, the Jacksonville Jags.
Love. And they get Calvin Ridley this year. Love.
Number 8,
Okay, I'll give you that.
the Miami Dolphins.
I just feel like everybody always puts Miami there, but
yeah, but look,
Tyreek Hill,
you know
Jalen
what?
Waddle,
On paper,
Gesicki.
yes, on paper, yes.
If they add Dalvin Cook, I'm very comfortable with them there. I still feel like that backfield leaves a lot to be desired.
It really does.
Yeah, it's just who's the backup QB?
But the QBs aren't included in the
oh,
rankings.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Sky Thompson.
right, but if-
Skylar Thompson.
But you know, you're going to be throwing the ball to the wide receivers. But go ahead.
Number 7, the Dallas Cowboys.
I feel like they're always here and they don't
Always.
win Bupkis.
That's the Miami Dolphins.
Fair. They are the same team.
Number 6, the Minnesota Vikings.
What? Whoa. Hold on.
Wait.
I think it's
I sounded like cookies.
Hold on. Let's remember
They added Jordan Addison.
and they value wide receivers over running backs. So when you already have Justin Jefferson
Hey.
and you add Jordan Addison,
Whoa.
Hold on. We got
and
it right
TJ
here.
Hawkinson was an impact for them in the second half.
I was told that this team was falling off a cliff.
They are. They got the worst defense in football. They got a stiff at quarterback, an O-line that's mediocre.
Doesn't matter if you outscore people. Go ahead.
It's
Dave.
not going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen either.
Next.
Number 5, Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah. Again, win something.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with the weapons. It's just I get so annoyed with that team. Go ahead.
Number 4, Seattle Seahawks. DK, Tyler, Jackson Smith,
In Jigba
And then you have the
K9 in
running
the
back.
backfield.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what?
Zach
That-
Charbonnet, who they drafted.
Yes. So a little thunder and lightning. Yeah, that one I agree with. That one is like a ringing endorsement. Yes.
Number 3, the Philadelphia Eagles.
No argument. Then the Chiefs, then the Niners.
The Bengals will be number 2. The 49ers are number 1.
Oh, the privilege. Is it like being born into the royal family? Is that what it's like being a Niner fan?
I'm sorry.
Where are the Chiefs?
Yeah, I'm about to find them right now.
What, did Bill Barnwell like trip acid?
Well, no, because you're not including the quarterback.
I don't
So-
care. I have Kelsey.
The
I got
Chiefs are at 19.
That's unbelievable. to
But
me.
they don't have any wide receivers, really, when you think about it.
Right.
I always have felt like they kill you with a multitude of options.
Right, but
Yeah, with
it's
Mahomes.
right, but there's
but the best
there's not
tight end
that
in history?
one person where
All right.
Who do the Niners have?
I'm not
You know what?
not doing this.
You gave the Giants and your Steelers.
Christian McCaffrey, Debo Samuel, George Kittle.
No, he knows what they have.
Blah,
They're
blah,
number
blah.
1 for a reason, okay?
Yeah, you know what the Niners-
Congratulations.
Did you get Brandon Ayuk on there?
You know what the Niners don't have? Quarterback with a functioning UCL.
Now, they would be ranked lower for that one.
Enjoy Sam Darnold, you bastard.
We took a 7th round, last pick.
And because of the privilege. Thank you. You're
Right.
number 1.
But Bell doesn't work
the
anymore.
league, yes, and they're privileged.
And that
They were
is
just better, just like they're going to be better
in
than your
football
Steelers.
today.
Ah.
It's an important night for the future of the Red Wings. Detroit has 2 picks in tonight's first round of the NHL draft. They hold selections 9 and 17. This is the 5th draft for Detroit. What is this?
It's a classical Russian waltz. This is us saying we want Mishkov.
Well, they're probably not going to get him at 9 or 17. They definitely have to trade up. Yzerman was asked, though, if the Wings will hold on to all those picks. Those second-round picks for tomorrow, numbers 41, 42, and 43. Mike, you'd like to send those to Russia if it was up to you.
I'll send them to the moon if it gets us a 40-goal score.
Maybe Alex DeBrincat, premium auto goal scorer. There's still rumored to be a trade partner for his services. The first round, 7 o'clock tonight in Nashville. The Rocket Mortgage Classic will continue as scheduled despite the dangerous air quality. First-round play starts tomorrow morning at the Detroit Golf Club. FanDuel has Tony Finau, Colin Morikawa, and Ricky Fowler as the co-favorites to win that tournament at plus 1,400. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that a new group of NHL players will receive season-long suspensions for gambling. They're expected to be announced this week. He does report that Colts cornerback Isaiah Rodgers will be one of those players suspended. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so amidst the NHL draft stuff, I wanted to set the table for something that I'm sure we'll get back to Friday because NBA free agency is starting. And I know everyone is throwing around the name Cam Johnson. Every report you read, Pistons' #1 target, Cam Johnson. Players this show likes, Cam Johnson.
Yep.
40% from 3, plus defender, stretch 4.
Exactly what you need.
Yeah, and a guy who likes Monty Williams a lot. So I finally got some numbers. And I only bring this up today because it's on the heels of what we talked about with Yzerman, where Troy Weaver's the opposite of Yzerman. Yzerman says nothing. Troy Weaver talks like he's Rocky Balboa or Apollo Creed or Drago. I mean, it's just a lot of tough talk. And we haven't seen anything. So you want Cam Johnson. I have a way for you to get Cam Johnson. And I have been saying now for a month, go 4 at 120. You blow the nets out of the water. But let me give you a more refined perspective on it with numbers. So I don't want to bore people, but just so you understand what the CBA is and what this repeater tax is. The Nets have been over the luxury tax 3 of the last 4 years. Why? They had the super team. So they pay $2.50 for every dollar of salary over the threshold. That figure increases.
I feel like Costa. Whoa.
I'll give it there. No, but it gets worse. That figure increases to $2.75 a dollar, $3.50 a dollar, or $4.25 for every additional $5 million they're over. So, the Nets right now, exceeding that $179.5 million second tax apron. If they re-signed Johnson at $25 million a year, 4 at 100, they would be $3 million short of the second apron. So $2.75 a dollar. Now, $3 million short, which means you have to sign Cam Johnson north of 28 per, or, as I've been telling you for a month, 4 at 120. You put them 4 at 120, you put them into that second apron and on the border of the third, meaning they are in essence, Cam Johnson at $120 million ends up becoming a $300 million player. They're not matching that.
Right. And they want to keep Bridges. Yeah.
Now, if they want to avoid passing the second apron, they got to dump a player. Well, what have we talked about? It's very difficult to move money. The Pistons are one of the teams the Nets would call first to dump money. Well, guess what Troy Weaver's going to tell him? Pound sand. I'm taking your player, and I ain't going to help you keep him. Utah was a way station. They took John Collins, so there's another team out. Right. They'd have to move $14 million to get out of that luxury tax zone. So the point I'm making is, if you're Troy Weaver, don't say Cam Johnson's your number one target. Go and get him. And here's your two scenarios. You go 4 at 120. You either get the player, and you can cry that you overpaid by whatever insignificant figure it is, or you have forced Brooklyn to sell the very bridge that connects them to Manhattan to finance paying said player. Because Cam Johnson, for as much as we want him, is not a $300 million player. This is why when you used to read about the Warriors' $500 million tax bill, when you are a multiple repeat offender, the league every $5 million over the tax on a multiple year basis, you're paying $275, $350, $4.25. Do the math. Every 5 over becomes $21 million over in bill. 20 million over, $84 million in bill. 40 million, do the math. So if you are the Pistons, you don't have to talk about it, be about it. 4 at 120, Cam Johnson's yours. If he's not, it means Brooklyn was willing to pay essentially $300 million. It means Brooklyn, maybe they got rid of a $14 million in cap. You effed an Eastern Conference team. But I want you to understand the scenario of, well, what if Cam stays? I'm making it impossible for Cam Johnson to stay. The Nets are prepared to go 4 at 84. It ain't good enough. Because Cam had 4 at 75 in Phoenix. He said no. He bet on himself. If you go 4 at 120, you make it nearly impossible for the Nets to match without greatly altering their roster or going broke. Yeah. So tell me again, if I'm a fan, I don't want to listen to Troy Weaver talk it, walk it. 4 at 120. Make the offer, get the player, let's flirt with the play-in game.
No, you're right.
Starting 5, Cade, Ivy, Bogey, Cam Johnson, Jalen Duren.
Now, and by bringing in Cam, you're looking at if Cade takes that step from year 1 to year 2, because I don't count last year, then yeah, now you are looking at a team that is not only flirting with that play-in game,
35-40 wins, Rico.
I think they could do better than that.
But if you just go 35-40, we're on the air talking about meaningful games in the month of April.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting tired of that. But I understand. You got to walk before you can run.
I will take it.
Got to walk before you can run. David, here's the funny thing about the Nets. You know who's making the most money for the Nets? Would you like to take
Benjamin Simmons?
Yes. I think he's going to make 15%. No, wait. Let me see. No. Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Almost $38 million.
But when I say
to
it, David,
not shoot the ball.
On the heels, I'm going to ignore that. On the heels of the Yzerman conversation, this town hates holding GMs accountable. Explain to me if I've just laid out the Nets' financial situation in pretty good detail. You know what number you need to offer. So ask yourself.
They can't.
It's I'm making a point.
I'm looking at this like, Mike, this is genius what you did.
I'm poisoning them.
They can't do anything. They're going to be angry like you.
That's it.
It's like in your fantasy draft when that guy takes the pick right before yours.
The way I look at it is you spent the money on Monty Williams so that a player like Cam Johnson might fart in your direction. If you don't have Monty, he ain't looking to come here. He loves Monty. It's ask yourself if overpaying for Cam Johnson by $5 million a year, if the regret of that is going to outweigh the value he brings. And my answer is yes. Like, your regret would kill you. your regret will bother you because then you're reading about articles that if the Pistons don't get Cam, it's Karis LeVert whose feet are made of Duplo blocks. Yeah. And I like Karis, but his body has betrayed him. He's a different version of Malcolm Brogdon.
He's good when he's playing, but
he's always hurt, man. And I
every
like
time he lands, you're holding your breath.
Right, I like the kid, but he's always hurt.
On top of that, Mike, even if they did that deal, they still can go back out and get somebody else. The Pistons. Because they're so far under the cap. Wow. Good pull on you.
There's also another factor here when it comes to the Nets, too. And I'm not saying that it immediately happens because I don't think that it does, but it could impact him down the line, which is Mikal Bridges, who really wants Cam Johnson to return. Now, he's not going to ask for a trade this offseason, but if he doesn't get Cam Johnson back, maybe down the line he's unhappy, and then that continues to hurt the Nets. So, I don't know. There's a lot there, and I would love for
honestly, if they can find some sucker to take Ben Simmons, their life would be easier.
Oh, you're exactly right.
And that's not a slight against you, but it's he's just sitting there.
I never realized he would go to another level of moron. It happened. I'm making the point. We talk about all these GMs. If we're going to give Yzerman a hard time, you got to give Troy Weaver a hard time. There's really no excuse not to make a massive offer to Cam Johnson. And if he says no and goes home, if the Nets match, that's their business. But when we get to Friday and free agency kicks off, Troy Weaver should be out in the front lawn with a $120 million bag. Okay? I just wanted to lay it out and give you a little preview.
Yeah.
And the numbers make sense, right?
Yeah. What was it? The NFL coaches or GM would sit out in your right out in your front.
Remember the famous Jim Schwartz?
Yeah.
I was in Vanden Bosch's yard. Yeah, that was worth it.
Is it midnight yet? No, not yet. Okay.
248-539-9797. We'll get some ticket texts, some phone calls. We've got the cone drill. It is all the hockey coverage you need coming up in about 15 minutes. A lot to do today. 97.1.
Let's talk about that Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way, Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. Why? Because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, by finding you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money on your next Chevy. New vehicles are being delivered every day at Hamilton, including the new June Rico deal. You're going to like this. A new 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month. For 36 months, $995 down, you get 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, that sports car you've always been waiting for, Hamilton has it. An automatic transmission Chevy Camaro, $399 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in this month's Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Oh, hi. Hey, you realize you spend a third of your life sleeping? I know our sales staff does. Hey, listen. Now that you know, why don't you get some quality rest? How about the... David liked that one-liner. The iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper. Pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced temp. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan. Have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Hey, David, how about the ticket text and we'll get to the people?
Someone says, I love the Cam plan, Mike, but the real question is, what do Larry and his dog think about the Pistons free agency?
I have no understanding of what Larry was trying to say.
Oh, great analysis, though, on Cam Johnson. They say, I hope Weaver is listening. Chad from Lapeer.
It just doesn't leave you any excuses, does it? You offer the 4 at 120. If the Nets choose to launch themselves to the moon, fine. But don't tell me you want to make all these moves and use the CBA to your advantage and you know, you're out there like Roadhouse, and then I'm looking at Karis LeVert. Don't do that. But then again, I have standards.
Somebody says it won't happen, Mike. All of our GMs are morons. I don't expect the smart moves to happen anymore. Oh, wow.
Well, you know what? I'm going to see what happens with Weaver because he said, and he's been correct so far, teams are just, because they don't want to hit that cap, they're going to let go of a lot of players, and you're going to see a deal like, are you serious?
Well, that's what I said with the John Collins deal. Now, understand, I have not even mentioned it. I didn't freak out because my assumption is we're going to make a real run at Cam Johnson. But to me, unless you know 4 at 120, Nets aren't matching, we're getting our man. There was no reason for the Pistons not to take John Collins 3 at 78 when he's a player who twice in his career has shot 40% from 3, and he had been relegated to being an afterthought at power forward because their guards in Atlanta are asses. I think John Collins changed scenery, mid-20s, could have been good here. But I wasn't going to freak out because my expectation is Cam.
Well, I think I'm looking at the Clippers. They're a team that's going to have to seriously get rid of payroll.
Nah.
They're sitting at about $180 million.
Oh, please. Ballmer? He doesn't care.
Yeah, well, he's building an arena that opens next season. He wants those players on his roster.
And that's not including Chris Paul.
Yeah.
So,
well, no, Chris Paul's
that's right.
Warriors.
Right.
Which, again, luxury tax bonanza. Go ahead.
Yeah. Mike, I agree with the Cam Johnson discussion. This could really screw the Nets for a couple of years and give the Pistons' future some relief, Robert, in Westland.
And he's the perfect player. They need a stretch 4. They need someone that can play next to this wax museum of centers that Troy has acquired. None of these guys can play together. Well, if I put Cam Johnson out there at the 4, that's 35 minutes a night. I'm covered. Now, it still is a log jam at the center position. But I've got coverage.
Yeah, I guess one thing at a time, right?
Yeah, David, we're not going to fix everything in one move.
Seriously stockpiled on a dying position in the NBA. Like, you got the best CD collection out there.
Along with guys who can't shoot threes at guard. So it's like, what are we doing?
Now you got a great CD and VHS collection that you show to all your friends.
That's awesome. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Toby, 97.1. What's up, Tobes? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. But I just need a minute or, a couple of minutes for real quickly. We have talent up north. Saddleblum was pretty decent in the first couple of weeks, and then they had to send him down. Edmondson, good defenseman. He's going to be up. Yes, the Red Wings need to go after a scorer. And I would love to have the young kid that we don't know anything about, kid out of Russia.
Mishkov.
Love to have him. But Michkov is that the Red Wings, and I agree with what they're doing. Steve Yzerman has, in the last 5 years, the team has improved a tremendous amount. I had season tickets, well, not season tickets, but partial tickets 5 years ago, and I had partial tickets last year. The Red Wings were unwatchable 3 years ago. They were unwatchable. They couldn't keep the puck in the offensive zone. They couldn't keep the other team out of their own offensive zone. They were awful. For 3 or 4 years, they were awful. Last year, they actually were in games. They showed offense. They showed pressure. They played better defense. They were a better team.
Okay,
last
so
year.
what?
They
Where
were much
land
better.
the plane for me, my man? Where? What are you trying to tell me? That we don't need to make a
Yes.
splash tonight?
Yes, we do. We need to go after the kid out of Russia, Michkov. We need to get a free agent, either Philadelphia or the kid out of Ottawa.
Oh,
we
that's
need
a
to
trade.
do that.
It's a trade. These
A
are
trade,
trades.
whatever.
Yeah.
And I've heard about the potential trade through other sources that the Red Wings might give up some of their prospects that they have in Grand Rapids in that trade. And I would do that, but I wouldn't get rid of Edmondson. I wouldn't get rid of Soderblom.
No,
but I'd get
neither
rid
of those
maybe-
guys. Neither of those guys is going anywhere in a move for DeBrincat, who needs to be signed. When you're talking about a deal for DeBrincat, you're talking at most maybe Berggren. Does that sound right? Maybe the dead body is Zadina, a second rounder, maybe the Bruins pick next year. The point is,
Berggren at very
that's
a little
none
much for
of none of the ultra premium assets are going anywhere. Now, if you were telling me, hey guys, let's take a run at Mitch Marner or something, well, that might be a little different. I want to make sure I want to be blessed by Kenny here that I'm not speaking out of turn.
No, you're on the right track. But for DeBrincat, no, you're not trading away any high leverage assets.
And Ottawa's desperate. They don't have any picks in the top 4 rounds. This kid already turned down a long-term deal. He doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, if you can get him for 2 second rounders and a player, Zadina.
Why? It's a no-brainer.
It just seems too easy.
Oh, I know. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Love the topic. And, Mike, I was dying last week to get your guys' opinion. I never had a chance to call.
Yeah.
But I love the Cam Johnson stuff. I just had a quick question because I was heartbroken, and I want to know your guys' opinion of something. I'm going to give you your choice between 2 dream scenarios. I just want to know your opinion about what would you do
Really?
To Michigan, bring back Miles Bridges.
Okay, no. Say it again. Your
Say
phone.
it again.
Yeah,
you cut out.
Sorry. Okay, so basically my dream scenario would have been on Sunday night, last week when the Pistons were drafting, to get, because I don't understand how Ivy and Cade are ever really going to work well together. I would have given up Ivy 5 and Bogey to get the second pick and then and have a sign and trade for Miles Bridges, because I think that would have set your front court for 10 years, and you would still have Cade to deliver the ball. So
no.
Tell me what you guys think about Miles Bridges now, putting an offer in on him. I get it if things kind of fell through with Cam. And second of all, that or the Russian. You know what I mean? I know you guys are dying for the Russian to fall to 9, even though I don't think he's going to happen.
No, he's not. No, it's 2 separate things. I'm out on Bridges. That's been Rico's play all off season. I'm not yelling at Rico. It's not where I want to go, but I get it. As far as Mishkov, you know where I'm at. If that kid falls to 5, I'm on the phone with Montreal, because that's a guy I'm willing to wait for, because he's going to enter the league as one of the 20 or 30 best players in the sport in 2 to 3 years. That's impact when you're ready to win a cup.
Right.
That's like you just acquired a first-line player for $10 and a sub sandwich, and we know how Kenny likes cold cuts.
And I would say yes to Bridges simply because, hopefully he went through the rehab program and he's done everything he's supposed to do. But remember, he was about to be a max player. You get a max player for pennies.
Well,
on the dollar.
hold on. Here's my problem. And it's stunning to me, but like someone's going to pay Dylan Brooks north of the mid-level 12.5. What does Miles get paid, and what is the suspension? Because
suspension is 10 games.
It's just 10.
10 games because they included all of last year and counted and said, okay, you have 10 more games this year, so he could play in 72 games. And Miles is going to be kind of like Dylan Brooks, the ultimate prove it contracts. Miles, here's a 2 or 3 year deal. See what you have.
2 or 3.
If you're
Things
good,
may have changed on that front because they just offered him a qualifying offer, the Hornets, so he will be a restricted free agent, so they can match now any offer that a team gives.
Okay, so $7.9 million qualifying offer. Now, see,
but it's one of those that even if Miles, come here,
Can't
2
do both.
years, see if you're good.
Can't do both.
You could.
How?
You don't have to pay Miles that much, Mike.
Yes, you
They
do.
will match it.
Hornets
They will
match
match
it.
that now.
And if I'm giving $130 for Cam, that's my cap space. I'm not breaking your balls.
Literally, it just changed within the last 10 minutes. So
I'm
that's
just
why,
shooting you straight.
yeah.
Rico, if I had $40 million in cap space, we're having a different conversation. We don't. Now, if you find a way, do me a favor. Go down to Arn Tellem Drive, go get a big garbage bag, and put half that roster in it, and get it out of town. We can have a conversation. Thank you, David. That was tremendous, intrepid reporting.
Well, that's why I said everybody didn't like it. I'm like, you can do Miles and Dylan Brooks. You can get them both here.
Now we're done.
No, on prove it deal. Both guys are pariahs in the NBA, and they want to show.
I'll take Cam Johnson.
Okay.
All right. Your hat is sexy. That idea is not.
Okay. Wouldn't be the first time.
Hey, Cone Drill, you ready? 97.1.
All right, guys. Companies like Google use your data to create detailed profiles about you and even include your friends and families. This lets them follow you around with that creepy stuff. Like, it seems like your devices are listening to you. That's because you don't use DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is a private browser that blocks trackers, and it comes with a private search, so you're not going to get followed around. It's available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. Simply download it today for free in the App Store or visit DuckDuckGo.com.
This is an exciting moment, people. For the first time in show history, Not that I can prove that, but it sounds really good. We are about to do a hockey blitz. This is Christmas morning for our version of young Ralphie, Kenny Cott. It is time for the cone drill presented by Kenny Slapcott. All right, Kenny, today's your day, champ. Draft day for everybody, whether you're a Fringe fan or you're Pierre LeBrun. I want you to give them everything you got in the world of hockey in the next 9 minutes. Go.
So first and foremost, let's look at the draft here, the most important thing of the night. It's the bride and groom of this ceremony. We got Chicago leading off. They're obviously going to take Connor Bedard. No big surprise there. In my Kenny Cott mock 1.0, I have Adam Fantilli going to the Ducks.
That's the guy I keep calling P.D. Ferdinand and all. Okay.
Your name for that guy gets worse and worse each time you try to do it, Mike. It's Adam Ferrari. It's Jonathan Farts. It's something different every time. But Indeed. He's coming out of U of M, big, powerful center. He's going to be an instant classic, I think.
Yeah, great. And Yzerman won't get him. All right, next.
Yeah, because they're drafting at 9 and not at 2.
Move up, damn it. Let's go. Next.
Okay. Just throw everybody out there. You can have all of our players and picks for number 2.
All I want is fun, Rico. That's all I want tonight. Go ahead.
Pick number 3, Leo Carlson from the SHL, 6'3", center, smart, good stick handling for his size. He's also going to be an instant impact player.
Fun fact, I like this player because I used to have a dog named Leo.
And now there's a Carlson.
I'm in.
Bold prediction coming at number 4.
I really like Leo.
He was good, man.
He was.
I missed that guy.
What about Heath Bar? How's Heath doing?
He was on one today.
Oh, I love little
He was
Heath
on
Bar.
a permanent Zoomies program today. I needed to get the hell out of the house. I couldn't take it anymore. Carry on.
Bold prediction, and Mike, this one you're not going to like so very much.
What is this?
Matvei Michkov does not make it out of the top 4. I don't think he makes it past there.
Okay, let me say
Because
this.
I believe, let me give you my reasoning.
Let me hear it.
I believe all of the smoke, all of the Russian mystery man, we're not allowed to talk to him. Could he come over here? Is the Russian thing going to be a problem? I think that's all just smoke generated so that his draft stock will fall to teams like Washington, who could easily pick him up with the Ovechkin-Putin connection. So, yeah, I think that's not even realistic. I believe he'll be out before the 4th
I think
pick.
Kenny's right. I hate admitting it, but this is about honesty. I think tonight you're going to see the kid go 3 or 4.
So it's no way that, because in every draft there's always somebody that falls, and we're all shaking our head like, how? This couldn't be that?
Well, the thing about this draft is it's so top-heavy that any of these guys could fall, and it wouldn't be that big of a surprise. Michkov is the one X factor that everybody talks about. He's
Right,
the
that
popular
Michkov
name.
could fall down to 9 and the Wings wouldn't have to do anything.
I think the bigger surprise to me, it would be if he fell all the way to 9 or if he fell all the way out of the top 10. I just don't see that happening.
Can't we take a picture of him with a bong going?
Yeah, with the
bong
gas
mask,
bong with the face mask
Wow.
on.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think that would be good for him as a person. I don't
Laramie
know.
Tunsil him.
Yeah, I don't think he might not come out of Russia after that. That's all. I'll put it that way.
Oh, the production matches the attention on this event tonight. This is
Oh,
great. Go ahead.
Another bold prediction with somebody with so much high-end talent. I think we may see a team trade into the top 6.
And it's the Red Wings.
I don't think so. But there is a lot of high-end talent that will be available to be used in the next couple of years that will make their way up. I think the Red Wings are more worried about making the playoffs this year, which wouldn't put them in contention to do something like that. Trading off major assets that would help us in the right here, right now, as well as in the long term. I just don't see that's happening. The next piase of information.
But hold on. I have to ask you this.
Go ahead.
Why is it that despite having cap space, a treasure trove of picks, why is it? Is it just because Yzerman works in silence, or is it because he's under no rush? Kenny, if the top of this draft is so wondrous, why wouldn't you attempt to move up?
Because you're trying to win not just now, but long term. You've set your timeline in the next 8 years. That is
8 years.
No. I'm not saying it's going to take 8 years. I'm saying that that's the length of Dil Markin's contract, meaning you're going to want to win sustained throughout those 8 years, the same way that Tampa Bay won throughout 8 years. You want not only right now winning, but long-term winning. If you mortgage your future for right now, that's not going to be prolonged winning.
David,
That's
I
just
got to
gonna
tell
help
you,
right here, right now.
he has been converted into one of these Iser bots.
I'm
He's
not
a soccer
saying
player
eight-
right now. He is kicking the can.
I'm not kicking the can.
The cone,
years?
the cone or the can, 248.
Wait till you hear what I have to say next.
But have you seen Bijan run?
Here's your core four.
What is
update.
that?
That's the puck off the post. Somebody listened to Shoot the Puck Guy, except they rang it off the pipe, like what usually happens. That's right.
Unbelievable. This production's horrific. Go ahead, Kenny.
Here's your core four update. Reports coming out from Toronto GM Brad Treliving. Extension talks with both William Nylander and Austin Matthews. The focus now shifts to Mitch Marner, which is a guy.
He's local.
He could be.
No, I'm saying he's a Toronto kid, isn't he?
Well, yeah, but he could. They don't only have room to sign with the amount of money they're going to have to spend on both Austin Matthews and Nylander. That guy is going to be somebody who could be available for trade.
And what are you going to tell me next? All the reasons Yzerman won't do it?
I'm saying if you're looking for a 40-goal scorer and you're looking to do it in the next couple of years, this would be the time to do it. Either this offseason or next offseason.
Quit. Rico's disgusting.
Well, you lost me at 8 years. So.
I think you may have misunderstood what I said by 8 years.
Now he's calling you stupid. Is that any way to get your attention
Now
back?
I'm an NFL player. Okay.
Wow.
Just move on.
Kenny, you'll learn this as a radio host. There are certain moments you just steamroll through.
You know, that's just what we're gonna do. We're gonna look at the Wings draft options.
We're
now.
on to Cincinnati. Go ahead.
We're going to things that could actually happen.
All right.
Wings could pick at 9. The pick at 9 is not completely off the table. In fact, I think what ends up happening is the 17th pick is gone, and a guy like Zadina is gone, and a second round pick is gone. But you could still pick at 9. There is still value in taking those players that will help you in the future. Oliver Moore is a name that's been passed around quite a bit. Center, fast, quick release, makes plays, good one-timer from the right-handed side.
And he'll be ready by, say, 2026.
He could be ready as soon as a couple of years from now.
Oh,
That's what all
can't
these guys are. These are the reason that you go to the draft party if you're a guy like me is to see what they're going to do at pick number 9.
Hold on. Can we talk about that for a minute?
Go ahead. I'm here for mockery.
You know what, Kenny? If you enjoy it, you go ahead.
Exactly, but I heard the commercial, and I'm like, wow, talk about an event no one's going to. Like, they're like, tickets available now for free at DetroitRedWings.com. I'm like, not a good sign. Then I'm like, what about the air quality thing? Sure enough, canceled. We're going inside with it.
One day we will have a Chevy Plaza event. It will happen.
And it's going to be awesome.
One fine day we will have a Chevy Plaza
So what do you
event.
do at this draft party?
There's, I guess, going to be live entertainment, food, and
nerds.
drink, and nerds like me. Yeah,
Hockey nerds.
Hockey slaps.
Do you boo the pick just because?
No, and we're not yelling "shoot the puck" at any moment either, because I knew that would probably be somebody's next question, even though there's no puck to be.
I just have a hard time with the draft party when you're picking 9th and 17th. Like, if you're picking first and you're getting Bedard, it's a big celebration. It's almost like a night out at the bar, maybe.
Well, reasonably, you'd hope that the DeBrincat thing is a podium announcement, which a lot of people like me think it will be.
Tell me right now, scale of 1 to 10, your confidence level, that's happening.
I'm at about 8.5. 8.5, 9.
That it happened.
Enough well plugged in people have said it will happen.
Kenny's in the know.
Enough? No, I'm just reading the well-to-do people in hockey.
Dare I say he's locked on?
I'm a little bit locked on. Also, the Elliot Friedmans of the world have this being a thing. So, he's like hockey's Woj. Leave it alone.
Got it.
The good Woj, not our
Got
Woj.
it.
His phone rings. So yeah, he did take that phone call from Yaz.
That's true.
Next.
That's confidential.
Next.
The last thing that I wanted to bring up here is potential trade targets besides Alex DeBrincat, which still is very much on the table. As I said, 8.5 out of 10. Travis Konechny, even though he missed 20 games last year, he still managed to be a 30-goal scorer. Going to be more expensive, but I think totally worth it if you want to re-sign him as well.
What are the odds?
I think pretty good. He's been another name that's been linked to Detroit as well. And a name that might be on the way out for probably Alex DeBrincat, Zadina. Zadina has been a guy that for some reason is still valuable on national trade boards, namely Frank Saravelli, and I don't get it.
Why would anyone want him?
I don't, because he was
He's
a high
fourth-line player who's had every opportunity here. He stinks.
He was a high-value player at one point, a high pick in the draft, somebody who they thought had a big future. Yeah, exactly, a fixer-upper project that you can pair with a draft pick for a rebuilding team.
And then he goes someplace else, and all of a sudden he's great. So, Kenny, what you're saying, by the end end of tonight, you're about 80% sure that the Wings will have that player that we've all been coveting. They
will have one of
face.
those guys. Absolutely.
Can't wait to welcome Johnny Kinetic to town, or whatever his name is.
The last one is Mark Scheifele, another player for the Winnipeg Jets, 40-goal scorer. If they're willing to tear down and take some picks, it's not a matter of what you give them. It's a matter of how many picks you give them.
What happened to your lover, Kyle Connor?
Kyle Connor is in one of those situations where he's young enough where they could actually rebuild around him on the fly.
All right.
Lie to me.
I did not, David. I'm just getting assaulted left and right in this segment. I love it. No, Mark Scheifele
welcome
is
to my world, Kenny.
This is what being a big-time hockey savant is. You got to go to those dirty
I'm willing
areas.
to accept it, man. I'm willing to accept it.
You got to get into the corner, win those 50-50s.
Yeah,
and shoot the puck.
Get in those dirty areas. Mark Scheifele, 40-goal scorer. Get a lot of picks. Send them Winnipeg's way. You're going to get
All
them.
right, if you can walk away with any of the players you listed tonight, knowing the cost associated with said players, give me the one person that would absolutely elate you from the list you just gave.
Yeah, I'd like to apologize to Gator, and I'd like to apologize to Gov, who seem to hate this guy for some reason, but it's Alex DeBrincat.
Cheap.
Multiple 40-goal scorer. Cheap enough. You can extend him. Not a problem. He fits right into your first
But
line.
I heard he's short.
God.
If I hear one more person, then I will never do a cone drill ever again. And that's been your NHL cone drill.
it take, knowing Mishkov has interviewed with them?
You're talking multiple picks. You're definitely talking 9 and 17, but you're also talking probably second, maybe picks next year.
I'm out.
But it would more likely cost you as well.
Bruins first.
A prospect, somebody that's NHL ready. Perhaps.
I'm out.
Really?
I'm out. I don't want to do all that. That's stupid.
This is a very loaded class, especially in the front end.
It's stupid because, look, giving up 9 and 17 to move to 5 is one thing. The minute Kenny went, but wait, second place is the steak knives. When you get into the more category of adding seconds, adding a prospect of consequence.
But isn't that what the draft capital's for? If this guy is going to be all of that.
If I've already secured DeBrincat, it would be a different conversation. But I cannot make the assumption I'm acquiring him without 17. If somehow Stevie is able to get this kid for 2 second-rounders in the dead body of Zadina, it's a masterstroke.
You're talking about the Russian kid?
No, DeBrincat.
Oh, okay. No. I'm talking about if you're moving up.
No, anytime I mention Mishkov, you're getting this.
Oh. Right. But if it's 9, 17, and next year's Bruins 1?
That's
No.
But if you're telling me if this kid, when he gets here, is going to be one of the top 30 players.
I know, but 3 first-round picks to move 4 spots. And here's my problem. This is bias. I'm admitting it. I have an NFL mindset. I can't wrap my mind around 3 first-round picks to move 4 spaces.
Well, put your mind around it this way, is that like a player that we're picking right now is not going to be ready right away.
Right.
But in the top 5, they're going to be ready a lot sooner, if not right now.
Which of these top 5 guys, take Dark Man out of this, all right? Take Mystery Man out of it. Where's the guy named after the Pilgrim? What? Is it, William Smith?
Oh, Will Smith, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So there's him. There's Fertinelli or whatever his name is.
Fantilli.
Okay, sure. There's Leo Carlson, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's Bedard, obviously. No way in hell. Which of those players do you like best? Which of those guys, are any of those guys worth the squeeze?
They're not worth the squeeze, but I like Fantilli the best.
Why, because he went to U of M?
No, not because he went to U of M.
You scumbag?
No, he's mocked to be one of the best centers that's coming out this year.
And he's mocked to go 2.
Yeah, in a lot of
he is the betting favorite on FanDuel. He's like minus 600.
Yeah, Fantilli's going to be a stud.
Plus, he's
right
Italian.
away.
I mean, we could have an Italian goalie and an Italian center.
Just don't tell Shams about it, and he'll change the odds.
Oh,
I don't know.
David Ticketex.
Someone says a photo has surfaced of breaking news moments before the draft of Russian dark man with 2-foot dong.
No. You know what? I'm not even going to explain it. Just move on.
We were talking about, you were talking about your Cam Johnson idea. Someone said, this is just the Carlos Correa and Harvey Baez discussion all over again. Look how that went. We need Cam over Levert, Adam, and Livonia.
Well, no, I agree. I'm making a point. You can use Odyssey.com Rewind. We talked about it an hour ago. The numbers, the cap, the luxury tax threshold, offer for at 120. The Nets cannot responsibly match the offer for Cam Johnson.
No, they can't.
So we should be sitting here Friday, and I'd like to hear those reports. Because if you get Cam, this should be a team that flirts with mid-30s wins with some upside that we should be talking maybe they could make the play-in.
See, the only hesitation I have is Cam has never been that guy. He's never been a part of the big 3. He was always a role player. It's a difference when now people look at you every night. We need you to score 16 to 20 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
It's never been asked of him. So that's my only hesitation.
But what if he's still number 3 here?
That's fine.
But he'd be the 3 to Ivy and Cade.
He's never really been even a 3. He was always guy coming off bench who was the added. He was, I'm trying to think who on the Pistons scores. Like if Beef Stew all of a sudden went off and scored 20 points in a game, you didn't expect it the next night.
Oh no, they'd put a statue of him in the Chevy Plaza. That's how this town works.
Next to the weeds.
Okay. See, you know what? Let's get into it.
Giant TV
we got to talk about St. Stevie next. Oh, God. Shout out air quality. Poor Kenny couldn't even go enjoy the plaza tonight. The event's indoors now. It's going to be Kenny and a bag of sad popcorn as they draft at 9, 17, and DeBrincat ends up a Capital or something.
97.1. All right, you got a lot going on. You got the draft tonight. You got baseball. You got this team here in the division chase. And you know what? I need the fastest internet around to keep up with all the action. Xfinity connects me to more of the great games that I love. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. No more frozen screens, no more pixelated videos, just pure, uninterrupted streaming bliss. Xfinity Internet is built to handle all your digital demands with speeds that make your head spin. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and all my favorite games without interruptions, folks. That means you can get the latest scores right as they happen, latest injury updates, whatever you need, Xfinity can handle it. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just stop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speeds of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Cue that music, Mike. It's going to be a busy night for the Red Wings. They hold on to 2 picks in tonight's first round of the NHL draft. Their numbers 9 and 17. This will be GM Steve Yzerman's 5th draft in Detroit. He says what the team looks for in players is pretty simple. The Wings have 3 second-round picks as well, numbers 41, 42, and 43, looking ahead to tomorrow. We'll see how many picks they do hold on to, with rumors still swirling that Detroit could make a deal for premium Ottawa goal scorer Alex DeBrincat. That first round starts at 7 o'clock tonight in Nashville. The Tigers also take the field in Arlington tonight for the third game of a 4-game series against the Rangers. Detroit and Texas have split those first 2 games. Joey Wentz gets the ball for Detroit. Dane Dunning will go for the Rangers. Detroit still 4.5 games back of the first-place Twins. First pitch at 8:05. That pregame show 7:40 right here on 97.1. 1. And the Rocket Mortgage Classic will continue as scheduled despite the dangerous air quality. First round play starts tomorrow morning at the Detroit Golf Club. FanDuel has Tony Finau, Colin Morikawa, and Ricky Fowler as the co-favorites to win that tournament at plus 1,400. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, 5 o'clock. This song has bored a hole in Kenny's cranium. It's tremendous. So let's talk about St. Stevie, shall we? Now let's start with the qualifiers because I think I know Rico's bobbing his head. You can't get enough. That song it just takes over. I can't get enough.
Most requested song at the 5 o'clock hour. We're going to bring it back. The Russian Jingle.
It's amazing.
Here on Power 97.1.
Exactly right. Let's start with qualifiers because this town is largely, in the mind of the fans, they've been microchipped. Red Wing fans are like Ray Liotta at the end of Hannibal. They're one step from eating their own brain. They have been turned into, I trust Stevie, I trust Stevie, I trust Stevie. There's no free thought. There's no, hey, kind of need to do something here in year 5. Very few people are willing to offer a hypothetical critique of Lord Yzerman. So here's my point. You can say you don't want anyone but him running the organization. Truth. You can say he inherited an awful situation. Also true. I will also tell you it is year 5. They have cap space in a league where teams don't have cap space. They have draft capital other teams would die for, including the team that has Alex DeBrincat. You have prospects. Tonight is one of the most important nights in recent Red Wing history because the trade market, and Kenny will back this, Hockey Elite will back it. The trade market, if you have cap space in this league and a ton of picks, you're stealing. It's as easy as it'll ever be in Yzerman's tenure. So my point is this. If they don't make a move tonight to add a first-line player, knowing free agency is not the answer, it's just not. The best players are available via trade. You have more picks than you need. If they don't come away with someone tonight that's a first-line caliber player, like DeBrincat, or like Kenny's mixing in the Konechkys, these other, whatever it is, Max Nacky, whatever it is. I don't care.
Konechny.
It doesn't matter. His last name could be Herpes. I don't care. Does he score 40 goals?
Just go after Will Smith this season.
Right, William Smith. He landed at Bedrock or whatever it is, or Plymouth Rock. It doesn't matter. I'm making a point that you don't even have to know the sport to understand numbers, understand team building, understand this team does not have first-line caliber people. Why is it acceptable for Steve Yzerman 5 years in to not have to not face a standard? That's like a dramatic term. Like, if they just sit there at 9-17, they don't make a big move tonight, I'm sorry. There's like, okay, if Brad Holmes is here for 5 years and they don't make the playoffs, he's fired. Troy Weaver, also fired. Scott Harris, fired. But yet Yzerman, people won't even call a radio show and go, you know what, guys, you're right. I need to see a major move. Because reality is the Red Wings have a huge opportunity to take a quantum leap forward. And tonight, my bar for happiness, acquire a first-line player. I'm not married to DeBrincat or whatever.
Konechny or Scheifele.
Xander Schauffele. Great golfer. The point is...
Just somebody, a face that you could put on the ticket.
Don't care.
On the program.
I'll figure out who the player is later because I'll look at numbers. The numbers are all that matter. Like tonight, you have to add the better part of 40 goals. You have to add someone that's going to play all of your premium power play minutes, all of your ice time on the first line, and you are going to also reinvest in Dylan Larkin. You put someone better next to him. Mm-hmm. So, why am I wrong? That's what I want to know from the people, because I think you've been turned into Yzerbots. You don't even think for yourself anymore. And the reality is, 5 years in, here's where we are. If they don't make the playoffs this year, this has been a failure. I don't care what any of you say.
I don't think it's Yzerbots. I think it's still more hero worship. It's more
the same thing.
That's 19, and you remember when he got the cup and he went around. He went to the White House and they called him Yazirman. Remember the glory days?
Super.
That's where you are.
They're the bots. They're bots.
Thank you, David.
They're bots.
David, you can't talk.
Take the 19 down if he makes no moves tonight.
David,
hold on.
Wow.
Stop.
I knew you loved that.
That is just, you've gone way too far.
I almost just came over the council here and just started to.
David, you can't speak because that was your fan base with your head coach. He was given more runway.
Exactly right.
Than
The Harbots.
any other coach that I've known would have been fired after year 4, let alone year 5. Give him another year.
I still say it. And look, it worked out exactly.
It worked out.
It worked out. Nobody should be more thankful for the COVID year than Harbaugh. Because canceling that OSU game where they were going to hang a hundy on you, I don't know if he survives that puppy. But he's here, and it is rolling.
And I think that's
the Big Ten goes through Ann Arbor.
No, but that's where Red Wings fans are right now is just give him more time because you start thinking about all the good memories that he gave you and, okay, one more year. Because here's the thing. Tonight, he drafts 9, 17, and nothing else happens. And you know what? Tomorrow, nobody's going to be that upset.
No, I'll tell you what'll happen. Everybody's a jerk. They'll sit here and talk about how smart he is and how idiotic we are and how patient we have to be.
This guy's going to be something in 3 years.
In 2026.
Yeah, you just wait.
My whole point with the D&D plan was, if you get DeBrincat,
you jumpstart the team.
If you get DeBrincat, it's the now. Yeah. And if you want to play this draft game, go and see what it takes to get Mishkov. Yeah, I'll wait 3 years for a guy who should, in any other year, would be the number one pick. Might be the best prospect since Ovechkin to come out of Russia. That's different. They're linked. It's not one or the other.
No.
Sitting there at 9 and 17, I got news for you. Neither of those guys are playing next year on the first line, and they're not playing in 25. It's lunacy. So I'm sorry. Kenny, where are you at? You're an Yzerbot.
I am not an Yzerbot. This year I expect to make the playoffs, and whatever needs to happen to make that happen has to happen. But I think the first step to doing that is getting a DeBrincat tonight. I believe firmly that he will be a podium announcement. We've traded the pick. We've traded X, Y, and Z to get Alex DeBrincat. I think that's happening.
What is Kenny Cott doing the moment that announcement is made?
The same thing everybody else is. Exactly. And one more time. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Hello, honey. Yep. Leaving the draft early. Come on. Head home.
Yep. 100%. But I think that's a very likely. Every major person in hockey has linked him to Detroit from day one. So, yes, we'll be very excited.
I could hit a button, but boy, it would get me in trouble.
Don't.
I'm not. I'm showing personal growth.
Thank you.
248-539-9797. Confidence level, they're pulling a major move. If they don't, is it legal to be pissed or do you get thrown in the gulag? I mean, talk to me, people. I feel like it's okay to hold your general manager not to the fire, but to a standard. It's crazy to me. It's the same thing for Troy Weaver. Gets on the damn microphone talking about how we're going to take advantage of everybody and we're going to do Okay, then bring home Cam Johnson. I gave you the damn math and I'm an idiot. 3 of 4 at 120.
That works.
Show the Nets the old Stromboli. And they ain't going to do nothing with it.
No, but
bring home Cam Johnson.
They'll be very angry at you, but that's about it.
Crying their sad pizza. Not my problem. All right, we're good. Kenny apparently is going to have a very spicy night tonight.
All right.
I can't believe you're going to that draft party. I just...
You know what? We should make him a mixtape with that in there.
What's that?
Right. You criticize me for that. You criticize him for going to his AAU games or whatever he does. I mean, come on.
No, I just
let
think
us like what we like.
I know you'd like what you like, but you both kind of dead cat bounce a little bit with certain things. It's not his AAU stuff. Like when he does the Comic-Con thing, I can't. The guy took me to hell on earth in Vegas. He went to the damn swap shop. I could have bought a chicken, a boombox, and a set of tires.
Comic-Cons are great.
Okay, you're on your own.
Serious.
It's fine. Free country.
Like a 2-year waiting list to get into the San Diego Comic-Con.
And it's a 3-year wait for Mishkov. What's the difference? I'm not getting either, so it doesn't matter. We'll get your calls next. By the way, Kenny driving down to that draft party, that song, dude, it'd be like Curb Your Enthusiasm. It'd be Kenny's theme song. Kenny going down the lodge. Oh, God. Kenny, like,
The remix.
Tunes is the driving cat. He's in a cider jersey listening to Russian Waltz. Rico, go ahead. Sell him a toaster.
You know what? How about I sell you a new career? Specs at LTU can help you get. Look, you hear the fun that we're having. You want to get into radio? It's possible. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. It's very simple. You just got to go on to the website and you can start the program up this fall. If you're looking to go into television or graphics design is your forte, Specs at LTU, man, they're right there. They just need you to do a couple of things. One, be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the different programs, whether it's the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or the graphics communications program taught right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Then what they need you to do is make magic. You do that by enrolling into one of the Specs at LTU certificate programs today. Telling you, this is something that you've been wanting to do. Give it a chance. ltu.edu/specs. You're going to be learning from professors who work in the business. They're not going to waste your time. They're going to help you get prepared. ltu.edu/specs.
You've heard me talk about David Femininio. We have told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. Well, we'll also tell you, you get elite communication. You get the best legal team in the state. And when you get David, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. So if you are injured or know someone who is, get David. 855-65-CRASH. Go to that website. Get David. GetPaid.com. That's GetDavid. GetPaid.com. Hold on, I got breaking news for everybody. Oh, we're going to get to the Iser bots, but Evan Jenkins has just ruined our lives. A report from Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports. The Pistons are one of the 4 teams interested in noted boner and gym class hero and sure to turn into a pumpkin once he leaves Miami, Max Strus. God help me if this team wastes money on Max Strus. That's all I have to tell you, and we're back to the NHL draft.
That is a sign that Troy doesn't listen. I said beware yesterday.
The Weaver plan.
What is he doing?
You can get Cam Johnson. I've given you the roadmap. Or you could waste money on taking a Heat tryhard out of the Heat, and he turns into a pumpkin here.
But you need to stop thinking like yourself. Think like Troy. Troy's going for the...
Well, I don't do that because I don't say every other word.
Troy, I don't want to think like Troy. That's awful.
I use complete sentences, sir.
Just...
I do not say
Jesus, take the wheel.
What?
He is going for the Jim Costa volume.
Yeah, you know what? Well, Costa sucks.
He is going to go out and get a... Think about it.
I don't mean that. I love Jim.
Look at the roster. He's going out and he takes a bunch of players hoping that he can find that one player.
You know what?
He's going to go out and get like 3 guys that you're like, seriously?
Fine. Sign those. Right.
Just, y'all, you're so...
That ain't me.
Wrong.
So wrong. No, I'm not. We did it to Stafford. What's the problem?
Okay.
Stop saying
Okay. He's making deals, man. He doesn't need to,
Let's go to
talk in
Ben.
Complete sense.
97.1. Ben, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
Hold on. I haven't done this all day. There we go. What's up?
There we go. Hey, I'm definitely a Yzerman bot, and I look at what he did as a player when I grew up here watching it. But I look at what he did at Tampa Bay and what he created there, and it takes time in the NHL. And, yes, he needs a big playmaker, a goal scorer, 30, 40 goal scorer. But, man, I'm all in with Yzerman, man. Let him do what he does. Let him be the puppet master, and that's it. I mean, it's evidence in what he did with Tampa Bay, I mean, if you have someone that can already do it, you want to let him do it, right? I mean,
yeah, but hold on. Meet me in the middle on this. No one is arguing that he's not an elite GM, and no one's arguing that he didn't do a tremendous job in Tampa. But, Ben, it is now his 5th draft. What good is the cap space and all the picks and all the prospects if you don't put it to work when it's time to work?
Well, hockey takes time. You know that, Mike. You don't mature until you're 28, 29, 30. He's a chess master. He's putting those pieces in the right places, and it just takes time. Like, how long did it take him in Tampa Bay? I don't even know, to be honest, but I have faith that he knows what he's doing.
All I know is, and it's a very difficult thing, I know it's not a completely, vis-a-vis comparison, but, Vegas has been in the league 5-6 years. They just won a cup. Like, it's year 5. I want to make the playoffs.
But they have all veterans. That's what you get when you take a...
And I'm trying to get veteran. But Ben, this is my point. Drafting guys who won't be here for 3 years in year 5 of a rebuild does not compute to me.
But it builds confidence, hopefully, right? Who knows what he's doing? I don't know what he's doing, but
Kenny,
hopefully he's doing the right thing, right?
All right, Kenny, I'm out here taking bullets.
Steve Bot.
Honestly, these are your people, Kenny.
These are not my people. It's just like saying Michigan fans are David's people.
They are. They are.
It's the same thing. Indeed, David, those people. No, I'm just tired of the Tampa narrative. It's been how many years? It's time to start trying to win hockey games.
Let's go to Frank, 97.1. What's up, Frank?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Frank. How are you?
I'm well. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. So, Stevie was the guy in Tampa. So, comparing him to Weaver or Brad Holmes, the guy with the Tigers, they weren't the guy anywhere. So, he's got to have a longer leash just comparing him to those three guys. He definitely has a longer leash.
Well, and he's certainly been given one because he has gone criticism-free into his 5th year. All I'm saying is it wrong that now I expect all the groundwork he laid to start to pay dividends?
It's got to pay, but he's got to have more time. You can't cut him off yet. And Max Strus, that can't happen.
No, Frank.
That's like a bad Phillies original cheesesteak. That's got to go.
So, Frank, how much time is too much time?
I mean, Rico, you're going to hate this, but Harbaugh had a ton of time, and look how it panned out. I know you're going to kill me, but
no.
He had all the time he needed with bad teams, and he put it together. He put the staff together.
But do you know the difference?
Players together.
Frank, here's the difference. Fans were bombing him after year 3. By year 5, most Michigan fans said, I don't give a bleep. Look at the tenor of the conversation here. I'm not asking anyone to rip him.
Well, who was wrong there? I mean, the fans.
I don't think fans are wrong. No, I disagree, and here's why.
Clearly they're wrong.
No, they're not wrong, because when they were saying I'm done, he was winless against OSU, and he was 500 against a god-awful MSU program. Like, Frank, they weren't wrong. Now, if you stay around,
it just required a ton of
enough,
patience.
He was still putting the staff together. He was still getting
hold
the
on,
players
Frank.
in there.
Frank, I was with you. He flipped his staff. He had his staff and then fired everybody and brought in an all-new staff.
Hey, and that's what you got to do.
Right, but the difference is
you got to go.
You can't take forever. Look, Frank, it's fine. We can agree to disagree. I'm not angry. I just
I'm not angry either.
No, I mean we're just BSing. It's more like
but
tonight,
it does remind me of the time that Michigan fans gave Harbaugh because he was that guy.
But my issue is, okay, DeBrincat does not represent a Big Ten title. But like, Frank, tonight, a podium deal, I want to see them add a first-line player. I don't think that's outrageous on my part.
Well, that's not a problem. But, we're not running the guy out of town.
No
if he
one
doesn't
said
hit
that.
A home run tonight.
And I would hang up on somebody if they said it.
Mike, hold on. You said Brad Holmes doesn't get 5 years.
I was
Troy
making
Weaver doesn't
a
get 5
point.
years.
Right. I was making
That's
the
why I
comparative that while other people would lose their jobs, Steve, you can't even critique.
It's because he's got the credibility. He's got the resume.
It's because he was 19.
Man, Steve Bott does not compute. Steve Bott. I tried. That's a very reasonable man who's not being reasonable.
I just see the guy who used to do the robot during the Chappelle show. Oh, man.
I'm telling you. All right, let's go. Oh, my God. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, what's going on?
This is an amazing argument because you haven't had to prove your point one time. Each caller lining up saying, I don't know what Steve is doing, but I trust him completely.
Right.
Exactly your point. But I'm more on your side, right? He had the first year to assess his team and his organization and figure out everything. He had a few years to build some draft capital. Now things have to start happening. You're in the years now where you have the capital to make moves. You have the cap room to make moves. And you've got some guys that are playing who are young, who are good, and only getting better. So this is a 3-year window, I think, where you need to see really good progress or you start making the move to move on. And it doesn't matter what he did in Tampa Bay. Has anyone given Joe Dumars the benefit of the doubt for what he did in in Detroit
No,
after
he was
GM here?
and I'm as guilty as anybody. I crushed Dumars. Crushed him. They were making the Eastern Conference Finals. I crushed him. Guy won a championship as a player. He won a championship as a GM. And we crushed him. By the end, I mean, Joe was toast. Look, I'm just making a point.
Steve?
It's year 5.
Yeah.
I expect to make the playoffs, and you're not going to do it without making some bold moves this summer. If that makes me a mean person, I don't know what to tell you.
No, your resume gets you in the door, and then he's got to prove it all over again. We can't be sitting here saying he did it in Tampa Bay for 10 years. That's not going to work.
And you know what, Kevin? I believe in Kenny, and I believe we'll wake up tomorrow, and I think we'll all be decently pleased. I would find it irrational not to take advantage of the CBA, take advantage of the situation, and walk away with a really good player tonight. That's not a big request, is it?
At this point in time, that's perfectly reasonable, and nobody should have a problem with that, and I hope you're right.
Well, I hope so too, brother, because I tell you, these Steve bots are something else. Oh, the only way it gets better is if I put that Russian waltz underneath it. That's honest. I don't care. You know what? To hell with it. 97-1. Oh, sweet Jesus. All right, you've heard me talk about Capital Mortgage Funding. Home purchase market has changed substantially, and it's outrageous right now. Offers, bidding wars. If you're not pre-qualified when you look at a house, forget about it. You're done. By the time your ass hits the seat in the car, the house is sold. Go to Capital Mortgage Funding. Let Harry Glanz and his team get you pre-approved. That way, when you go look at the house, you put the offer in right there. You give yourself a shot. 1-800-LOW-RATE. That's 1-800-LOW-RATE. They'll take you through the whole process, make it smooth, easy, and as hassle-free as they can. It's Capital Mortgage Funding, the best mortgage banker.
Yeah, so it's your skill sets, your running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends.
All right.
And what he did was go for the projections for 2023, your injury history and suspensions, and the wide receivers way more than the running backs, which of course makes sense.
Oh, hold on. So can we? Has anyone looked at it already? Do you know where the Lions rank?
I have not.
Kenny, have you? Well, Kenny doesn't read, so that no way he looked.
No, I did not look.
All right, so why don't we venture a guess? Where do you think the Lions' skill position grouping is ranked? I haven't looked either because I knew it was going to be a blitz, and I said, well, I'm not going to ruin it.
Skill position, I'm going to go with 17.
17 for Rico. Kenny.
I was going to say 7. I legitimately was going to say
then
17.
Then say 17. Again, this isn't North Korea.
I'll say 17. That's exactly what I had, Rico.
All right.
Go ahead, play the Russian music.
Okay, so I'll say 20th. If they value wideouts more than backs, Lions are a little short at the wideout spot. David, where do the Lions rank?
16th.
Love it. I love it. Great job by you two. And you know what? I think they're actually higher than that because if you have a backfield like theirs with an offensive line like theirs, then the wide receiver is what gets devalued.
But see, here's the problem. I can see why they're 16th because you had the offensive line and you let your running back go.
Right, and got a better one. Got two better ones.
Right, but he was productive and he's gone, so now you got to hope that you can get that same productivity.
They are valuing Gibbs' production in the passing game for this season.
I still think he's got a chance to catch 50 passes.
Yeah, no J-Mo? Yep.
Yeah, overall, because they moved from 17 last year to 16 this year, they kind of base it off of Gibbs and Montgomery being better than Swift and
the
Williams.
guy people are sleeping on is Laporta. Laporta's going to enter the league polished. And Iowa, hey.
Yeah, but no. It's not that he's Iowa tight ends. I get it. The Lions had one. But for the tight end to make that instant impact, you normally don't see that in year one.
No, but if the kid came in and caught 35 balls, that's all I'm asking for. Okay. Oh, boy, I'm sorry we don't have George Kittle like Paulie Privilege over here. David,
Iowa tight end?
Exactly. Yeah, you know what you don't see any of? Michigan State tight ends. David?
But you had TJ Hockenson.
So before I give you the top 10, which is most important, your Giants, Mike.
Oh, 30th.
They're 27th.
Yeah, it's not a good scene.
They are 27th. It is not.
But 27, but they're trending up.
You're right. Darren Waller, nice addition. Using a pick on Jalen Hyatt. That's cute.
And they just signed Saquon, and, you'll crack the top 20.
They were 30th last year, so, in fact, they are climbing up.
Right.
Things are looking up.
There you go.
That's not great. Go ahead, David.
One day you'll be able to be better than the Jets.
I know. No, they have a better skill group than we do. But what we have, championship DNA. What they have, they were born losers. Who's the worst set of skill players in the league? Venture a guess.
Venture a guess, fellas.
Rico Beard.
Worst? Oh, the Bears.
Kenny Cott.
The Bears is not a bad guess. Can I steal from you? I like the Bears as well.
Fine, now I let you get away with it once.
Hang on. You know what? I don't care. I like the.
Hey, Dad, I agree with your selection.
The Cardinals.
No, I like the Bears better, actually.
You want the Bears? I'll take the Cardinals.
You can take the Cardinals.
All right, I'll take the Cardinals.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to go Texans.
Okay, the Bears are 17th.
Whoa!
They are 17th.
Run down the list. Who did we forget that they obviously DJ Moore, who's very good, but who else?
Darnell Mooney, they include on here as being an impact.
Cole Kmet.
Now, for some reason, they do put Claypool as a factor for them.
Right, guy they're trying to actively get rid of.
Yeah, Cole Kmet and Khalil Herbert.
I like Herbert.
Yeah.
All right, I disagree with 17th. Go ahead. Arizona was Rico's guess.
Yeah, let me get the Cardinals for you. They are...
What is going on?
30th.
Okay.
We're getting close.
Getting closer. Houston Texans.
They are 32nd.
All right, there we go.
They are the worst skill set.
I sure know how to identify crap.
So I made the great trade. I got rid of the Bears. And
You did.
Excellent work.
So top 10. Well, my Steelers, by the way, are 13th. No one cares about them.
What Niners on there?
Hold on. Let me get to it.
They may be number one.
Number 10, the Atlanta Falcons.
Hard to disagree.
They jumped all the way from 27th to 10th based off what they signed in the offseason.
Well, they got Bijan.
Bijan, they got Drake London, they got Kyle Pitts.
Who'd they sign?
Desmond Ritter. Come on, man.
No. Who else did they sign, David?
Jonnu Smith is who they traded for, so they're including him.
Guy's been good in 3 years. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a little much, but fine. Next.
Number 9, the Jacksonville Jags.
Love. And they get Calvin Ridley this year. Love.
Number 8.
Okay, I'll give you that.
The Miami Dolphins.
I just feel like everybody always puts Miami there, but
look,
Tyreek Hill,
you know
Jalen
what?
Waddle,
on paper,
Gesicki.
yes. On paper, yes.
If they add Dalvin Cook, I'm very comfortable with them there. I still feel like that backfield leaves a lot to be desired.
It really does.
Yeah, it's just who's the backup QB?
Well, the QBs aren't included in the rankings.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Sky Thompson.
Right, but
Skylar Thompson.
But you're going to be throwing the ball to the wide receivers. But go ahead.
Number 7, the Dallas Cowboys.
I feel like they're always here and they don't win Bupkis.
That's the Miami Dolphins.
Fair. They are the same team.
Number 6, the Minnesota Vikings.
What? Whoa. Hold on.
Wait.
I think it's
I sounded like cookies.
Hold on. Let's remember
They added Jordan Addison.
And they value wide receivers over running backs. So when you already have Justin Jefferson and you add Jordan Addison.
Whoa.
Hold on. We got it right
TJ
here.
Hawkinson was an impact for them in the second half.
I was told that this team was falling off a cliff.
They are. They got the worst defense in football. They got a stiff at quarterback, an O-line that's mediocre.
Doesn't matter if you outscore people. Go ahead.
It's not going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen either.
Next.
Number 5, Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, again, win something.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with the weapons. It's just I get so annoyed with that team. Go ahead.
Number 4, Seattle Seahawks. DK, Tyler, Jackson Smith,
Njigba,
and
K9 in the backfield.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what?
Zach Charbonnet, who they drafted.
Yes, so a little thunder and lightning. Yeah, that one I agree with. That one is like a ringing endorsement. Yes.
Number 3, the Philadelphia Eagles.
No argument. Then the Chiefs, then the Niners.
The Bengals would be number 2. The 49ers are number 1.
Oh, the privilege. Is it like being born into the royal family? Is that what it's like being a Niner fan?
I'm sorry.
Where are the Chiefs?
Yeah, I'm about to find them right now.
What, did Bill Barnwell like trip acid?
Well, no, because you're not including the quarterback.
I don't care. I have Kelsey.
The Chiefs are at 19.
That's unbelievable.
But they don't have any wide receivers, really, when you think about it.
Right.
I always have felt like they kill you with a multitude of options.
Right, but
with Mahomes.
Right, but there's
the best
not
tight end
that
in history.
one person where
All right.
Who do the Niners have?
I'm not
You know what?
I'm not doing this.
You gave the Giants and your Steelers.
Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle.
No, he knows what they have.
Blah,
They're number
blah.
1 for a reason, okay?
Yeah, you know what the Niners
Congratulations.
Did you get Brandon Ayuk on there?
You know what the Niners don't have? Quarterback with a functioning UCL.
Now, they would be ranked lower for that one.
Enjoy Sam Darnold, you bastard.
Well, we took a 7th round, last pick.
And because of the privilege. Thank you. You're
Right.
number 1.
But Bell doesn't work anymore.
And they're privileged.
And that
they
is...
were just better, just like they're going to be better
in
than your
football
Steelers.
today.
Ah.
All right, summer is here. Road trips galore. You're heading up north. Maybe you're like Kenny. You're just heading to the Red Wings draft party. A 2023 GMC Acadia, flexible third row of seating, makes room for everyone and everything. And Moran Buick GMC has got you covered. MoranExpress.com. You need any service appointment. You sign up for that service appointment. You get a free loaner, and away you go. You're on your way. You don't waste your time in a waiting room. Scheduling always fast, always easy. MoranExpress.com, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts, and we got Rieger and Wojo at. Now, here's my question. If this was an outdoor event, they were broadcasting outside?
That I don't know. They would have been right at the door, maybe.
I am fascinated to know how many people are going to be down at this thing.
One.
Like, if the Wings had the number 1 or 2 pick, I guess it'd be a little bit more, but like 9 and 17? Nobody even knows these players.
Maybe they parked there at the empty lot where that house used to be.
Okay.
Do the show from there.
Right. Boy, I tell you. By the way, just Twins have already lost today, guys. So Tigers.
You're welcome.
I know. Hey, it's working exactly to plan. If the Tigers can win either tonight, unlikely, or tomorrow, slightly more likely. If you got a split against Texas and you end up 3.5 out as Twins go to Baltimore,
well, they don't have a shot. They don't have a shot tonight because Torque's not in the lineup.
They don't have a shot tonight because Joey Wentz is on the mound. He's terrible. Now, look, I mean, it's baseball. Weird things happen. You know, the other night, Boyd died and so did Vest. And they won.
Unlike Carpenter, David, maybe Torque comes in the top of the ninth.
Yes.
Hits the grand slam.
Yes.
And they win the game.
Also, yes.
I'm just questioning out loud, why is Torque out today when he just hit a home run yesterday after struggling?
I mean, David, no disrespect, that he's now like 5 for 45. I mean,
you would think that, you keep the confidence going, but they said it was a scheduled day off.
Yeah, and I understand that. I do.
What is he, Shaq with the Celtics?
Yeah.
Scheduled maintenance?
He had a
Kid's
scheduled
23.
day off. He had a scheduled day off.
Whatever. You want to get the gentlemen involved? Are they here?
They're not there yet, so I'll just read a couple ticket texts.
Why
here.
would I
It
ever
says,
expect they would be 7 minutes before a broadcast?
The Red Wings have enough youth and decent talent. Go get a veteran leader. That is from Anthony.
I'm with you. I don't even need the whole leadership thing. I need somebody who can put 30 to 40 goals on the board and play on the first line. And I need their power play to get better. I mean, DeBrincat, by all measure, fits the bill. Oh, but he's too small. Guys, no offense. Alert me when the perfect player becomes available. Call me.
Guys, stop bashing Yzerman. He's building for the future, stability, and longevity.
I quit.
You will see
I
improvement
absolutely
soon.
quit. No one bashed him.
That's not real.
It says hockey's a different sport from Randy.
Steve Bott.
If Yzerman just sits on 9 and 17, Wings fans shouldn't bother tuning in or attending a game until 27-28.
It's amazing how discussing a level of expectation is viewed as bashing by the Steve Botts.
I told you, you're going up against 19 who knows he's forgotten more about hockey than you, and, pay respect. Hey, it's a different job. You got a suit on. You don't have a sweater.
It's year 5.
So you're now being judged by what you're doing in the front office, not what you did on the ice.
And Jeff is now ready. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, guys, what's going on? We're at the Hockey Town Draft Party. Where's Kenny Cott?
He's on his way.
No, that's right. That's
No,
right. Big night,
I'm
boys.
being serious. He is on his way.
No, I know. Tell him to come by and say hello. We're on until Tiger Baseball.
Tremendous.
So it'll be the three of you down there?
Woj is stuck in traffic, apparently.
You know what's
No,
amazing?
there's actually
It's
a lot of people
amazing. Like, look at what you just said. I've been in radio over 20 years. Never been late for a show.
Me neither.
Okay, you know what? I'll move on. Not my place. It's amazing. It's amazing. Rieger, do you want to use the new audio we have for your show tonight?
What's the new audio? Give it to me.
David?
Oh, boy, there's a lot of Steve Bots, I got to believe, walking around here at Little Caesars Arena.
Oh,
Now,
baby.
Michael,
anytime you ask anything of him, you're bashing.
Just wait.
Okay.
Give it about 4 or 5 more years.
You do realize the man I'm doing the show with today, Mr. Woj, he's going to take the side that Steve is Jim Harbaugh. Jim is Steve, and that he's building something. And you know what? He likes DeBrincat as much as you like DeBrincat, but don't expect DeBrincat because Stevie's not going to get jobbed in a trade. When I would say there's so many guys out there, you better do something.
And you know what I would say? I could give just about anyone in America 7 years at University of Michigan football, and they'd win something. Okay? Please, let's not act like he painted the Sistine Chapel.
Yeah, but look
You
at it,
give
too,
people
like,
an endless runway, eventually you're going to do something unless you're a complete boob. Well, no one thought Harbaugh was a complete boob, and we sure as hell don't think that about Steve.
I agree. Not to mention Buffalo's going to take a step. Maybe they take your spot. Ottawa might take a step. Maybe they take your spot. The time is now, man. Boston's going to fall down. Tampa Bay is going to fall down. You have an unreal opportunity to go out and fleece somebody, and not even in a trade, but just get a guy that can help you. Like Toronto wants to know right now what the hell William Nylander's doing. Is he going to exercise his no-movement clause on July 1st? If he does, then they might trade him. If they trade him, a 40-goal scorer right there, they got to pay him $8 million.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, they're
Hell, they might
cap-strapped.
move Mitch Marner, which was unthinkable based on he's a hometown kid. But, like, I just
There's
need
so many guys.
And you're one of the only teams with cap space. It's pretty easy to execute this. It really is.
Prospects, cap space. I mean, you got draft picks. You got it all. The bottom line, if Steve uses all his draft picks in the first 2 rounds here, then I'm 100% with you. I think a little of the sheen is off. I really do.
Yeah, again, I don't do endless runways. All right. Riggs, enjoy it. I'm sorry your partner's a boob.
We got Larry Murphy at 6:15, and then we're going to talk about the Wings.
So,
okay, then.
Are they making the trade tonight?
You know what? I have no idea. I hope so.
Okay, that and hope is not a strategy.
All right.
All
Thanks,
right.
Rieger.
We will talk to everybody tomorrow after Tiger baseball, after they are only 2.5 games out of first.